Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the part of What If Issei Lost His Family in Gang War. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. That was what the odd woman said. It was just after she had appeared. Issei was luring a priest from the now-named group, Genesis, into the forest to kill him, and possibly find any information out about his allies. But that didn't go as planned. Out of nowhere, the random woman jumped out and attacked the man thought to be her ally. As it turns out, she wasn't his ally. Instead, she was a completely random exorcist with an odd, almost lewd, appearance and quirky personality that Issei found annoying. In the end, she killed the priest herself, stealing Issei's kill and suddenly labeling them as allies. Accordingly, she happened to speak a few languages, one of them being Japanese. For some reason, this ended being the catalyst to the current alliance. But ironically enough, though she initially said, the moment they stepped out from the forest, she rubbed the back of her neck and said, So, where is that church you mentioned? Issei furrowed his brows in disbelief. There wasn't any dramatic effect left from the phrase she had left behind. He clicked his tongue. "Tch, follow me, then." Aye. She saluted as Issei began leading the way. It had only been 3 minutes since he met her, yet he was already beyond irritated with her presence, above his confusion. They walked for a few minutes in directions that the girl, named Marie, did not at all understand. Issei couldn't help but become more and more irritated as they walked. This Marie girl would constantly begin to wander off every moment he took his attention away from her, walking to various shops or looking at different sites in curiosity. It was like taking care of a child. Not like Maki, however. Maki was a good girl who listened to people's directions and didn't wander off like an idiot. There it is. Bump. Oh, sorry. Issei stopped to motion to the Catholic school ahead of them, and Marie ended up bumping into him from behind thanks to her listlessness. Issei grumbled in irritation, but shook it off nonetheless. This isn't a church. Issei answered her blankly. There aren't any Christian or Catholic churches here in these parts. You'd have to go further into Nagoya for that. This is the best you can do. Deal with it. Despite Issei's callous and somewhat intentionally rude response, Marie nodded her head in understanding. I see. Okay, this should be fine enough. At that moment she pulled off the robes covering her body and revealed her slightly lewd appearance again. Well, if you're satisfied with this then I should be going. Just as Issei was about to leave, Marie's hands wrapped around his arm and halted him from leaving. Wait. You can't leave yet. We are allies, so we should go in together. Issei raised a brow in annoyance. I never agreed to be your fucking ally. You're the one who came in and stole my kill while calling us allies in the first place, so as far as I'm concerned you're a damn nuisance. I'm going now. Don't get in my way, or next time, I'll kill you. Right before he took a step, Marie pulled down on his arm once more. Wait, before Issei could become enraged. Let's exchange information. That caught Issei's attention. Marie lifted her head with a smirk. You want to find Genesis too, don't you? Then, let's talk about what we know. I'll give you all the information I have on them, and you'll do the same about this area, deal? Issei contemplated for a bit. D-Drag, should I do it? I see no point in denying, partner. She likely knows something more. We have no reason to try and deny ourselves of that information. Issei looked back down to Marie. She was smiling innocently. Ugh. You better not hold out on me. Marie's smile became wide and bright. Aye. She saluted him happily. With that, Marie took the lead and led them inside. Once they walked inside, many eyes were on them. It seemed to be a Catholic school with dorm rooms for students, but classes were possibly going on considering the lack of them. The individuals they kept encountering were priests and sisters. Issei couldn't help raise a brow whenever they passed these people, because every time they did they would greet each other with their crosses and say, "Blessed be." To Marie. At first, he assumed it was just the odd way that Catholics greeted each other, but then he realized that while walking through the school Marie no longer had the robe from before. Her weapons were completely exposed. They knew she was an exorcist. After a few minutes of walking, Marie stopped in front of what looked like a high priest of some sort. They greeted each other respectfully and spoke in a different European language, most likely French. That seemed to be her native language. They spoke a bit to each other and Marie seemed to receive directions from him. Okay, come on. This way. Marie motioned for Issei to follow. They ascended up a few floors passing classrooms and what seemed to be dorms until they reached a room with double doors. It resembled something like a chairman's office. Marie opened the door. Wait here. Dakun. She entered the room while Issei waited outside a bit impatiently. It only took a quick minute before Marie walked back out. Okay, this way then. Issei followed her. He was starting to become irritated again. Soon enough, they reached a line of student dorm rooms. Some of them, unlike others, didn't have any names in their door sliders. Marie randomly walked up to one and nodded her head. This should do. Dakun. She threw the door open and motioned for Issei to step inside. Please come in. Issei glanced at her blankly and back into the room. He stepped in. It was quite a lavish-looking room. The school in general seemed to be expensive and clean. The room itself had a twin-sized bed with a TV and a lamp on the side of the bed. There was also a couple nice cushioned chairs beside the bed. Issei decided to sit on one. Meanwhile, Marie kicked off her boots and jumped onto the bed. Yay, bed. I got so tired of sleeping in the forest. Issei decided to ignore her comments. So, what do you know then? Marie snapped out of it and sat back up. Issei noticed she didn't have socks under boots and was now barefoot. Minor detail, but as a Japanese person it still felt peculiar to him. Marie gained a serious expression, something Issei did not think would ever happen. Genesis, a radical Catholic cult. The original sect is located somewhere in France. However, it seems that they have been splitting themselves into divisions as to avoid detection. Considering that their whereabouts were close to being located, it is believed that their sect split into two main divisions and separated by country. One of them made their way into Eastern Europe, most likely the Ukraine, meanwhile the other division jumped to Asia and landed in Japan. Here, so that's why I'm here. I was sent here on behalf of the Rouen Cathedral base in beautiful France. My mission is to find and disassemble the heretical sect before they can carry out any more of their evil schemes. She finished her speech proudly with her large chest puffed out. It caught Issei's eyes for a second, but he quickly shook it off. Is that so? Well, good for you, but that's not the information I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear about where they were. No, well, I don't know that myself yet either. That's why I was happy I found you. I thought maybe you would know. Issei sighed, just as he thought. Well then, in that case, this exchange is worthless to me. I'll be going now. Issei stood up to leave, but Marie frantically stopped him. Wait, don't you want to know how they operate or bring followers in? Oh, or maybe you want to know their weapons and abilities. Issei narrowed his eyes in intrigue. Go on. Marie smiled brightly and Issei sat back into his seat. Marie sat on the bed and cleared her throat. Right, a majority of Genesis followers are actually those who have been brainwashed by the original priest and church followers who formed or joined the cult intentionally. The one we encountered was just another crazy member from the original sect who was already a twisted follower with twisted views. Most of those who act alone tend to be the actual twisted ones. They bring in and brainwash others into joining the cult forcibly through cruel means like kidnapping and sometimes torture. They kidnap any who don't seem to hold Christian values like them and kill any who they cannot turn. Women, men, children. They do not discriminate. They have been known to leave behind heinous crime scenes. Issei's body unknowingly released a silent, unsettling pressure. Marie felt chills and held onto her arms. Her gaze landed on Issei nervously. Partner, calm yourself. Your aura is leaking. You are frightening her. Issei realized it and took a breath to calm himself. Sue, the pressure slowly alleviated. Aura. Issei shook off his thoughts. Continue. Yay. Marie snapped out of her fear. All right. Anyway, they bring others in through terrible means. In terms of numbers, they tend to grow as quickly as they dwindle, but that only worked because of where they were located until now. They've moved to places like Ukraine, and most importantly Japan, most likely to remain discreet and best avoid detection. But unfortunately for them, this also means that they have less of a chance of finding potential followers they can more easily brainwash to join because of the belief systems in these countries. Not to mention, it will become more difficult for them to get as many followers when they're trying to lay low in the first place. It's a double-edged sword. Thankfully, we had that sacred gear user who could use his power to pull out the truth from one of the captured heretics and heard their plan. That's why I'm here. The only problem was that the locations were non-specific, so all we got for this country was Nagoya, Japan. In terms of weapons, they have the usual stuff. Light guns, light swords, holy water, crosses, maybe some magic seals. They have many priests and exorcists in their ranks, but they all tend to be low level. So, in the end, our biggest problem with them is their ability to hide. If we can find them and take the heads down, then we've won. After that, we just help the brainwashed folk become normal again. That's so. Issei raised a brow after processing her large exposition dump. They only sent you. She smiled and saluted. That's right. At your service. But my organization did make sure to contact any Catholic organizations located here in Japan to make sure I would have allies. So basically, my job is to pinpoint the division's whereabouts, come back here to this place, and launch an all-out assault on them to take them down. Issei raised a brow again. If they called every Catholic place in Japan to inform of your mission, then why didn't they just send someone to pick you up from somewhere? She became reserved and twiddled her fingers. The Blade of Rowan should be able to find her way on her own. So it was just your fault. She slumped her shoulders as blue lines of depression appeared above her head. Issei sighed. This person really was like a child, even though she seemed older than him. Hey, speaking of which, how old are you? She snapped out of her stupor and smiled brightly while saluting. I am 14 years old. So you're 2 years older than me then. She suddenly gasped and had stars in her eyes. I'm older than you after all. Then, in that case, can you please call me one Sa? Fuck no. He immediately denied her. She sat at the corner of the bed depressedly again. Issei sighed again. He felt like his reactions would soon become stale around her. She seemed to lighten up and jump back to her spot on the bed in front of Issei. Okay, now you tell me what you know. That's right. It was supposed to be an exchange of information. However, there was nothing Issei could really admit that would help her case. It seems they had reached their conclusion. Issei scoffed. Unfortunately, I actually knew way less than you did. There's nothing I actually have to give you in terms of information. Looks like you're just too easy to play, Marie-chan. Issei stood up to leave. What? Wait. Where are you going? I'm leaving. I have nothing to give you aside from maybe the fact that I'm a target to them. So sadly, that's all we have in terms of cooperation. Goodbye. Marie jumped off the bed and grabbed onto his arm to stop him. You can't go. You're the first person who would help me or even knew about the cult's existence in the first place. You're the only one I know who knows his way around this place and possible information about their whereabouts that nobody else knows. Please. Issei pulled at his arm vexingly. What the hell? Why are you so adamant to have me help you? Marie lifted her gaze from her grip on his arm with a serious expression. Why, you have something special, don't you? You have a special power ... don't you? That's why you can face those priests. That's why you have such an oppressive feeling to you. You ... are not normal. Issei averted his gaze. Dreg, what should I do? It is up to you, partner. Be wary that revealing this could make you a possible target, but you are used to that, aren't you? Well, in the end, whether you assist each other in finding this cult, the outcome will be the same, won't it? If I recall, that was all that mattered to you. Issei narrowed his eyes. Yeah, it is. Cheyenne. Marie's sight was quickly blinded by a green light. When the light died down, she uncovered her eyes. She was met with a red gauntlet on Issei's left arm with a green jewel, yellow spikes, and a dragon symbol in the center of it. I am Hayato Issei, this generation's current Sekiryuutei. Marie showed an expression of absolute shock as she backed away. The Red Dragon Emperor. Oh, so you do recognize it after all. That's right, I am the host of the Welsh Dragon Emperor. Introduce yourself, Dreg. A deep mystical voice emerged from the gear for the first time. Greetings, child of God. I am most likely known to you as Dreg Gok, though I'm certain you recognize me. Suddenly, thud, Marie fell to her knees with her hands clasped together and held her head down. Father who art thou in heaven, blessed be thy name. Issei confusingly raised a brow. The hell is she doing? Nah, I get that, but for what? Did I scare her up too much? Perhaps, but I doubt it is so plainly stated with this girl. The faithful church folk tend to be quite the odd bunch. Don't even fucking tell me. After a few seconds, Marie finally stood on her feet and smiled. Oh Lord, I thank thee. Truly, this is a blessed day. For someone such as me to have met the Heavenly Emperor, it is a great blessing. What is it? A significant departure from the traditional reaction. She seems to be grateful rather than hateful or terrified. What an odd girl indeed. HMPH. Keep stating the blatantly obvious, partner. Marie smiled brightly, which somehow irked Issei a bit. As I thought, this had to be a fateful meeting from the beginning. The Lord must have sent you to assist me on your journey. No, more than that, he must have brought us together for the sake of fulfilling some greater purpose. Truly this is a blessed day. Praise be, praise be. Marie ended her speech by practically twirling around like a ballerina. Issei couldn't feel the ability to muster annoyance at this point. Issei shook his head. Well, hold on a sec. I didn't say that I would be helping you yet. All I did was show you my sacred gear. Besides, I have no plans of joining the church or anything. I'm not about to become a Christian or an ally to them or something. Marie smiled brightly. It's all right. There isn't a need for you to be Christian to join our side. There are many accommodation plans that have been made just in case one of the heavenly emperors were to be interested in joining our side. The church is very lenient in this case. You can join even if you are a heretic. Issei felt the annoyance activate again at being called a heretic. Some part of him couldn't help but feel like the word itched something within him. And the itch sat right on the back of his head. He scratched his head. Fucking zealous. Look, I'm seriously not interested in joining you guys in anything. Sorry to tell you, but every experience that I've had with the church folk has been a shitshow. In the end, people always died. It leaves a bad taste of blood in my mouth to think about joining you. Fucks. So, because of that, I'll be denying your assistance after all. Issei dematerialized his gear and began to walk out, but before he could reach the door, Marie stopped him for the millionth time. This time, in the worst manner. Wait, you have a family, don't you? He froze mid-step. The possessors of sacred gears, especially of those gears, they tend to lead unfortunate lives. If you've already unlocked that power ... and you have a family ... they may become targets in the future. Suddenly, Marie's words were caught in her throat. She felt an overbearing weight on her entire body, as if gravity was pulling her towards the ground with unreasonable force. The yellow light in the room from the bright lamp and light above her head began to dim. No, it simply felt as if the room's light was being snuffed out by a certain darkness that blanketed it, causing the world to go almost black. She slowly lifted her gaze. A large green reptilian eye was staring right back at her from the ceiling above their heads. Chills. Enough, boy. She was not implying herself as a threat. Now release her, lest you wish to die or kill everyone here. Fool. After a few short seconds, the pressure quickly lifted itself from the room. Goodbye. Issei stepped to walk out of the room, but Marie snapped out of her shock and ran to stand in front of him. Wait. She stood against the door. Just ... wait ... Issei stood there impatiently. She turned around and slowly opened the door. Dakun. She peeked her head outside of the door cautiously. Outside, there were 11 exorcists lined against the walls of either side of the door. It's all right. He's an ally. I have it under control. It's all right. She spoke quietly to them with sweat on her forehead. The head exorcist of the group slowly nodded his head. She silently shut the door. The exorcists were armed with light swords and guns, but most of their hands were shaking slightly. Dakun. She turned from the door and motioned for Issei to sit down. Sit, please. Issei would have denied, but to avoid conflict, he felt the need to comply when he realized the room was surrounded just before. They sat back in their original positions. Chirp chirp. Issei heard the light chirping from a bird outside of the only window in the room. They went on lockdown. When I said that your family would be targeted, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I worded myself poorly. I just meant to say that it's dangerous for someone like you to be around your family at all times. At some point, when you become too powerful, you will be sought after. Many sides will want you to join them, and if you do or don't, others will want to hunt you for it. In all honesty, the best option would be to join a side and receive their protection. That's what I hope to have offered you. If you were to join our side, your family would receive the proper protection. Otherwise, you will only continue to place them in danger. Issei remained silent. He knew this. Giedrag had briefly explained the war between the three sides, the risks and practically requirements that came with being the Sekiryuutei. And most of all, he understood that one day he would most certainly have to leave his family. He understood that. Even now he understood it. In this current point of time, Issei attends a different school than Maki. Because if he can't protect his family at all times, then the next best option would be to distance himself from them whenever possible. If he must attend school, it will be a different one from Maki's. This is why he studies so adamantly to get high scores. He attends the higher education schools, not because he's interested, but because if he is going to be targeted, he prefers to be targeted alone. And when he returns home or has days off, he makes sure to stay home at all times to protect them. But he knows this is only a temporary solution. He knows that one day, he'll have to leave. Most likely when he unlocks the balance breaker. I know that, Issei stated plainly. Of course I know that. But memories of his past flashed through his mind. Blood and death. The children. Of course, I've been killing them. He stared through her with a dark gaze. If I'm going to choose a side, it certainly won't be with you bastards. Marie's expression of shock slowly shifted to one of sadness. Is that so? Issei sighed lightly. Well, that doesn't mean I'll be choosing sides anytime soon. For now, I'm on my own. Issei stood from his seat. He no longer sensed the exorcists outside of the door. Wait, Marie stopped him for the last time. Are you really going to go after Genesis yourself? Issei nodded. Yeah, that's right. You can't stop me. Marie shook her head. She stood up from the bed herself and looked to him with an almost pleading expression. She bowed fully to him. Please, let me assist you. Issei was taken aback by her sudden plea. Please at the very least. If you don't want to assist us then let me assist you. This cult they are truly evil. Above all, the priority is to defeat them, no matter what it costs me. This is my mission. I must stop them. That's why please let me help you. You mean you'll help me hunt and find them? Marie nodded her head from below. I plan to kill them. She nodded once again. She was okay with it. What about those who are brainwashed? She hesitated. I would hope that you don't kill them. But if it is not possible to save them. For some reason, for the first time during the entire interaction they've had since meeting each other, Issei felt the urge to smile. In truth, even though he didn't know it himself, he never planned to kill the brainwashed members indiscriminately. Issei cracked his fingers. All right, fine, you've got me. Marie lifted her head in surprise. Hey, you've got me. I suppose having a little sidekick wouldn't do too much bad in finding these bastards. I'll have you tag along for now. But if you ever get in my way, I'll just consider you one of them and kill you without remorse. Got it? Rather than responding with the rational response Issei expected, Marie's face slowly brightened into a big smile and she jumped to hug onto Issei. Hey, thank you oi, hey, what the hell are you doing? Marie clung onto Issei annoyingly to the point that Issei became irritated and started to pry her off. Hit hell off me. He finally was able to pry her off his body and push her away. Nevertheless, she continued smiling for some reason. Oh, I know. Here, sit down. Why? Just sit. Wait here. She motioned for Issei to sit back down in his seat. He complied out of her insistence. After that, she turned and bolted to the door and ran barefoot out of the door. Dakun. Issei sat and waited silently. She was gone for a few minutes. But as the time passed, Issei started to become uneasy. What if she's telling them about me? If she returns with others, she has told them you are the Sekiryuutei. If she returns completely alone, she has told them that you are either a low-level sacred gear user or most likely, she has told them you will leave here and never return. Let's hope it's that last one. Issei sat and waited for a couple minutes more. He noticed the sounds from the school slowly return. After what felt like 10 minutes, the door finally opened. Issei caught a whiff of a peculiar smell as Marie entered the room. Here we are. Marie had entered with a tray of freshly baked sugar cookies. Huh. Issei could only make that sound. Marie walked up to his seat and held the tray out to him. Here you go. They're all freshly baked. Feel free to take as many as you like. Issei could only stare at the tray of cookies. He glanced back up at Marie. She just held that same innocent smile from before. Issei slowly picked up a cookie. Marie stood straight and waited. Crunch. Issei slowly took a bite of the cookie and chewed it. Marie continued to smile expectantly. It's good. Her smile brightened tenfold and Issei became blinded by its light. Really? Yeah. My eyes. Damn it. Marie placed the tray on the stand beside the bed and extended her hand to Issei. Then I look forward to working with you, partner. She held her hand out for a handshake excitedly. Issei stared at it for a couple seconds. Shut the hell up. Issei slowly took her hand and shook it. He was once again blinded by her smile as she jumped for joy. God fucking damn it. I'm so happy. I get it, so turn that shit off. If he hadn't been blinded, he would have noticed her breasts bouncing as she jumped. Well, he did notice it, but he decided to not think about the lewdness of her obscene outfit. He shook his head. Well, anyway, now that that's over, I'll be taking my actual leave now. I suppose I'll contact you if I find anything. Here's my home phone. I'll be getting a cell phone soon as well, so I'll give you that number when I get it. If I find out anything, I'll go ahead and call the school to let you know. See you later. Marie smiled and nodded her head vigorously. Issei began to walk out uninterrupted this time, until he opened the door. Hold on. He turned around and saw Marie holding out a half-eaten cookie. You forgot your cookie. She held it out with an innocent smile. Issei stared at it blankly. He did not forget it, he just left it there. He smiled wryly. Sorry, I'm kind of a germaphobe, so I don't like to touch things other people have touched. Marie suddenly turned around, picked something up from the bedside. When she turned back, she had the whole tray of cookies in her hands. Here you go. Take as many as you like. Issei slowly took a cookie off the tray and walked out of the room. See ya. Bye, Dakun. With that, Issei made his way out of the school. He noticed many of the priests and sisters around him staring silently at him. But more than that, he felt the presences of many exorcists following him until he finally exited the school. He walked away, slowly building distance from the school to finally head home. So, Drake, what do you think of her? That should be my question to you. My opinion hardly matters. Your opinion is literally what has kept me alive this long. Oh, is that so? What? Is that weird? Well, considering the lack of communication between my past hosts and I up until this point, yes, you are an odd one. Never in all of my history have I had a host as communicative as you. Most would simply ignore me and drown in their own power. But you were the first to openly communicate with me. Aside from one of my younger hosts, but he was a pacifist who never once used my power. He was the only Sekiryuutei the world never knew existed. Regardless, you are the only host to use my power and continuously consult me about it. That's so. Well, anyway, I still want to hear your opinion about it. Very well. But, let's hear yours first, partner. Mind, Well, I don't sense anything how do I say? Dark. From her. Unlike people like Zealous or that priest from Genesis, she doesn't give me any chills or uneasy feeling from being around her. I'm not sure if that just means I'm being fooled though, so that's why I wanted your opinion on it. You are correct, partner. I have encountered many existences in and out of my time, many of them being powerful or pure evil. The girl is neither. She is not particularly powerful or purely evil, though her sword seems troublesome. There doesn't seem to be indicators or feelings of animosity from her. I feel no dark intentions. Therefore, I believe it is all right to cooperate with her. Whether you trust her or not, that is up to you. Issei scoffed. Trust? He stopped at a stoplight to cross the street. He looked down to the sugar cookie in his hand. He took a bite of the cookie. Not bad. And walked to his home. Part 2. Whistle. The sounds of cheering and whistling. An event. Not just any event, but a swim tournament. Whistle. Clap. The cheering continued as the first two swimmers finished their swims, the first swimmer being an unrecognizable person. Meanwhile, the other was a familiar black-haired girl, and the one who cheered and called out for her in the stands was Issei. Yosaraya, Tsubumii. The girl smiled brightly and waved from her place in the water. The race was over. After the final race, Akane Tsubomi's team, Issei's school team, ended up winning the tournament. They received a trophy for their win, took a commemorative photo, and the tournament subsequently ended. Issei was previously situated with Tsubomi's family in the stands, a rather larger family consisting of her mother, father, 2 little brothers, and a grandmother. The other people that were part of her family in attendance, Issei did not know. Most likely some extended family like aunts, uncles, and cousins. All in all, it was a rather large group. Maybe 15 people, not including him. He felt very out of place. Tsubomi-chan, we're over here. The woman who seemed to be Tsubomi's mother called out to get her attention. She ran towards the group happily with a towel over her head. Ka-san, everyone. A couple of her cousins ran up and hugged her despite being wet, which gave them all a quick laugh. The family began exchanging pleasantries casually. Issei just stood at the sidelines a bit awkwardly. It wasn't until Tsubomi pointed him out that anyone had their attention on him. Hayaru-kun, you came. She stepped in front of him while smiling and drying her hair. Issei smirked back. Heh, well, there's nothing like a good show of competition for starting out the weekend. It was a good watch. She blushed slightly while rubbing her hair with her towel and averting her gaze. Though, she seemed to be rubbing a place in her hair that was already dry. Why yeah, sorry I couldn't get first place in my own race. It looks like I still have a long way to go. Issei shrugged. It's no big deal. Or, I don't think those types of things matter too much. At least not enough to keep you up at night or anything. I think what matters most is determination and focus. If you're determined and focused enough on something, you'll become great at it anyway. Most of those who become number one didn't realize it until they beat everyone. I have an eye for these things, thanks to my sensei. So, if I know anything, I think you'll become a fantastic athlete. It wouldn't be a lie to say the determination and focus you displayed in your race was a bit mesmerizing. Well, that's just what I say. In the end, my opinion doesn't really matter. Issei finished it off casually. Unfortunately for him, there were a few family members teasingly whispering to each other and giggling after he finished. He smiled awkwardly at their reactions. Tsubomi kept her eyes down while her face and ears became red. Tea, thank you. Yeah, sure. Tsubomi's mother giggled and whispered to her husband. Yuffie-fufu. Isn't that nice? Dear Akane's boyfriend came to support her. How cute. Yes. I will have to test his martial arts skills later. I won't hand my daughter off to a weakling. Tsubomi turned blood red and shouted back at her family in distress. KKK-ka-san. TT2-san. Ara, she seems to have heard us, dear. I will test his judo first. Issei sweat dropped as Tsubomi argued with her family. Well, at least she seems happy. Issei turned around. There were many families gathered around with their children. For some reason, he had felt like he was being watched. Issei was on his way home after the event with Tsubomi. It was still early afternoon. After the tournament finished, her family had a bit of a potluck at their house with the family. Of course, Issei ended up being invited by her family, to which he first politely declined, but after seeing Tsubomi so disheartened by that fact he couldn't help attending. He didn't spend long there, maybe an hour or so, but funnily enough he did end up being tested by Tsubomi's father during his time there. It was a deep embarrassment for the girl who ended up covering her face the entire time and just a bit awkward for Issei himself. Oddly enough, Issei didn't need to boost to take down Tsubomi's bulky father. It was almost like his base strength was on the same level of a full-grown adult. Maybe it was because he just seemed more skilled than her father, but if he recalled he was a mixed martial artist for years. Issei only seemed to win in terms of power. It was still a topic he needed to think about. He felt something as he approached his home. A familiar feeling that gave him chills, and even in subconscious, subtle hostility. This feeling, Issei ran towards his home and jumped over the fence without hesitation. Partner, we will start training your instincts and recognizing familiar auras from now on. Issei burst through the door and ran up the stairs without listening to Drake's words, or his aunt calling him from the living room. He made it to the room of his cousin which the feeling was emanating from. He slammed the door open. Slam. Maki. A sight he was met with. Was. Bonjour. Maki and Marie painting their nails on her bed. Hi. Welcome home. Maki dropped from the bed and crawled on her knees towards Issei while trying her best not to mess up her painted toenails. Maki, what are you doing? Issei picked her up from the floor bridal style and carried her back to her bed. She smiled and wiggled her toes at Issei to emphasize her pedicure. We're painting our nails. No, well, I see that. But, I guess my question is actually for you. Issei said that plainly as he turned to Marie. Marie just smiled innocently and tilted her head as if it was completely normal. Mani petty. Issei just rubbed the bridge of his nose. How did you get here? Marie lifted her hand in the air proudly. I called your home and Auntie Akane answered. I told her we were friends and that I wanted to come over. So she let me come over and I played with Maki-chan. Marie and Maki giggled to each other inexplicably. So, Basen just gave the address to our home. She nodded her head. Splash. A loud splashing sound silenced the scream of a person. The splashing of water. No, it was too heavy. It was a splash into something heavy and dark. A thicker liquid. Suddenly, something splashed its head out of the giant pool. Issei brought in a sharp inhale of air. He was just under some sort of liquid. It was thick, heavy, and had a familiar smell. A terrible stench. He looked around. He was in a giant pool of blood. Issei clutched at his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. He was standing naked in a giant pool of blood that went up to his abdomen. He was stuck in a well. No, it looked more like a cave or cavern. The only entrance to the place was the hole above. There was something like a long pipe or something similarly shaped that led down to the place. It really did resemble the entrance of a well. He couldn't see up it because it was pitch black. What he didn't understand was why it was all red. The blood was red and that was obvious, but why would the walls be red? The entire cave-like place was wide and had red walls that went around him in a circular manner. What was this place? Was it hell? Splash. Something splashed in from behind Issei. He slowly turned his body to it. Something bubbled out from the red liquid. a human head. And without warning, Issei had heard a blood-curdling scream. But it wasn't his. It was the voice of another man. After that, a splash. Issei looked up. There were countless human pieces falling in from the entrance above his head. Issei finally realized where he was. He was in the belly of a beast. Splash, splash. The last thing he heard was what sounded like thousands of screams. Shiver. Maki sat up from the bed while rubbing her eyes sleepily. She felt something shaking from beside her, the form of her cousin quivering from next to her. Nai. She tried shaking him lightly to wake him up, to no avail. Nai. Despite her worried calls, he did not wake. He only shook violently and heaved heavy breaths while clutching at the bed sheets. Maki didn't know what to do. In her desperation, all she could think of was holding him gently as they slept. His body slowly came to a stop as the minutes passed. I love you, Nai. I will always be with you. And with that, they slept through the night, undisturbed. Part 1. Dimmed. The priest flew back into a tree, unconscious from the impact. 9 months since the factory incident. 9 months since the first meeting of Issei and Marie. 1 month since the imperfect balance breaker incident. TCH. Fall back, you fools. Go back. Now. The leader clicked his tongue in frustration. He was standing on a tree branch and ordering his squad to turn back away from the two enemies. Issei and Marie stood against the group of what seemed like only 20 priests. The priests began to run away as the leader gave his final words. Gee, if only we hadn't lost half of our total members. Damn, the Sekiryuutei and an Excalibur wielder. What an unfortunate combination. We will return. We will find our way. We are God's light. Just you wait, Sekiryuutei, Excalibur blessing. We will certainly find a way to rid ourselves of both of you. The leader jumped into the tree line to escape with his squad. Marie quickly jumped onto the branch he was previously on to take chase. Let's go, partner. She didn't receive a response. Partner. She turned to see Issei standing in his same position, unmoving. No, his body was visibly shaking. She could hear him making heaving sounds through his grit teeth. There was an expression of horror on his face. His right eye was twitching violently. Hef. He was in a state of panic. Marie glanced to the group of escaping cultists. She glanced back to Issei. Her glances switched again and again with a conflicted expression. Then, she closed her eyes in frustration. Half, 50, half, shink. Marie sheathed her sword and jumped down from the tree. She landed in front of Issei and grabbed a hold of both his shoulders. Partner, look at me. Can you hear me? 50 people. Partner, come back. Half, Issei. Issei was snapped out of his state by the sudden call of his name. Was it his mother's voice? Issei, look, here I am. We're not there right now, we're here. Do you see? It was Marie. Marie. Yes, I am here. Issei clutched his head and shook it. There was sweat left on his palm from where he wiped. What? Where are the cultists? She let go of his shoulders. They're gone. Issei was shocked, but soon began to realize it. It's my fault. Marie shook her head. No, it's not. Issei clenched his fists tightly in self-frustration. Yes, it is. Marie looked off in the direction that the group escaped to. They were nowhere to be seen. Well, there's no helping it now. They are most likely far away from this place by now. She turned back. Issei had his head lowered to the ground, but his gaze was set on the palms of his hands. Let's take a break for now. Marie and Issei sat silently with their backs against some trees. Issei sat against the trunk of one, meanwhile, Marie sat on the one right beside it. Both were gazing off to somewhere in the distance, though Issei's expression was one emblematic of an empty sorrow. Are you okay? Marie asked Issei softly. He averted his gaze from her. She couldn't see it, but his right eye closed unconsciously. Yeah, slide. Issei heard something slide beside him. Then, he felt something soft land on his shoulder. He turned to look. Marie was resting her head on his shoulder and looking up at him with a kind smile. Do you want to talk about it? Issei's right eye shut even tighter as he turned his head away. No, never. Marie frowned in disappointment. Okay. Marie's face suddenly lit up, as if a bulb appeared over her head. Oh. She placed her hands around her neck and pulled something off. A golden chain. She pulled something out from her chest that was connected to the chain. A golden necklace with a large green jewel and a cross attached to the back of it. It looked a bit like two necklaces in one. Marie removed the necklace and held it out to Issei. Here you go. What's that? My necklace? Silly. Where has that been? I've been wearing it this whole time. Where? Around my neck. I've never seen it. It was sitting on my chest. Marie pointed right towards her bountiful cleavage. Issei realized why he never saw it. It wasn't sitting on her chest, it was sitting in her chest. Oh, so, it's a booby necklace then. Shut up. Oh, Marie gave Issei a quick punch in the shoulder, prompting him to soothe it with a rub. TCH. So, why are you giving this to me? Ugh, I'm not giving it to you. I'm letting you borrow it. For what? Marie gave him a proud smile. Whenever I was in doubt, or whenever I needed something to make me feel better, I would always hold on to my necklace and pray. No matter what I went through, it has always made me feel better. Issei raised a curious brow at her declaration. You didn't do that time at the factory. Marie averted her gaze for some reason. Issei couldn't make out her expression. That's. She held out the necklace closer to his face. Anyway, here, you can hold on to this until it makes you feel better. Issei deadpanned. No, well, I don't need it. Marie puffed her cheeks like an angry child at Issei's refusal. Issei stared at her blankly and silently, but, after a few seconds, he sighed. Fine. He took the necklace from her hand and held onto it. Marie smiled in satisfaction and laid her head back onto his shoulder. What are you? Ugh. Issei rubbed his nose bridge with a sigh. He gazed out into the sky while his left hand held onto the necklace tightly. But as time passed, his grip loosened. His breathing became softer, and finally, his right eye slowly opened itself again. Marie shifted in her sleep. She slowly opened her eyes. For some reason, she was still in the forest, lying back against a tree. It looks like she and Issei fell asleep for a nap in the forest. She heard some light breathing below her. She looked down. Issei was lying on one of Marie's legs, sleeping peacefully in a fetal position. Marie held a hand tightly over her mouth and she squealed as loud as she could. Her face was red with a mad blush, but her expression was one of extreme joy. For some reason, partners. The soft breathing was heard. Maki was sleeping alone in bed in the early morning. 12 months after the factory incident. 4 months since the imperfect balance breaker incident. 1 year since Issei and Marie's first meeting. Issei sighed lightly while standing in front of a mirror in his bathroom. He looked up to his reflection and slowly opened his right eye. SLLG. Rather than being a yellowish, almost golden eye color he had gained over the past years, what instead revealed itself was a sharp, green, reptilian eye. The eye of a dragon. Issei picked up something that looked like a capsule of some sort. He opened it and pulled something out delicately. It was a colored contact lens. He carefully placed it into his eye. After a couple of blinks, his eye was just that of a normal human. 4 months ago, during the imperfect balance breaker incident, as coined by D. Drake, Issei had lost his eye to an arrow of light. He was able to replace it, but at the cost of sacrificing what was left to D. Drake. Unfortunately for him, it didn't end there. After Issei had essentially recovered from that event, he had questions to ask D. Drake. Those questions were, your eye, of course, though I have taken nothing from you. I only possess what you have given me. Unfortunately, your eye was not the only thing that became inhuman. You were pierced right through the skull, partner. Your eye was not the only thing that was affected. That is precisely why you were in such a disoriented state. Your brain, partner. I'm talking about your brain. There were some pieces to it that were pierced by the arrow. You were not bleeding internally, thanks to the burning light, but if it gone on any further, then you would not have been able to function or live. That's why, whatever was taken from you by the arrow, I returned to you. So, your eye is not the only part of you that is a dragon, partner. Yes, thankfully, since it was an arrow, its area of effect was thin. However, considering that it pierced straight through your head, the arrow made its way right through what you would call your temporal lobe and occipital lobe. Because of this, there are vital things that have been affected by the change from human to dragon anatomy. Both the temporal lobe and occipital lobe, in mammals like you, are both separately responsible for sensory objectives like sights and sounds. The occipital was mainly for sight and other similar functions. Ironic, considering you had just lost your eye. That aside, the temporal is mainly for the function of sound, interpreting sounds, and comprehending speech and other similar functions, including understanding language. If I were to say it optimistically, you essentially received improvements from these changes. For example, dragons have the capability to easily comprehend any spoken language. Devils have a similar ability, but unlike dragons, they cannot interpret written language at the same unbelievably fast rate as dragons can. In other words, any language you do not know, you can speak once it is spoken to you. And any language you cannot understand in written form, you can learn to write in days. Also, your natural senses have dramatically increased as well. No, it wouldn't be inaccurate to say that your previous senses would not compare in any way. Even with the influence of the boosted gear sharpening your instincts, as your instincts are now, there is no fair comparison to be made. I suggest you test out your senses like sight and sound. You will see and hear things that no other human can, possibly even above supernatural beings as well. Well, considering that there was an arrow through your skull inhibiting your senses, it isn't absurd to say that was the reason. However, even I know that isn't the case all the way through. You did continue to rampage even after you received your pieces during the transformation, after all. So, I believe that it is because you had received the new dragon pieces from me that caused you to rampage. When you were pierced by the arrow, you were in a maddened state. That's why, when your damaged pieces were replaced by the dragon parts, the sudden change had forced you to adapt to them at a moment's notice and caused you to go berserk. Your entire mentality was being ruled by deadly, brutal instinct rather than rational thinking. At that time, you were hardly even mentally present, if at all. You were essentially nothing more than an enraged mini-dragon. It is reminiscent of the drive. Issei then asked him the heaviest question. You are human. Your composition is still over 95% human. In truth, physically, you are 98% human. The only reason I do say 95% is because there are obviously parts of you that have been affected by the influence of the boosted gear, such as your physical strength. Your base physical strength and durability has already surpassed that of humans, even without boosting. This is a somewhat confounding phenomenon, but it has surely taken place with all of the possessors of the past. It is not an uncommon thing amongst Longinus possessors with high potential to naturally surpass the realm of humans in terms of physicality. In terms of your mind, you are still human. Your mindset and the effects of the events of your past are certainly proof enough that you are human. That is what I believe. Those were the answers that Diedrag gave to Issei. Despite having unlocked and using his version of imperfect balance breaker, Issei did not yet unlock the complete balance breaker. He was still one step away. He asked Diedrag, "I'm not sure. It seems as if your body is physically capable of maintaining it, even if only for a limited time. Not to mention, your potential was high from the beginning, so it is odd that it has not come to you. If I had to come up with an explanation, it has to be because of the odd berserk mode that your imperfect balance breaker turned out to be. Most users unlock the imperfect form only because they aren't strong enough to handle the complete form. Yet, somehow, you ended up being forced into that form despite being compatible for the complete form. And right after you had unlocked the unique form, your boosted gear entered a stagnant mode where it could not be used. It wore off after a few days, but there are times when it will pulse oddly and lose the ability to boost. I assume that it will stop when you unlock Balance Breaker, but even so, it feels as if you've been distanced from the complete form for an inexplicable reason. Regardless, the point is that in order to unlock the Balance Breaker, you will need to experience an event which triggers your spirit. Most evolutions occur during these types of events, as I explained before. Issei sighed as he concluded his flashbacks. It was time to meet up with Marie. Alright, I guess that's it for today. Issei sighed and cracked his neck. It was nighttime. Marie and him had just finished their patrols. It was odd to even call them patrols at this point though. Finding any of the Genesis members was beyond extremely difficult. There was almost always month-to-month gaps between any altercations with the cult. It was a bit humorous, and neither would admit it, but they were essentially just hanging out most of the time. Okay then, I'll see you tomorrow, partner. Issei narrowed his eyes slightly at Marie's departure. Issei noticed that, in the past few days, Marie had been acting a bit unusual. Even though her tone and attitude were mostly the same, he couldn't help feel a certain melancholy emanating from her, like a little invisible cloud was hovering over her head. But he feigned ignorance. With those goodbyes said, they turned away from each other and walked off in their own directions. But a few steps into his walk, Issei stopped. He almost immediately turned on his heel and jumped to hide in the shadows. Rather than following Marie, he merely looked at her from afar. She was already around 10 meters away, but every detail about her was crystal clear. In fact, it felt like he was seeing her closer than she actually was. So much so that he noticed a tiny tilt in her step. That's not heading towards the school. Now Issei had decided to follow her. Marie was taking some turns at some familiar streets, but not the ones he was expecting. Issei recognized this path. As I thought, she's heading into the forest. Marie's form walked into the training forest. This was the forest that Issei and Marie always trained in together. They spent a lot of time there and it was a hot spot for fighting cultists out of the public view, besides the abandoned places. Why was she going in there? Issei didn't sense anything around. He quickly followed her in. He watched Marie from his place behind a tree. For some reason, she started removing some of her equipment. She laid her sword onto the ground and sat down against a tree. She brought her knees up and curled her body up a bit. She turned her coat over her and closed her eyes. Issei didn't understand. She was going to sleep. Good night, partner. What the hell are you doing? Marie jumped up in shock. What? Issei? Issei stood in front of the troubled Marie with a confused expression. Oh, Hekale, what are you doing here? No, that's my question. Why the hell are you cozying up next to a tree? I'm on night watch. Night watch? You mean a stakeout? Yes, that. I'm looking out for enemies. Except you have to be awake for a stakeout. Well, that's, Marie. Issei looked at her seriously. Marie couldn't help but feel a sense of security in his expression. Tell me the truth. Marie gradually lost her false attitude and sighed. She had her head lowered a bit with a sad smile. I'm afraid that I'm on my own. Issei tipped his head in confusion. Marie sighed again and slid back down against the tree in a depressed state. She wrapped her arms around her knees. Issei slid down next to her, against the same trunk of the tree. I'm afraid that my resources have been taken from me. I have officially been deemed a failure. Issei raised a brow. Failure? What do you mean? Marie smiled sadly. Do you remember once when I told you that this case was expected to have a duration period of 1 year? Yeah. Well, it looks like my time is up. Issei turned to her with what looked to be worry. She had finished her statement with a playful tone, but while looking at him with a terribly sad smile. There were tears at the corners of her closed eyes. What do you mean? I don't understand. You mean ... you've failed the mission. She nodded her head meekly. It seems that I have taken too much time to solve the case. For that reason, the church has lost faith in me, and they have ordered my return home. But because I denied, so that I could keep trying, they have ordered the academy to take my resources from me. So that's why I'm back to the woods." She waved her hands out playfully, but there was pain in her expression. Issei started feeling a twitching in his eye. "They kicked you out, well, not out of the church, at least. They're just trying to get me to return home by not providing me any resources. So, now I'm here, tee." She raised her arm in the same, playfully sad way, again. Issei simply remained silent. Without saying anything, he stood up and brought out his phone. "Hey, Issei." He dialed a number and put the phone up to his ear. "Hello, boss-san." "Yeah, it's me. I gotta ask something. You know, about Marie-chan." Marie jumped up from her place. Wait, Issei. "No, stop. Hang it up. Yeah, she's right here with me. Issei, please, just let me talk, please." Marie looked at him with an extremely pleading expression. Issei took a glance at her. "Hold on, boss-san. I'll call you back." Issei hung up the phone. Marie slid back down against the tree again. Issei followed. I'm a failure." Issei quietly listened to Marie's words. Before I came here, I was considered the pride of the Round Cathedral. I was revered throughout France as a professional exorcist. My ability to wield Excalibur naturally ... and my skill was praised. I was considered important." Marie began to spill her heart out. She spoke in a quiet and soft voice with her head in her knees. Issei said nothing, but silently processed the information she gave to him. He held his right eye closed unconsciously. "But ever since Genesis came to be ... the church lost faith in me. Did you happen to hear about that bombing in France a couple years ago?" Issei nodded. "That's right. There was a bombing that he remembered hearing about in France. It was a church. That was a designated attack. It is still not understood how Genesis accomplished such a thing. The explosion had been caused by a sacred gear user who blew himself up using his sacred gear. The higher-ups still do not understand how they obtained a sacred gear user that could do that. It was as if he was enhanced by something. And more than that, they didn't understand why they launched an attack right after the explosion. But the place they attacked, it was said that there were holy beings in attendance that day. That was suspected to be their target for reasons not revealed to anyone. But the point is, I was in attendance during that day as well. The day that Genesis attacked, I was there. I was ordered to defend the church base that had been attacked. Over half of the church was already gone from the explosion, and we were meant to defend the last of it. But," she paused for a long while. Issei waited patiently for her to speak again. "At that time, I couldn't handle it." Her body began shaking. "I couldn't handle ... the sight of the charred remains ... of the children of the church spread all across the ground. I couldn't handle ... the sight of a burnt child crawling with the last of his life, begging for help." Gradually, her body shook even more and more violently. "Before that sight, I could do nothing but lament ... with the body of a child in my arms. And because of my incompetence, the enemy escaped. After that, Genesis continued with their operations. They kidnapped people, converted them forcibly, and killed those who would never join. Time and time again, they would leave a trail of bodies in their path, and I could not stop them despite being considered France's top exorcist. The higher-ups began to lose faith in me. I would fail to capture them every time. At some point, they didn't believe I could do it, and they removed me from the case. That's when I vowed to them that I would bring down the organization. And if I couldn't, then they would take my Excalibur from me. It was the best bargaining tool I had, but truthfully, they would have taken it from me anyway at some point. But now I've failed, and that's why I don't want to go home." Her hands gripped tightly onto her forearms. "Because I know that the moment I return home, I will have truly failed, and they will take my Excalibur from me. I will have nothing left. But somehow, even more than that ... to leave this place, I will." Issei waited for what felt like 10 minutes for her to speak again. But, in truth, it was only worth a few moments. "I was never an amazing exorcist. I was just lucky that I was born with the ability to wield Excalibur. I was always not good enough in the field. I was always someone who couldn't handle the pressure. And in the end, I would always jeopardize the mission for the sake of others." Genesis was just the first case to make that flaw so obvious. It was only a matter of time before I was treated as I should be. Another lingering silence. Then, she continued, "You know, at that time, at the factory, you said ... that he wasn't listening. And droplets of water dripped onto the blades of grass between Marie's legs. She had begun crying. "At that time, there was nothing I could say to you. I couldn't deny it. At that time, inside of the forest, I saw my life flash before my eyes. In the slow moments of the bullet reaching me, I called out ... for my father to save me. But the last thing I remember calling out to in my mind ... was the person that ended up saving me instead." She curled up even further as her body quaked violently. Her tears fell onto the ground freely. "Someone like me, someone who doubted her Lord, someone who can't fulfill her duties, someone who can't uphold her mission, someone who can't bear the sight of tragedy, someone weak like me. I have no right to bear the Excalibur. I have no right to fight for the church. I have no right to call you my partner. I have no right to have these developing feelings. I am nothing but a failure. A long, deafening silence sat in the air for what the two perceived as hours. Yet, it was truly only mere moments apart. Don't give me that bullshit. Marie's quivering suddenly ceased. She froze completely. She slowly lifted her head a few centimeters, and her eyes moved on to Issei. He was glaring at her with an expression of anger, but there was a comforting light in his eyes, leaving that sort of a task all up to a teenager. Those shitty geezers of higher-ups are nothing but spineless cowards who can't do shit themselves. They had no choice but to use talent like yours to fulfill their purpose. A failure. Despite your talent, you're a failure. A failure for what? A failure for having emotions. A failure for feeling empathy. A failure for being too kind. They blame you for having all these traits, but they don't acknowledge you for having the talents you have. A failure. A failure for what? Marie could only stare at him in silence as he spoke with a burning passion. A failure for living. A failure for being you. Those shitbags. There's one thing they could never understand. One thing that makes you so much greater than them. Her eyes slowly began to widen the more and more he spoke. They deemed you a failure because they didn't understand that there was nothing wrong with you. They placed their idea of faults over you and let you run off with it on your back. But let me tell you this, you aren't a failure. You are my partner, and I will always come to help you. Even if that church or even God himself fucking abandon you, I won't. Because I'm your partner, and because I understand one thing all of those shitheads don't. His eyes burned straight through her and she felt a powerful pulse in her heart. There's nothing wrong with being human. At that moment, it felt like a glimmer of hope was lit in Marie's eyes. But that light was something that seemed it was being reflected off of her eyes. The comforting light that emanated from Issei's image before her. Clang! Marie's sword made a soft sound as it was moved aside from her thigh. Marie, Issei called out to her, but she did not answer. She only sat up and inched herself closer to Issei. Hey, she lightly placed her hands against his chest and brought her body closer to his. And the distance between their faces decreased substantially. Until, finally, chew. Their lips met. Marie's lips were soft and gentle. Only subtle movements were made. Her hands only softly caressed his chest. Their lips made small noises on contact, but the entire rest of the world around them was silent. Soon enough, their lips parted. Chew. Hey, Issei had no words. Anything he did say was completely soundless, and all he could do was mouth it. And for the first time in what felt like years, Issei's face had a redness to it. Marie laid her head on Issei's chest. Issei tried peering down to Marie's face with a mid-shocked expression, but she merely kept her head against his chest with a soft blush and a gentle expression. I want to go home. It took Issei a minute to process it. Why yeah, right. He pulled out his mobile phone and called his aunt. Bus in. Why yeah, we're fine. Yeah, I'll explain it there. Yeah, we're on our way. As Issei's short conversation continued, Marie snuggled her head further in and closed her eyes gently. All right then, would you mind explaining a bit, Issei-kun? Satoshi asked Issei frankly. The Ikawa family was gathered around the kotatsu in the living room. On one side was Satoshi, Akane, and Maki in between them. On the other side were the two that just returned home, Issei and Marie. Issei started. I'm afraid that Marie doesn't have a place to stay anymore. The family glanced at each other in uncertainty. Akane spoke next. No place to stay. If I recall, you were living at the Catholic school not too far from here, Marie-chan. Marie nodded meekly. She was avoiding eye contact with Issei's family out of shame. Satoshi added. So, you're saying they kicked her out? Yeah, that's essentially right. The family became shocked at the announcement. Akane covered her mouth in shock. Why would they ever do such a thing? Issei averted his gaze and shut his right eye. Satoshi caught on to that detail. Ever since a few months ago, Issei had developed some sort of tic. Whenever he became agitated, nervous, or thought of something that affected him deeply, his eye would always twitch or shut entirely. It happened once when Satoshi had taken him to visit his parents' graves. Issei's eye was tightly shut the entire day. That means that this was something that was irking for Issei to speak about. And just as Satoshi suspected, Issei began in a lower tone that sounded like it held a tinge of disgust in it. Well, Marie has a certain job in the church. A very special job. That job is something that is very closely observed and upheld. The church believes that if one isn't fulfilling their job in that position, then there should be no second chances and they should be stripped of that right immediately. Oh my, what a harsh system. Akane couldn't help but comment. Issei continued. It only really happens when it pertains to that job specifically. Unfortunately, the higher church members have begun to lose faith in Marie's abilities. They believe that she has not been fulfilling her duties properly, and for that reason, they have ordered her to return home to France. Oh no, Akane covered her mouth with a bit of a sad expression. Maki showed an extremely displeased expression, mixed with worry. Meanwhile, Satoshi continued listening intently, analyzing every part of Issei in a calm manner. The problem is, Marie doesn't want to return home to France. She wanted to keep trying and fulfill her duties. But the church doesn't accept no as an answer. Because of her denial, they have stripped her of her resources. Which means that no other church will take her in, based on the orders given to them by her cathedral. And they won't send her anything as support. So she's left on her own. This is a method meant to drive her back home forcefully. Akane clasped her mouth tighter in complete shock. I can't believe it. But that's cruel. Satoshi. Akane turned to her husband for his opinion. Satoshi held his gaze on Issei. He analyzed all of Issei's movements and words carefully. Issei's expression held a quiet but burning passion. His eyes were filled with the light of a certain determination to do something, as if he held a fire in them. His right eye was no longer shut. Instead, his intense gaze burned through Satoshi's soul. Was his eye an indicator of lying or telling the truth? No, not necessarily. That was something that could only be decided by the context of the conversation. Because there were times when Issei would tell Maki a white lie in order to make her feel better, and there were times when he would speak of something personal and real, but both times his eye would be closed. It only shuts if it's something that truly affects him in some way. That's the one certain criteria that remains the same all throughout any situation. So, in this case, his eye being open would simply mean that he's not willing to back down. Papa, we're helping her, right? We're going to help her, right? We can't just leave her alone. We're helping her, right? Right? Maki tugged at her father's sleeve incessantly, holding an expression of deep concern. Satoshi ignored it and instead switched his gaze to Marie. He began to closely analyze her as well. Marie was sitting in the Japanese Seizen-style position. She would usually sit in a different position when she came to visit because she wasn't native to the country, and the family didn't really mind, but this time, she wasn't. The reason she is in that position is precisely because she feels vulnerable and wants to show the family the utmost respect. She is averting her gaze and shifting in her spot constantly. The hands in her lap are constantly fidgeting and she always keeps her eyes down to the ground somewhere. Her expression was one of shame, as if she felt embarrassed that this was happening. Her white attire had light green stains on them in certain places. Her coat laying beside her had dark spots that looked like dirt marks. Her hair was also mostly fixed, but he could easily take notice of the stray hairs everywhere, indicating that she hasn't groomed it in a few hours. Even if she and Issei were outside all day, that sort of subtle, unkempt look doesn't happen from just walking around. In the final detail, Marie had a sad smile on her face. Satoshi leaned back and sighed. Well, I'll have to adjust finances a bit, but there's no problem in taking in another person. But this means no more expensive shopping trips for your mother to buy new kitchen appliances all the time. Oh well, sacrifices have to be made. Marie's eyes slowly widened at those oaths. Why is it that my expenses have to be shortened? What about your fishing trips, honey? That is something that is enjoyed by myself, Maki, and Issei-kun together. It doesn't just affect me. It's simple logic. Also, you don't need new appliances every month. We can keep a fridge for more than 2 years, you know. Bibi, but they're releasing a new crock pot next month. It has a second compartment. For what? More rice. You are wasting our money. Even though the married couple was arguing, the family collectively began laughing together. Realizing the outcome, Marie had tears building in her eyes. I swear I will do everything I can to help you all. I swear I'll do anything. I'll do any chores you want me to. I'll go anywhere you want me to. I won't ever cause you any trouble. I swear on my life. Marie declared that wholeheartedly while placing a hand over chest. The family smiled in response, and Satoshi nodded. Welcome home, Marie. At that point, tears began falling freely from Marie's eyes. Maki quickly scurried around the kotatsu and gave Marie a bear hug. Marie one-san is staying. Marie hugged her back tightly. Issei smiled and leaned back onto his arms. Unbeknownst to anyone else, he let out a silent sigh of relief. All except for Satoshi, who smirked kindly upon noticing it. You are so much kinder than you think, Issei-kun. Life. From that moment onward, Issei's life began moving forward like a dream. As the months passed, many events moved quickly by and became joyful memories. Despite all of the darkness that shadowed it before, despite the cult that they had vowed to stop, Issei's life was like a beautiful, fleeting dream. Marie sighed lightly as she stared up at the ceiling in silence. Maki lay beside her, turned away from her, seemingly sleeping. It was the same night that Marie began living in the Aikawa household. Marie couldn't sleep. She couldn't stop thinking about a certain person. With what felt like a certain sense of longing, she held her hand softly over her heart. Issei, Marie one-san, are you sleeping? Maki whispered from beside Marie. Marie shook off her thoughts. Maki-chan, no, I'm afraid I can't. Me neither. I can't sleep well without my nyai. I see. Marie sighed to herself again. What was this feeling of melancholy, she wondered. But before she could continue questioning it, Maki suddenly sat up. Maki-chan, let's go. Maki started sliding out of bed. Wait, what? Go. Where? Maki-chan. Maki hopped off the bed and smiled back at her. To Nyai's room, of course. Without waiting for a response, Maki pulled Marie out of bed and towards the door. She opened her door and peeked out. No one was there, all the lights were off. She pulled Marie forward as they snuck to Issei's door. She opened it silently and peeked inside. Issei was sleeping. She whispered back to Marie. Come on, let's go. Wait, Maki-chan. Maki pulled them in and shut the door quietly. Then, she quickly walked over to Issei's bed and crawled onto his left side, against the wall. Marie fidgeted in place nervously. Though it wasn't her first time in Issei's room, she felt embarrassed in this context. Just like I thought, Maki whispered from her spot next to Issei. Marie realized it as she gazed at his sleeping form. Shift. Issei's body was visibly shaking as he slept, and the breathing through his nose was ragged. He was having a night terror. Nyai always has nightmares if I'm not here. Sometimes, I don't know how to stop it. Maki laid down facing Issei and gently held onto his hands that were gripping his bed sheets tightly. His shaking lessened to a degree. Come on, Marie-chan. Hey? Maki signaled for Marie to join her, but Marie hesitated. She looked down at Issei's form, and for some reason, she felt a tightness in her chest. Then, excusez-moi. Marie crawled onto the bed and laid down facing Issei's backside. His body was still shaking. For some reason, she felt compelled to put her arms slowly around his waist and hold him gently. Slide. Just as she did that, Issei's quaking visibly ceased. He stopped. Good job, One-san. It looks like you're just like me. A soft expression gradually grew on Marie's face. She gently placed her head against Issei's back. Yes. Hey? Issei woke up confused the next morning, along with two girls inexplicably wrapped around him. All right, boss-in. We're heading out. Issei announced that loudly from near the entrance of the house. Issei and Marie were about to head out of the house to go on their routinely patrols. Akane called out from her usual spot in the kitchen. Tell have fun on your date. Issei sighed as they stopped in front of the door. I already said it's not a date, boss-in. Marie-chan, have fun on your date. Yes, auntie. Don't encourage her. Then, Maki suddenly popped her head out from the entrance to the living room. What? No fair. I want a date with Nyai. Marie giggled and walked to pet Maki's head. Oh, Maki-chan. Maybe when you get older you can. For now, dates are for the adults. Maki puffed her cheeks in frustration. No, I also want a date. If Marie-One-san gets one, then I will get one too. Even if I must battle for it. Marie was taken aback by her response, but she soon smiled in a way Issei had never seen before. Almost like a battle-ready smile. An aura of intensity then surrounded the two girls. It seems that we have now become rivals, haven't we, Maki-chan? Yes, that's right. I see. Well then, may the best lady win. Agreed. The girls shook hands with competitive smiles on their faces. Sparks flew between their eyes and intense fires blazed behind their figures. The war had officially begun. What the fuck are you two doing? Alright, next phrase. Ugh. Issei grimaced as Marie moved on to the next line on the paper. Issei was sitting and writing at his desk, while Marie sat beside him with papers in her hands. She was currently teaching Issei French. Ugh, I fucking get it already. I don't need you to teach me phrase by phrase. Yeah right. There's no way you can get this beautiful language of mine so easy. It is the language of love. It is not so easy to understand. I thought the language of love was Spanish. That is the language of romance. Also, that one is next. By the way, ugh, stoop. I don't need it anymore. I get it already. Oh yeah, then what does this phrase say? The French Revolution was a period of far-reaching social and political upheaval in France and its colonies that lasted from 1789 until 1799. Blah blah, I get it. It's the textbook definition. I got this the first day you taught me. Next language. This is my life. Issei sighed. He was waiting alone, outside of a movie theater, on a cold winter's day. He was dressed in a red jacket, black sweatpants, his usual black shoes and some gloves. Though, he had his hands in his pockets. Ekaliye. He heard a voice approaching from afar, to his left. He glanced and saw the person he was waiting for. There you fucking are. Marie was running towards him happily while waving her arm in the air. She was wearing a nice brown jacket, red plaid skirt, black leggings, and brown boots. She also had pink gloves on her hands and pink earmuffs on her head. It went without saying that as she started living with the Ikawa family she finally wore normal clothes. You're late. She finally came to a stop in front of Issei while trying to catch her breath. She was quite the fit girl, so Issei found it odd that she was out of breath just from that. In truth, it was actually because she was nervous. Sorry for being late, partner. She saluted him and smiled. Issei clicked his tongue. That's because it was taking all of his willpower not to smile. Somehow, that signature action of hers had become his weakness, though he would never admit it. I can't believe I was late to our first date. I'm sorry, Issei. This ain't a date. I'm just taking you out 'cause it's your birthday, and if I didn't, Boss-san would have my ass. It's a date. It's not a date. Date. No date. Nuo. Marie puffed her cheeks angrily and gave a cute HMPH. As she turned her head away, Issei fought a smirk. Whatever. Why the hell were you late anyway? Marie awkwardly averted her gaze with a fake smile. That was because we couldn't find my boots. In truth, it was because Akane and Maki were both scrambling and trying extremely hard to find the perfect outfit and accessories for Marie to wear. It was literally a panic room inside of the master bedroom as many outfits were tossed out of the closet. Satoshi quietly ignored it as he read a book and drank coffee with a tossed shirt sitting on his face. HMPH. Whatever. Let's head in. The movie's about to start. Wait for me. Marie clung onto Issei's arm as he walked. Issei caught a whiff of something familiar and sniffed the air. His senses were starting to become anywhere beyond a human's level at this point. Sniff, sniff, are you wearing Ba-san's perfume? What? And no, why you're imagining things. You literally smell like that crazy expensive perfume that Ba-san only uses for seriously important occasions. Are you saying that I smell good? Refusing to admit it, Issei just sighed. Forget it. And Marie wiped her brow in relief. Phew, okay, come on. Let's hurry. We have to go Christmas shopping after this. Christmas shopping isn't till next week. Also, we aren't supposed to go without either Ba-san or Oji-san since they've got to pick up gifts. But this is personal shopping just for us. How the hell are we gonna do that? Marie pulled out a credit card that Akane had given her. Issei grimaced as they entered the theater. Why yeah. Merry Christmas. It was Christmas Eve. The Ikawa family, including Marie, were gathered together in the living room of their home, setting up decorations and making preparations for Christmas. Akane was in the kitchen baking and cooking several dishes and pastries, while Satoshi gave her a hand with everything. Marie and Maki were setting up the tree with decorations together, while Issei handed them the proper ones they asked for. Nai, can you pass me the little angel? Issei brought out an ornament that looked like an angel and handed it to Maki, who then handed it to Marie. The Ikawa family never really had such decorations like Christian imagery, ornaments, or even the small nativity scene set up on the table before. But ever since Marie moved in, they felt it was appropriate to make her feel at home. She tried convincing them otherwise at first, but with their insistence, she complied. And needless to say, it brought sweet smiles to her face whenever they would pick out some religious material. The family was never religious, but this was fine enough for them. It's midnight. Time to put up the star. Akane called out from the kitchen as she removed her oven mittens. The family began to gather around the tree. Here, put it up. Nai. Maki handed Issei the star for the tree. He stood on top of the sofa to place the star at the top of the tree. Careful, eyes-kun. Yeah, I've got it. Issei delicately placed the star on the tree. Okay, light it up. Satoshi connected the cord to the outlet and the tree lit up brilliantly. Woo, yay, Christmas. Marie gazed at the tree dazzlingly while Maki cheered. Marie then smiled at Issei extremely brightly, with sparkles present in her face. Akil, I want to go on a date tomorrow. I just took you out for your birthday like 2 weeks ago. I want a Christmas date. I don't. Eyes-kun, take Marie out for a Christmas date tomorrow. Why do I have to? Eyes-kun. Why yes, Obasama. Issei shot up from his bed with a sharp gasp for air. His body was shaking and sweating profusely. He clutched at his chest and felt his restless heartbeat. Maki and Marie were both sleeping peacefully beside him. He hopped off the bed and quickly ran out of the room. Then he ran downstairs and into the living room. His back crashed onto the couch as he breathed heavily. He forced breath in and out of his nostrils to regulate his breathing. But it wasn't working. Issei, his eyes shot towards the entrance to the living room at the sound of a voice. Marie was standing there in her pink pajamas that matched Maki's blue ones. She walked towards Issei and sat down beside him. Without saying anything, she lifted her hand and held it open. In her palm, she held the necklace she usually wore around her neck. She held it out for Issei to take. But, instead of taking it, grip, Issei placed his hand over Marie's palm and wrapped his hand tightly around hers, with the cross in between their grips. Marie was surprised by his action, but slide. Nevertheless, she intertwined her fingers with Issei's and held firmly onto his hand. Only some few seconds later, his breathing had finally regulated. Marie hummed happily as she churned some chocolate mix inside of a bowl. Akane and Marie were baking cookies and chocolate for the upcoming holiday, Valentine's Day. Issei was still at dojo, so they didn't have much time to finish up Marie's chocolates, which were already baking. What they didn't know was that someone was waiting outside of the front door. Okay. Breathe. Okay. How about, no. Too guilt-trippy. The girl who stood outside of the Ikawa household with a box of homemade chocolates behind her back was none other than Akane Tsubomi. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Okay, let's just, speak from the heart. Ding dong. She rang the doorbell and waited nervously. She heard thumping from behind the door. Then, the voice of a woman she didn't recognize. Kuming. The door opened to reveal a red-haired girl in a pink apron with a chocolate-covered mixer in her hand. There were also chocolate stains on her clothes and on her face. Oh, hello. Tsubomi's posture slumped, and the excitement in her expression slowly faded. Who might you be? One of Maki-chan's friends. Oh, maybe you are the friend of Ekale. Ekale. It is French. But maybe you know him as Issei. Are you here to see him? Because he is at dojo right now. But you can come in and wait for him. We can make cookies together before he comes back. Tsubomi lowered her head sadly. No, it's okay. Just tell him I said hi when he gets home. Are you sure? He should be home soon. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, okay. Tsubomi turned on her heel to leave. Marie only watched her walk away until she reached the gate, then she finally shut the door. Tsubomi sighed sadly as she stepped out of the gate to the yard. Tsubomi. She flinched at the familiar voice. Issei was apparently standing right behind her. Hayaudu. What are you doing here? Oh, she quickly hid the box behind her. Nothing, I was just checking to see if you were home. I stopped by to say hi. That's so. Alright, let's go inside then. And no, it's okay. I actually have to leave now. I only came to give a quick hello is all. You know, since it's Valentine's Day, I just wanted to make sure you plan to give back some gifts to all those girls who got you something today. You know, for White Day, Hayato can be quite forgetful sometimes. Issei raised a suspicious brow at Tsubomi's odd posture. What do you got behind your back there? Hey? And nothing. I don't have anything. Really? Show me your hands. I really have to go now so. Kaya. Issei swiped at Tsubomi's left side, causing her to think he was going to grope her, but that was a feint. He instead reached around her right side and swiped what was in her hands. Chocolates. Hey, give those back. They're mine. Who'd you get them from? Why, you wouldn't know him. No, but you always get rid of the stuff other guys get you on Valentine's. So why keep this one? None of your business. She kept trying to swipe the box from Issei's hands, but he was too tall. For a 13-year-old boy, he was already 170 centimeters tall. So just by holding his hands above his head, it was impossible for her to reach it. Issei then opened the box and ate a chocolate from it. What? Not bad. I'll keep this. Issei stepped into the gate of his house, leaving Tsubomi behind. What? Hey. He held the box up as he waved back to her. Thanks. I'll make sure to get you something for White Day. What? Get back here. I wasn't talking about myself, idiot. Come back. Issei opened the door to his house and took a step in. He spoke without turning. Thanks. Then, he shut the door behind him. Dakun. Tsubomi sighed. That jerk. She looked down to her shoes. A small smile grew on her face. The next day at school. Hayato, tell that red-haired girl who was at your house yesterday that I challenge her. Marie. Why? Just tell her that, from this point forward, I am challenging her. In what? A swimming race. I'm not gonna lie to you, even though you've been practicing for years, I think she'll win. She's kind of a freak. No, not that. Listen, just tell her I challenge her. That's it. Got it. All right. When Issei returned home and told Marie. What? So that woman was a rival in disguise. I see. Very well. I will not lose to anyone besides Maki-chan. And I don't even plan to lose to her either. What the fuck has my life become? Scrub. Issei scrubbed the soap in his hair as he sat in the bath. A tub was full of water and just about ready for him to go in. Maki had wanted to join him, but he said no. When she complained and threatened not to take a bath, he stood his ground against her. She ended up giving up and suddenly going up to Marie for something, whispering something about cooperation. Hopefully, she's just asking Marie to take baths with her from now on. It would make much more sense for them to bathe together. Pat. Issei heard what sounded like feet patting the floor from outside of the sliding door of the bath. Was it just his imagination? Ekil. No, it wasn't. Slide. The sliding door slid open and Marie stood there in a white swimsuit bikini. I have come to wash your back. Thud. Issei fell off of his bath seat in surprise. What the fuck are you doing, Marie? Issei closed his legs and covered his privates with his hands. Maki-chan said that in Japan it is custom to do this skinship with others you care for. Therefore, I have come to give you support in the bath, partner. Marie winked with a peace sign and stuck her tongue out playfully. And Maki's prank of revenge suddenly became clear to him. Are you sure you're not going to burn yourself? I don't know. Issei and Marie were currently standing beside a shallow river with a soft current. Issei had taken off his jacket and was only wearing his usual white muscle shirt. Marie couldn't help but stare at his toned figure. That was surely no body that a 13, almost 14-year-old should have. What? I wasn't looking. And nothing. Just tell me what's next. Issei narrowed his eyes but shrugged it off anyway. Alright, so Dreg says that I should be able to build up a resistance to flames if I train with them. So we're here to test it out. Right, but is that really something you can do? I mean, your skin is still human. Yeah, I had my doubts too. But the times that I was learning to use my fire I somehow never ended up burning myself. Maybe you were just lucky. Well, that's why we're doing tests. Marie frowned. I don't like that idea. What if you get burned bad? Issei shrugged casually. Hey, I probably won't. Even if I do, what's the big deal? I'm already full of scars from other bastards anyway. The fucking one from the arrow is still on my head, under all my hair. I know, but I don't want to see any more on you. Issei raised a brow. Marie was gazing at him with a concerned expression. It felt like she was inspecting his body. He averted his gaze and rubbed his neck awkwardly. All right, well, I'll be careful. Marie nodded. Also, we're never bathing together again. All right, Dreg. How do we do this? Try spawning some flames onto your palm like normal. Then, from there try to gradually spread it onto your hand. We'll see if it burns you or not. All right, here goes. Issei lifted up his right arm and spawned flames in his palm. All right. Issei smiled bitterly at the sound of engulfing. Slowly but surely, he expanded the flame to cover his hand. Oh lord, Marie flinched as she watched it cover Issei's hand. Issei had his eyes tightly shut, waiting for the burn ... but it didn't come. R.W. What is it? Issei tilted his head curiously. It doesn't burn. That's right, it didn't burn. There was only a slight warmth around his hand, but no burn. Oh, interesting. What is it, Dreg? It seems your potential has been further solidified by this event. Surely, if this does not burn you, then you do have high potential indeed. Most interesting. Try covering your entire arm with it. What the? For saying something so shocking you sure sound excited. Well, it has been a long while since I have seen a host with such high potential. The last known host who was able to do such a thing so easily was Belzert, but he was my strongest host in history. Now he's daydreaming. Issei hesitated right before expanding the flame. He swallowed some saliva in his throat. Gulp. With that gulp, he slowly expanded the fire up towards his forearm. Marie held her breath in anticipation. Slowly, the fire began to cover his entire arm, stopping just short of his shoulder. Issei slowly opened his eyes. It doesn't burn. Ho 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 ho. It doesn't burn at all. Issei and Marie smiled as they gazed at the fiery arm. Well done, partner. Now try boosting it. Okay, boost. The flame expanded in size slightly. Marie gasped. It's all right. It doesn't burn, haha. Even though Issei said that, he did feel a subtle heat building up in his arm. It seemed obvious since it was a stronger flame, but the heat felt as if it was possibly getting stronger. It's kinda getting hotter. Dreg. Perhaps you should put this one out, partner. Why? Oh, it kinda burns a little bit. Oh, okay, it burns a bit. The heat had increased. It was definitely starting to burn. Oh shit. The water, Issei. Put it out in the water. Splash. SSSS. Steam rose from the water as Issei dumped his hand in the river. When he eventually pulled it out, the skin was slightly red. As I thought, it seems that you can only withstand flames of yours that are not boosted. In this case, it would be possible to build a resistance to flames at the same level as your own. It must be because of your high potential that it is possible for you to already have a tolerance for your own. Normal flames from a bonfire wouldn't affect you much. Think of it like building a tolerance to poison. We'll try increasing the strength of flames you can naturally handle by having you meditate with your aura around your body. Also, poison resistance is possible as well, but most humans can do that. It will just be faster for you. Wait, slow down. First, how the fuck am I able to handle these flames in the first place? You always talk about my potential, but potential isn't a physical thing. What is it that is actually preventing me from being burned? The simple answer, your aura. Do you remember all those moments I've referenced the influence of the boosted gear and the Sekiryuutei? No shit, you always say it. Yes, well, one of the most key factors of that influence is your aura. The aura of the Sekiryuutei is powerful and alluring. It draws in many existences, powerful and not. Your aura is the physical aspect of yourself, or rather of the Sekiryuutei, that gives you the ability to resist such things. It's also the thing that causes you to surpass human strength. Your aura influences your composition. So in a way, you are physically superior to humans in general. Is that so? Issei looked down to his pants. So now, his shoes were completely drenched along with the bottom of his pants. Well, there goes my good shoes. Splash. Issei heard a splash a couple feet away from him. Marie was frozen in place after jumping into the river without her boots. What are you doing? Playing. She said that with an innocent smile. Let's leave it be. There should be no harm in it. Issei turned his head away and ignored her antics, trying to focus on his abilities instead. Meanwhile, Marie immediately started jumping around in the water. Splash, splash, splash. Yay. Tuhi. Issei would have continued ignoring it, if not for the fact that the legs of his pants were starting to get wet from stray splashes. Oh, hey, cut it out. Oh, sorry. She usually only did that when she was trying to hide a smile. Splash. Issei kicked water at her legs once. Why, hey, he scoffed in amusement. But the moment he turned his back, splash, his entire back was splashed with water. Oh my lord, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for it to be that much. Marie apologized with both hands over her mouth. Issei slowly creaked his body in her direction. He glared at her silently for a few seconds. Neither of them made a sound. Marie's eyes suddenly glanced towards her sword, lying with her equipment next to the river, and then back to Issei. Marie rolled out of the way and caught her sword before a splash could hit her. Splash. She stood with her sword, only to dodge another splash of water at the last second. Splash. When she landed again, she charged up a holy aura within her sword and reared it back. She swung it into the water and released the aura. The splash completely covered Issei. Splash. Marie realized it as Issei stood there with his entire body drenched in water. Boost. Issei said that as he aimed at the ground below Marie. No announcement from his gear was made as he said that. But Marie soon realized it. And with that, a giant splash of water launched upwards into the sky and fell down like rain. Splash. Drip, drip. In the end, the only thing that didn't end up getting wet was Issei's jacket, which was set off to the side. Issei and Marie sat next to a tree with drenched bodies. They had taken off most of their clothes and hung it out to dry on the branch above their head. Issei was sitting in his underwear. Meanwhile, Marie was completely naked except for Issei's jacket that she had wrapped around herself. Are you sure it's alright to use your jacket? You might catch a cold. That's my line. I have the influence of the Sekiryuutei to protect me from the common cold, but you're completely naked and vulnerable. It's better that you use it. Marie was sitting in her signature position of having her knees up against her chest and arms wrapped around her legs. Except this time it was because it was the best way to cover up her magnificent breasts. Is that so? Well, if you get sick, then I will laugh while I am taking care of you. HMPH. You're saying that as if it's a bad thing, but you just admitted that you would take care of me. She averted her gaze with a blush. Shut up. But Marie randomly started laughing. HM. What's so funny? She shook her head. She had a sad smile on her face. It's only at times like these that I realize how terrible I am. Issei frowned and furrowed his brows. These words sounded familiar. What do you mean? Well, she crossed her legs and pulled at her feet with her hands in a bashful manner. She retained the same sad, wide grin. Even though I was supposed to fulfill my duties all this time, here I am doing nothing but experiencing the happiest moments of my life. TCH, shut the hell up. She opened her eyes. Instead of an anger or agitation, Issei held what looked like a smug smirk on his face, but there was an impression of kindness in his expression. I don't want to fucking hear that from the one who turned my daily life into the most annoying joy and happiness I've ever had. What did I even say a few months ago about being human? Were you seriously not listening that day? What a shithead. Despite his seemingly harsh comments, there was no sharp tone in his voice. Marie stared at him silently with a distant gaze. There was a deep blush present on her face. Issei. Her posture loosened a bit, causing the jacket covering her body to slump just a bit. But it was at that moment that Issei accidentally looked down. Whip. Issei's head shot back to the direction in front of him. His eyes were opened wide and his expression implied that he was currently having an existential crisis. What's wrong? She looked off in the direction that he did, but she saw nothing. God. Marie turned back to look at Issei. There was a strong redness on his face. I can see everything. Marie's gaze moved down instinctively. She was open and exposed. KYAAH. For the first time in his life, Issei was jump-scared by the loudest screech from any person he had ever heard. That was so cool. First you hit him with this, then you hit him with that, and then he went down like boom. Marie made different movements mimicking martial arts as she walked alongside of Issei. They were heading home after Issei had a jiu-jitsu class he tried out for. He was easily accepted into the dojo. At this current point in time he was registered in 2 dojos, had 1 private Tai Chi sensei, and studied Taekwondo on his own. He wonders if it will ever overwhelm him. Probably not. He is almost already a Dan rank in judo anyway, so soon he'll have essentially mastered that. You can also count him training in swordsmanship thanks to Marie. Issei stopped in his tracks. Marie stopped beside him. What's wrong? He felt something. They were already in the neighborhoods by this point, so it was one of the houses next to them. The one ahead on the right side. There was an odd presence emanating from it. A familiar one as well. It didn't feel hostile, but he had to investigate. Come on. They stepped towards the house on their right with Issei's command. They stood in front of the yard. He stepped forward. Wait here. No, I'll come with you. No, you can't. You're unarmed. If anything is in there you could get hurt. Just stay here and keep an eye out. If anything happens just run or call out for me. I'll come no matter what, alright. Just stay here. But, Issei put 2 fingers up. 2 minutes. If I'm not back in 2 minutes, look for me inside. Got it? Alright. She nodded meekly. Truthfully, he wished he didn't have to give her that compromise, but he knows his partner well enough to understand that if he didn't she would have ran in after 1 minute. He walked up to the front door of the house. He closed his eyes and listened closely. Nothing, not even a TV. It seemed as if they weren't home. But the door was unlocked. He opened it slowly. His head poked in to see a dim light from one room on the right. Most likely the living room. Sniff, sniff. He smelled something familiar. Blood, but not an obscene amount like that of a heinous crime. Only a moderate amount, like the murder of 1 person at most. Creak. He stepped in. He slowly closed the door as to not let any obvious light from outside penetrate inside. He walked towards the entrance of the living room silently and peered his head in. The room was dimly lit by a lamp. He couldn't see over the couches, but he knew there was something there, because there was an odd smoke or steam being released onto the floor below it. He walked in slowly. No one was around. Not until he walked around to the front of the sofa. On his left, there was a dead lying on the couch. He wasn't brutally murdered, but there seemed to be a hole in his stomach. He was stabbed. No, he was impaled. The hole went straight through him. Other than that, there were no other wounds. It implied that he was killed quickly. But then there was the man on the coffee table. He wasn't just any man. He was releasing some sort of smoke or steam from his body all throughout the floor. That's because he was encased in some crystallized structure. The man was encased in some crystal-like structure. It didn't have a definite shape and simply held his entire body in it. Ice. That would certainly explain the odd smoke coming off the crystal. The only thing that was odd was that the ice wasn't colored. That's why it looked more like a crystal. It was completely clear and devoid of color. It didn't give off the feeling of being cold either. Judging from Ddraig's previous descriptions, this was no regular ice magic. Issei noticed something odd about the man. When he looked closely, there was something odd on his arm that resembled chains. A sacred gear. The judgment chains. Amongst those that are not Longinus, it is a mid to high level gear. Not bad. Not bad at all. Ddraig suddenly explained. It was a sacred gear. Issei looked around the living room. There was a Bible on the coffee table beside the frozen man. In one corner of the room there were light swords and guns. They were cultists. That's right. They were dead cult members. Judging by the fact that they are in a normal residence, this must mean they were brainwashed victims. As Issei thought, they were hiding in plain sight. Issei scratched his head at the details. They were brainwashed cult members. Both men were dead. One of them was encased in some odd ice. The one who had a sacred gear was the one encased. Meanwhile, the other man was just left there. But why? Issei rubbed his chin curiously. He is being preserved. That was the best guess he had. But why would the man need to be preserved? He was already dead. Sure, maybe he had a great sacred gear, but what was the point if he was already dead? But the last and most important question, who did this? Whip. Issei whipped his head around to the love seat behind him, next to the fireplace and lamp. The place where the lamp was letting off a dim light. Sitting in that love seat was a familiar-looking figure with a red suit. Issei jumped back and readied himself. It was the angel from months ago. The angel sat in the love seat calmly, despite appearing out of thin air. He sat with his legs crossed and flipped something in his hand. It was a playing card. The angel flicked his wrist. Whip. The card suddenly landed on top of the crystal structure the man was encased in. Just like the last card Issei received that time before, this one had an odd feeling to it. The card shined a small light and letters appeared on it. They quickly rearranged into Japanese kanji. Issei's gaze shifted back to the angel, but he was gone. Left in his place was a long cane. It was left standing up perfectly on its own. Gulp. Issei nodded his head in acknowledgement. This place was his. It was his territory now. The bodies no longer had anything to do with Issei, now that they were dead. And more than that, Issei's instincts warned him to avoid conflict with the angel unless he wanted to be killed. Tap, tap, tap. Outside of the house, Marie's foot was tapping on the ground incessantly. She was biting her thumb with a worried expression. It was only seconds from being 2 minutes. Just as she was about to move. Dakun. Issei stepped out from the house and quickly walked back over to Marie. What was it? Nothing. He slipped past Marie and continued forward. She quickly caught up to him. No one was home. Really? Yeah. Marie looked back to house silently and nodded her head. Okay. Even if her faith in God was ever tested, there was no one who could say that her faith in her partner was doubted. I can't believe I'm letting you drag me into doing this shit. Issei grimaced as held onto both sides of Marie's blushing face. They were sitting together on his bed, still in their pajamas. The backstory is that, just a few days ago, Issei inexplicably earned the right to kiss Marie. He wasn't sure what that meant when she announced it in the middle of dinner with everyone, but either way, it caused him trouble. In the end, Issei ignored it and thought nothing of it. Ever since that day, Marie had been practically pestering him about subjects related to kissing. Whenever she would read a book, it would be about kissing techniques. Whenever she watched a show or a movie, she would watch ones with kissing scenes in them. Whenever they passed by a couple who was kissing, she pointed them out and halted their patrols to witness it. Whenever Issei would ask how her day was, she would always find a way to start it out with something about lips, lipstick, kissing, lip balm, etc. At some point, she would just wake up and tell Issei she had a dream about kissing someone. At that point, Issei was practically infuriated. He doesn't know why, but hearing about a dream where she kissed someone happened to be the last straw in setting him off. Possibly because it disgusted him. And now, they were both about to practice kissing each other. Are you sure this is all right? Issei asked Marie with uncertainty. Marie nodded in confirmation. Yes. You wouldn't rather have practiced it with someone else. She shook her head. Issei worried about what she was about to say with a confused face before. He gave a heavy sigh. Okay, in that case. Issei brought his face in a bit closer. Excuse me. And their lips touched. Chew. Issei felt the same sensation he had felt once before. A soft, almost pillowy, smooth texture. He felt an odd sense of satisfaction from the contact, as if he was accomplishing something grand. It compelled him to continue for what felt like minutes. But the longer it drew on, the more Issei felt like he had to move in further. Until finally, he slid his tongue out of his mouth. Why? Issei's tongue slid into Marie's mouth and touched the inside of her cheeks. His tongue slid on top of her own. They were French kissing. Grip. But he was suddenly pushed away. A light trail of saliva parted with their lips. What? Tongue. Marie buried her entire blood-red-colored head into the pillow, with her bottom left hanging up in the air. It sounded like she was yelling against the fabric of the pillow since she was releasing muffled sounds, though Issei, frankly, had no idea what she was saying. Sorry. I don't know why I did that. I thought that would be okay. SSS suddenly doing that. And I'm in my heart. I need to prepare my heart. Right. Pop, pop, pop. A group of people popped their confetti poppers as they cheered in unison. The Ikawa residents were gathered at a table sorted with an ensemble of food. It was inside of Issei Sensei's dojo. Almost the entire dojo's classes were gathered at separate tables. Narutobi and Tsubomi's families were also gathered. They were all currently celebrating Issei's birthday. Why in the dojo? Because Kiritsugu insisted. Why are so many people gathered? Because Kiritsugu is too proud of his best student. Why is Kiritsugu cheering while crying at the same time? Well, I am truly proud as a master. Kiritsugu-san, you are crying again. Of course I am. My 14-year-old disciple has surpassed me in almost every way. Even though I am teaching him, he has already surpassed me and will surely gain his Dan ranking in no time. Satoshi, maybe you should take his drink away. No, leave him this way. It will be better for him. The one who suffers. I love you. Hayato Issei, age 14. Marie, age 16. 1 year since Marie became a resident of the Ikawa household. 2.5 years since Issei and Marie's first meeting. Alright, next door. Yay, next door. Maki cheered as she, Issei, and Marie exited a store. It was a cloudy morning. The three of them were currently on a shopping run for Satoshi's birthday. They had just finished buying all of the decorations. Now, what was next was for Issei to go into the next store alone and come out with the wrapped presents to take back home. It was great that the store could gift wrap certain items purchased within. Other items that couldn't be wrapped would just be placed in a black bag to conceal them. Why was he going alone? Well, unfortunately, Maki has a big mouth and can't keep secrets very well. The trio were walking beside each other through the mall plaza, with Maki skipping in front of them by just a couple steps. Hey, Issei glanced to Marie who had called him out. Are you okay? She was looking at him with a worried expression. That's right. Just before Issei and Maki's birthdays, it was the anniversary of the Hayato's deaths. That day, Issei had visited the grave with his family. He was the one who stayed behind the longest. Marie had asked him permission to give a prayer. He agreed. They spent a few minutes there together. After that, they returned home and prepared for Maki's birthday. Issei looked towards Maki in front of him. He smiled sweetly. Yeah, I'm alright. Besides, Oyaji, my pops always liked rainy days better anyway. Marie nodded with a satisfied smile. The group then stopped in front of a certain store. Alright, Maki, wait out here with Marie. I'll be back real quick. Hi. Issei stepped into the store as Maki and Marie waited patiently outside for him. There was a short silence before the girl suddenly became serious. So what is your progress, Maki-chan? Maki smirked confidently. Nai has already promised to marry me when we get older. BFFD. Marie covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, causing Maki to puff her cheeks angrily. What? He said it. Oh, Maki-chan, sweet Maki-chan. Moo. Fine then. What about your progress, One-chan? Marie laughed and then gave Maki a confident smirk. She puffed her chest up with pride. We have already kissed twice. It was actually 3 times. Why? Maki jumped back in shock. And no, that's impossible. Marie smiled fiercely at Maki. Maki fell to her knees in distress. No, this can't be. Mother, mature girls ... are just too strong. Marie's smile slowly faded as she felt a gaze locked onto her. She looked around the plaza suspiciously. What's wrong, One-chan? Marie kept looking around until her eyes landed on a man across the plaza. A man in a coat. He seemed familiar, but the thing around his neck was what caught her eye. A bone cross. Maki-chan, go inside and find Issei. I'll be back soon. What? Where are you going? Just find Issei. Why? One-chan. Marie took chase. She began to discreetly follow the man. The man walked at an odd pace, as if he didn't know he was being followed, but was still nervous about something. Marie followed the man as he exited the plaza. She hesitated on whether she should follow him farther or not. She was armed. She had her sword wrapped in a white sheath on her back. She always carried it around when she was with Maki, just in case something happened, despite the weird looks it garnered. He's going somewhere unpopulated. Marie took note of his path and realized that fact. She narrowed her eyes. There was no one else with him. He was all alone. Okay. She nodded her head firmly as she continued following. If she ended up being led somewhere too conspicuous, she'll stop following. If other people ended up meeting with him, she'll stop. If an ambush takes place with his allies, she won't fight, she'll flee. Even if she knows she can win, she would rather not take the chance. She was much too happy with her life now. She didn't want to die. Then, suddenly, the man started running. Why? He's running. Should I stop here? No, wait. The man was running after someone else. Someone who was running away from him. A blonde man. He's chasing someone. Marie did not hesitate in chasing after them. The man who was being chased ran straight into the familiar forest while bringing something out of his pocket. The man chasing him followed him straight in without hesitation and pulled something out as well. Marie jumped and took to the tree line to follow them both. He's losing him. The man who was being chased lost his pursuer. The pursuer came to a stop and frantically looked around for the man, but could not find him. Seeing her opportunity, Marie jumped from the tree line and landed behind him. That's far enough. The man froze. That voice. Ho 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 ho. How unfortunate. That really is bad luck. The man turned and pulled off the scarf off of his face. Phew. It was the last remaining leader of the Japanese Genesis division. Heh. It has been many months since last we met, hasn't it? Where is your partner? Was there a falling out? Perhaps not. I assume you might have been just with him. To believe that we have met just by mere chance, how unfortunate indeed. I did not realize that the leader himself would handle the dirty work as well. HMPH. Well, thanks to that partner of yours consuming almost half of all our forces, we were unfortunately underhanded in terms of experienced members. I had to take a few matters into my own hands. That man I was pursuing, he is quite important for our next operation, you see. We do want to recreate that little incident that happened in France, after all. Marie widened her eyes in shock. The bombing. Yes, that's right. That man is an important piece to that. So I'm afraid I can't have you interfering with my pursuit of him. I will surely find you after this. The leader smirked. Marie unsheathed her sword and pointed it at him. Heathen, as the blade of Rowan, I shall cut you down from where you stand. In the name of the Lord, I shall deliver you judgment. HM. For some unknown reason, the leader began to laugh in amusement. HM. Hey ha ha. Marie eyed the environment suspiciously. No one was coming to his aid. He was truly alone. Yet he laughed. Truly unfortunate. To believe that I am alone right now. It is terrible. It seems I have no choice then. I'll tell you something, little girl. Did you know that as a leader I am a complete failure? The man took off his fedora and let it fall to the ground. He tossed aside the light gun he had hidden behind his back, presumably the one he pulled out while chasing the man, and reached into his back pocket to take something else out. That's right, you may find it hard to believe, but it's true. I am a failure of a leader. I am much too impulsive and uncalculated compared to my partner from the past. He was more cautious. I tend to be more aggressive, despite giving off the impression of being the same as him. It's precisely the reason he wore those seals around his body to conceal his presence despite not truly requiring it. He was just that cautious. The fact that he was the one that ended up dying, how unfortunate. A leader brought a jewel. A small purple jewel that was shaped like an egg. He crushed it in his hand, turning the jewel into nothing but shards. This was something that was meant to be saved for the user, but it seems he is no longer within our grasp. Besides, once we obtain that man, we will be able to complete the process necessary for our little operation. This will no longer be needed. But, truthfully, I'm just doing this because I am infuriated with your existence. I simply want to kill you. At that moment, the broken shards of the jewel began to shine brightly. Then, something with a long odd shape began to coil around the man's hand. The only reason any of this will be possible will be because of allies in that shadowy organization. They were the ones who provided us with this item in the first place, so that we could enhance the gear user back in France. But just like him, I am human. So, of course, after using this, I will not have long to live. But that is fine. We'll be able to conduct this operation in a very short amount of time. And doing this was self-fulfillment anyway. I told you I was a bad leader, didn't I? You, as we thought, you did have someone on the outside assisting you with that attack. Something bigger. That's right. So much bigger than Genesis. Though, Genesis is nothing much at this point. Did you know? The main sect in the Ukraine has already been dismantled. We, in Japan, are all that is left. That is why this is our last-ditch effort. If for you bastards can deliver us judgment, we shall deliver our judgment unto you. The black form that coiled around his hand began to stretch and move. It began sliding up his arm. What is that? The leader's smile then stretched into one of pure madness. Despite being purely human, he began to release what looked like a pitch-black aura around his body. This is a gift from our assistants on the outside. Would you like to know their name? A black form coiled around his neck and glowed in a dark purple light. Its form resembled that of a snake. Chaos Brigade. Man, fuck this line. HM. Issei turned to see Maki behind him in the store. Hey, Maki, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see his stuff. His expression immediately shifted when he didn't see Marie. Where's Marie? She ran off somewhere. She just told me to come find you. Issei took out his phone and handed it to Maki. Maki, don't leave the store. Stay here and call Satoshi to pick you up. Wait till he gets here. I'll get back with Marie later. Even if we don't come back before the morning, don't come looking for us. We'll be okay. I love you. He kissed Maki on the forehead and ran off. Wait, no. He ran out from the store and looked around frantically. Where is she? Can you sense her? Dreg. Let me focus. Try clearing your mind. Yes. She is directly west of here. Issei bolted out from the plaza and immediately headed west. Directly west? Could she be in that place like usual? Perhaps so. She may have lured an enemy into that place herself. Or they may have lured her. It is the closest and most optimal place for confrontation. Issei caught view of the forest as he boosted his speed. He didn't care to listen to the honking cars or annoyed people he whipped past. What? Partner, there is something there with her. No, this cannot be. This is not something that is likely. Even so, it is much too small. Then, a small fragment. Go into the forest, partner. That is all you must do for now. Issei jumped straight into the forest with no regard or being seen. He ran straight through until he saw a small explosion of light. Boom! He slid to a stop. What? D-drag. That's not the direction you directed me to. That isn't the direction that anything was located in. Something was just relocated to that place. In other words, something was just sent there. It is her signature. Issei shot straight to his left where the explosion had originated from. He could feel someone getting further away. Slowly, there was a presence that was beginning to fade off into the distance. But he didn't care, because that wasn't where she was at. He continued running until he heard the sound of a gentle stream. The river. He looked around the area. Issei looked to the left. In the distance, across the river, he could see a large tree. There were other trees blocking his view of it, but it was big enough to see. Much larger than the other trees. He and Marie had been there before. They talked about its size being comparable to the width of a truck. He could see a blood trail on one side of the tree. Then, Issei's body launched itself forward with ferocity he had never shown before. He easily landed on the other side of the river and was almost halfway to the large tree. He ran towards it with no hesitation. When he finally caught view of it, came. Marie was lying up against it with a blotch of blood around her stomach. Blood was leaking from the sides of her mouth. She smiled sweetly at him. I called for you. Tear. Issei immediately removed his jacket and tore off a piece of his shirt. Despite the scene, his expression was uncharacteristically calm. It's all right. It isn't that old of a wound. You haven't lost too much blood yet. D-drag. What's my top running speed? Issei wrapped the shirt piece around her stomach and put his jacket up against it. Hold it here. Sei. Issei spawned some fire on his hand, continuing to ignore anything else. He decreased the size until it was only around 2 of his fingers. He then removed the jacket from her belly. I'm going to cauterize it. It's gonna hurt a bit, but at least it will stop the bleeding. Partner, look at the wound. Bear with me, Marie. We'll be home soon. As he was going to burn the wound, Marie grabbed a hold of his hand and pulled it up towards her face. She gently placed it under her cheek, as if trying to feel his warmth. But Issei pulled it away. Not now, Marie. When we get home. Silent tears fell from Marie's eyes. Issei calmly brought his fingers towards the wound. Marie lifted her arm and pulled at something in her chest until it snapped. Issei heard the snapping sound and looked up. When he did, Marie lifted his hand and held it up near her chest. She brought something she held in her hand and laid it into his palm. She squeezed his hand tightly, pressing the item into his palm. Tears freely began to run down her face. Issei held her hand back tightly. It's all right. You can tell me when we get home. He went back to tend the wound, but Marie shook her head vigorously. She gripped onto his hand as tightly as she could. She is calling out for you. Will you ignore her? Issei stopped. He looked back at Marie blankly, in denial. What is it that you want to say, Marie? Marie struggled to speak as tears fell from her eyes. Issei leaned in closer. What is it? Her hand gripped tightly onto his own. Slowly, the corners of her mouth began to stretch a bit. Her expression changed. Her expression was a beautiful, bright, dazzling smile. I'm sorry, partner. With that, her hand slipped out from Issei's grip and fell silently onto the ground. What was left in Issei's palm was a green jeweled necklace. Issei stood up slowly, with his hand still left holding out the necklace. He lifted his face up towards the dark and gray sky. He laughed, and he continued to laugh, until drip. A single drop of rain fell onto his cheek and slowly slid down his face. Drip, drip. Soon enough, more and more raindrops fell from the sky, one by one, until the rain was falling freely from clouds. But the pouring made no sound. There was not a single sound left in the world, only the absolute silence. And the only sound that filled the world were the powerful lamentations of a broken child. The environment around him suddenly started to become distorted. The soil rose from the earth and the trees were ripped from their roots. A green light shimmered out from his levitating body. The green light formed a pillar that rose high and split the sea of clouds above. Through the open space in between the split clouds, the sun was exposed, and its light bathed his form. Through the soft light of the sun, the many faces of that person were shown. As if ascending to the heavens beyond his reach, her very image could be made out in the sunlight above him. Every expression she made, one by one, every memory, all together at once. The people of Nagoya gazed at the light's glory with admiration. A mysterious, beautiful, soft green light that shot into the sky. Yet their minds failed to comprehend the unimaginable sorrow that was the catalyst for such a light to be. The boy's floating form began to take on a new shape. A soft, red blanket slowly covered his body, his arms, his legs, his torso, his head, until his entire body was blanketed in a warm shape. His never-ending cries continuously echoed into the silent sky, into the silent world, never to be heard by anyone but himself. as if the only one who could hear it was the one the cries were directed to, as if the only one who could hear it was God himself. The very last sound that was heard was an announcement released from the form himself. As the final memories of that woman were flashed through his mind, the voice was the last thing heard. The only part of the surrounding area that was left untouched was the body of a peaceful, slumbering girl. In other news, an odd phenomenon occurred in a forest in Nagoya. A mysterious green light brightly flashed into the sky and subsequently disappeared in a matter of seconds. Investigators have concluded that this was the result of multiple lightning strikes setting afire to the forest, considering the damage, but as you can imagine, public opinion is still skeptical. Other experts are calling it a phenomenon resembling an aurora, but so far, there is not much more that we know. At the very least, there have been no reported casualties or injuries as of this moment. 20 hours since the complete balance breaker incident. Clang, the sound of something heavy, metallic. It was armor. Clang. In the middle of an empty field of dirt, there stood one tree. One large tree, completely unaffected, aside from some scratches, unlike the surroundings. And lying against it, clang, was a red suit of armor with the body of a sleeping girl in its arms. You can feel them, can't you? Every single one of them. You know exactly where they are now. You can sense every single one of them. Do you hear me, partner? There was a promise you made. We have a job to do. Clang. The red form slowly stood on its feet with the body in its arms. Foom. Large wings extended from its back. As if all of its movements were completely on natural instinct, it bent downward slightly and shot power from the jetpack on his back. With one burst, it shot off into the sky. Foom. The form silently flew through the foggy sky. It flew as if it needed no direction. It knew exactly where to go. Foom. It halted gently. Its form slowly lowered down from the sky. Despite not being visible, the form landed perfectly onto the ground with care. What stood in front of it was a large golden cross, and below the cross rested 13 small graves. Graves of children. Clanged. It slowly lowered to its knees and carefully placed the body of the girl in front of the graves. Its hands caressed the hair on her forehead. In its right claw, there was a golden necklace with a green jewel and a sheathed blade. The form sat silently for a few minutes. Then, it slowly stood. Clang. It brought an item up from its palm. It placed the item around its neck. As if on instinct, the armor deformed and reformed on the placement of the necklace. The necklace softly fell over his clothing and the armor reformed above it. Foom. Its wings extended, and it flew off into the sky. Foom. F-whip. Standing on the rooftop of the academy, there was a tall red figure. A magician. In the hands behind his back, a playing card flipped in his fingers. Jack of Hearts. Genesis. Shiinn. A bright light flashed from a golden, spinning circle. A magic circle. There was a man on his knees beside it. He was frantically holding it together while sweat ran down his forehead. Dune. He froze. Just 5 meters away from him, something heavy landed. A tall, dark, menacing form. When the dust cleared, the first color he saw was red. That is it, partner. The odd pulsing of energy is emanating from magic circles like these. There are 5 of them in total. They are placed in the proper distances to form the shape of a cross. The abandoned church we saw before landing must be the center point and the last stronghold for the cult. Destroy it. Clanged. The form locked forward. The man squealed in fear. Suddenly, the light from the circle began flashing brighter. Partner, that pulsing light. It is arming itself to detonate this entire area. Judging from this power, it will eliminate this small southern region. Most likely a blast radius of 2 kilometers. Destroying them one by one will decrease the blast radius. But the only way to stop anything from happening is to destroy them all completely. The form stopped in front of the man. He shrieked in terror at the imposing form. TP, please don't kill me. They have my family. I have to do this. I don't want to do this. But if I don't, they'll kill my son. Please, have mercy. The man pleaded for his life. His hooded figure was revealed. He was a familiar blonde American man. Partner, if it continues, then his son will most likely die as well. The remaining members of the cult are certainly gathered in that church for a suicide bombing. That is their last gathering. If they truly have his son, then he will die regardless. At this point, you only have minutes left. The form raised its arm into the air. No, please, I don't want to die. He is not stopping the ritual. Do not stop yourself. N-O-O-O-D-O-O-N. The ground broke apart as the man's head was smashed firmly into it. He was killed in an instant. The form rose back up and took to the sky. Foom. The form gazed to the ground below. There was a small abandoned church below with a magic circle pulsing from under it. Separate from it, there were 3 other magic circles properly distanced from it. It created the shape of a cross. The shape was disrupted as the bottom half faded away. There were only 4 left. The form aimed both of its arms towards the magic circles across from each other. Boom! And shot at both of them. Their light slowly faded. There were 2 left. It aimed one of its arms towards the last one separate from the church. It shot it and destroyed it in an instant. The last one was being maintained inside of the church. The form descended to the church below. Inside of the church, there were many people in robes gathered together. Their last moments, praying. Sitting at the altar, there was a man maintaining the magic circle below himself. The one who stood above him with his arms extended outward was the last leader of the cult. There was blood dripping from his ears and his body was pale. But he continued to give his prayer at the altar. The doors to the church flew open as all sound subsequently faded from the world. The light of the sun cast a great shadow of the form standing at the entrance. Its massive shadow cast itself over the entire interior of the church. The last thing that any of them ever saw was the silhouette of a red dragon. The soft humming of a lullaby. It was a Christian lullaby. A brown-haired boy slept peacefully on the lap of a red-haired girl. The girl gently caressed the hair on his head as she continued humming. The sound of soft humming and the soft light from the sun, they both drowned out the reality that had existed previously before. The red form stood still in the middle of a red church. Everything that was considered part of the floor and the walls to the sides were all painted with a beautiful, glistening red. The form panned its head slowly across the room. Its gaze landed on one of the aisles left of it. There were many robes laid out on the floor with lumps under them. Out from under one of them, there were shoes sticking out. Shoes that were a few sizes too small to be similar to the others. Shoes that were too familiar to be like the others. Blue shoes. There is nothing for us here, partner. Let us go. The form slowly turned itself back to the entrance and disappeared from the church into the light of the sun. Home. The Ikawa family was gathered in the living room, sleeping against each other's shoulders. They had fallen asleep waiting for the return of their last two residents. Dakun. The door to the entrance had opened and the father of the family had woken up at the sound. Issei-kun, Marie, he asked as he rubbed his eyes. The rest of the family began to stir in their sleep. Yet he received no response. Instead, he saw a familiar form slip casually by the door frame. Issei-kun. He lifted himself from the couch and hurried to the door frame. His family members soon followed after waking. Ais-kun. Nai. They walked out and stopped in front of the staircase. The boy was already halfway up. He held a sheathed item in his right hand, one that belonged to Marie. Issei-kun. The boy stopped. Where's Marie? There was no response. He continued his way up. Nai. Just as Maki was about to step forward, she was halted by her father. Papa. His gaze was set at the top of the staircase that the boy had disappeared from. Don't go near it. Why? He shook his head. I don't know. The family's gazes remained there silently. Dakun. The door closed behind the boy. His body slowly laid itself down on the bed and turned on its side. The fetal position. It started. Looks like it started. Dreg. Those voices. They are not real, partner. They are hallucinations. You could not have unlocked the Juggernaut drive without balance breaker. Once you had unlocked it, the risk of it appearing was low because of the transformation. The voices themselves only make themselves apparent when the transformation of the drive is taking place. What you hear now is not reality. They are simply nothing more than an extension of your madness. Madness. I can still hear her voice now. Madness ... is no longer something I fear. The boy finally shut his eyes. A soft hand placed itself over his hair, and soft lips touched his head. Hayao Issei, age 14. 2.5 weeks since the destruction of Genesis. 2.5 weeks since the death of Marie Bellerose. Clanged. How is it, Maki-chan? It's good, Mama. The Ikawa household. It was a quiet day inside. The only sounds that were present were the light clanging of utensils and some meager exchanges between family members. For the most part, there wasn't any noise. Most of the family members ate silently. It was not always like this. It did used to be a more lively household. It did used to have a lighter atmosphere. That was when there was a certain presence that kept the mood bright. Maki used to believe that she was just as easily capable of accomplishing such a thing. It was her specialty. Yet somehow, there did not seem to be a substantial amount of light in the home. Ais-kun. Akane called to one of the two children across the table from them, sitting beside Maki. The one who was remaining completely still. The one who would only gaze down at his dinner with dead, empty, hollow eyes. Hayao Issei. You will be entering high school soon. Have you decided which one to attend? It was summertime. Issei's last term of school had ended. His last term as a junior high student. He would now be entering his first year as a high school student. He did not respond to his aunt's question. Would you at least attend the opening ceremony for whichever one you enter? The reason she asked this was because Issei did not attend his own graduation from junior high. In fact, he did not attend his last 2 weeks. He did not leave his home for those 2 weeks. Satoshi ended up having to receive Issei's certificate from the school himself. He has gotten visits from his friends, Narutobi and Tsubomi, but he refused to see them. Again, he did not respond to his aunt's question. You should at least eat, sweetheart. The food on his plate was untouched. They weren't sure when was the last time they had seen him eat. It worried them dearly. If only they had known the truth, that Issei hadn't eaten food in 3 days, they would be infinitely more concerned. At the very least, Issei's body was one that did not seem to be affected at all, despite this fact. Almost as if his body's natural processes were being influenced by something they didn't know of. He remained silent, not answering his aunt's question once again. However, with a small screech of his chair, he stood from his seat and walked away from the dinner table. Back inside, Issei stepped out from the kitchen, past the living area, and stepped out into the hall near the entrance of the house. He began walking up the staircase without hesitation. He did not realize that someone had followed him and was now standing at the bottom of the staircase. Issei-kun. He stopped. The voice of his uncle. I want you to be honest, Issei-kun. He stood completely still at the middle of the staircase. Satoshi asked grimly. Marie-chan, she never returned home, did she? It went dead silent. Not a single sound made throughout the house. Not even the sound of breathing. A deafening silence that only made the subtle screeching in their ears seem even louder and more noticeable than ever before. Issei continued his trek upstairs without making a sound. Unfortunately, that was all the answer Satoshi needed as closed his eyes in grim respect. Papa, he opened his eyes to see his daughter beside him. It seemed like she wanted to head up the stairs. Satoshi sighed and bent down on one knee to look up at her. He held onto her arms gently. Maki, I am. He sighed heavily. There was nothing he could do. I'm sorry for being a failure of a father. Papa, he pet her head softly. I leave it up to you. Maki nodded her head sadly. Satoshi released his grip and Maki slowly made her way up the stairs. Inside of Hayato Issei's room, he was standing at his personal desk with something small in his hands. He looked down on it with his left eye because his right eye was shut. It was a tic he had developed over a year ago, ever since he had lost his eye. For some reason, it had subconsciously become impossible to hold it open whenever something deeply affected him. Whenever something affected his heart. Dakun. He flinched slightly as the door to his room opened. Maki entered and approached him carefully from behind. Nai. He did not make a sound or movement. Maki could very well see the item he held in his palm. A necklace. I love you, Nai. As per what had become usual, he did not respond. Maki's lip quivered just a bit. Slide. Slowly, Issei felt her arms wrap softly around his waist. She laid her head against his back. I cry about her too, sometimes. Issei's right eye twitched, despite being shut. I loved her. She was nice ... and pretty ... and kind ... and smart ... and reliable. I loved my one-san. Issei's right hand gripped onto his desk, while his left hand tightened its hold on the necklace. We were friends ... and rivals ... and partners. Because we both took care of you. Issei's grip on his desk increased substantially at the sound of the word that tortured him. We were family. I loved my one-san. Her grip around his waist tightened as he began shaking. And even though she said we were rivals, even though we were both fighting for Nai, even though I said I wanted to win, Maki's body also began shaking as her grip tightened. Soon enough, Issei felt a wet spot form on the back of his shirt. This isn't how I wanted to win. Crack. Issei's desk cracked under his grip. Droplets of water fell lightly onto the necklace held in his palm. I love you, Nai. And I wasn't the only one. That's why, please live. Please find happiness. For me, for us, for your mama and papa, for that girl. Please live. Crack. A piece of his desk broke off into his palm as his legs gradually lost their strength. His body slowly brought itself down to his knees as Maki maintained her grip. They sat there together on their knees, weeping silently. DXD. Hey, little ones. The sound of crickets rang through the night. Issei stood before a certain grave site with a necklace in hand. 13 small graves with a large golden cross ahead of them. The children from the factory. Only 13 of them, which means that she was not buried alongside of them. Her body was most likely transported back to France. Partner, we have spoken of it before, haven't we? This conversation, it is one we have had many times. Issei's grip on the necklace tightened. Yeah, then you understand. We must go, partner. You have unlocked Balance Breaker. Your family, they are no longer safe. They can no longer be safe. Not so long as you continue to remain with them. That is why you must go. We must go. We can no longer allow our presence to remain near them. Not anymore. Not with this power. There can be no more hiding with this. They will find you. And that is why you told me once, hadn't you? What was it that you said to me? Yeah, I know. Issei squeezed the necklace. Home. A small voice called out from behind him. Hello. Issei turned around. A little white-haired girl with a basket of flowers in her hands. The student from the Catholic school. Who are you, mister? She tilted her head innocently. Issei couldn't help but smile just a bit. He pet her head. Then, he simply walked off without a word. Mister, where are you going? He began to walk off the campus casually, fully capable of eliminating his presence at his current power level. It looks like good people from the church ... are the rare ones. Cruel irony ... but at the very least. He looked back to the gravesite before stopping in front of the wall to the campus. A little girl laid the basket down near the graves and prayed. The children are the only ones you can be sure are good. A memory flashed through Issei's mind. Why Lord, why must it always be the children? He looked up to the night sky silently. Yeah. He hopped over the 3-meter-high wall with little effort. He began his long walk silently towards his home. Partner, what do you plan to do once we've left this place? He slowly placed the necklace around his neck. Hatred, grudge, revenge. Issei had no target for these. The Nightwalker was gone. Zealous was gone. Genesis was gone. He had no sort of direction for pointing any of his possible animosity towards. He had nothing like that left. nor did he care for it, not anymore. But at the very least he know one thing. They will come for him one day. Whoever or whatever they may be, they will come. They may even find him by chance. I will, so be it. If they will find him, then he will face them, alone, just as he should be. But until then, there is a home he must protect. An empty one that will only be inhabited by him. His parents' home. He will wait for them there. They will come, and he will be ready when they do. But at the very least, until then. Live. That's why I want to return home and live on my own from now on. Issei announced it to his family at breakfast the next morning. From the point of entering high school and onward, he plans to return to his hometown of Kyoto and live alone. It went without saying, his family was shocked to hear his news, his aunt displaying her shock and concern through her expression. His uncle was the one with more of an expression of calculation over concern. Meanwhile, his cousin. What? Maki slammed her hands down on the table as she stood in shock. No, I can't go. Why would he go? Issei answered her without breaking his gaze. He and Satoshi were looking right into each other's eyes. I've already told you why, Maki. My home is where my parents are, in Kyoto. That place is my home. They left that house to me either way. It is my home. But, that was for when Nyai was all grown up. For when he becomes an adult. That's why I'm choosing to be independent now. It is my home. I will take care of it from now on my own. Nyai lives here. Nyai's home is here. He has to stay. I will not. Maki's face scrunched up in frustration. Then I will move with Nyai. I will live there with Nyai as well. No, Maki, if you did that, then it would be pointless. I will go there alone. Just the way it should be. Tears began to build up at the sides of Maki's eyes. No, don't say that. Nyai is not meant to be alone. Nyai should be with his family. Nyai should be with those who love him. Nyai should stay home, where he belongs. Issei smiled bitterly. That's my point, Maki. A tear rolled down her face. No. I will not let Nyai be alone. Never. I won't let you go. No matter what. Issei began to feel a pain in his chest. Enough, Maki. Let me talk with Oji-san. I won't let you. I always will be with Nyai. Because we made a promise. Maki, because we both loved you. Me and that girl. We made that promise to each other. So if one of us can't take care of you, then the other will. That's why. Enough. Maki was silenced by his painful shout. Issei held his head down with a shadow cast over his eyes. He never shouted at Maki, only whenever it was something that concerned her safety, a detail Satoshi was well aware of. Maki sat back down into her chair with tears falling from her eyes. After a short while of silence, Issei brought his gaze back up to his uncle. Oji-san, I will be going. You understand it, don't you? Issei stared deeply into Satoshi's eyes. Satoshi could see the many emotions trapped deep within him. Too many that were too complex for him to possibly ever comprehend, even with his intelligence. Emotions that could only be created through experience. There was no way he could understand, not without living it. Whatever events that could have possibly transpired in his life to warrant such eyes, he imagined that they're things he did not see. How, when, what, where, he didn't know. It didn't even matter. Because either way, he would still not be able to understand it. Not without living it. Yes, I understand, Issei-kun. Maki's eyes widened in fear and Akane's nerves tensed. But if I were to let you go this soon, no, I'm afraid I cannot. Why? Issei was taken aback by his uncle's answer. Why? What do you? As you are now, I cannot let it be. Issei became confused. As I am. Satoshi looked deep into Issei's eyes. He could feel his gaze reaching to his very soul. What will happen to you once you are alone? Issei's right eye twitched subtly. What will happen to me? Issei envisioned it. Being alone, no one by his side. It felt familiar, nostalgic almost. Alone in the darkness, not a single place or person to look to. An image came into his mind. A well, being trapped at the bottom of a dark well. He could feel an immense weight holding him down. The only light that peered through was the light at the entrance, much too high to ever reach. Perhaps there was a time when he could reach it. When he could see a certain person waiting up there for him at the entrance, only a short distance away. Yet now, the fall seemed to grow so substantially since then. There didn't seem to be a single person waiting for him out there. In that dark place, there in the nothingness, what would become of him? No light around, no escape. Alone. Issei's body began shivering lightly. Despite fighting against it with all of his willpower, he could not stop it. Even though he knew what he had to do, he could not bear the thought of it. Being alone, not as he was now, because he no longer had any strength left. Not as you are now. Issei smiled bitterly. Even so, it doesn't matter, because no matter what, I won't be staying here anymore. Satoshi narrowed his eyes with a solemn expression. What will it take for us to get you to stay? Nothing. I won't stay. Satoshi shook his head. You misunderstand. What will it take for you to stay just a while longer? Issei raised a brow in confusion. What? Satoshi bore his gaze into Issei's eyes once more. I said it before. As you are now, I cannot let you go. But I can see it in your eyes. I know I cannot stop you. That's why, at the very least, I want for you to stay until there is a point in which you can finally find an answer to my earlier question. Stay until I find an answer. Do you understand, Issei-kun? I'm asking you what it would take to keep you here until you're properly capable of taking care of yourself. As you are now, being alone is the last thing that you need. Issei opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. His subconscious was fighting him. He knew the right decision would be to simply leave as soon as he can, but for some reason his inner conflict caused him to hesitate. A deep-seated fear. Partner, I am afraid to say it, but now that it has been made apparent, I believe he may be right. What? It seems that you are not ready. Your mind is too weak as it is now. Your determination is fickle. You are, in every way that is not physical, too weak. This is not a shocking thing. After what has transpired only less than a month ago, I do not blame you. However, it still seems that you would not be able to withstand the situation of being independent. Not as you are now. I do not know what will happen to you either. Though, if I were to presume, you would most likely fall to madness. How much longer is a while, Oji-san? Maki had a bit of light shine in her eyes. Satoshi placed a hand under his chin. 1 year, I believe. What? Issei yelled out in shock. He had expected a much shorter time span. Well, if I am being honest with you, Issei-kun, then that is around the time I would estimate. I do not want to underestimate you. In fact, for any other person it would take many years to process whatever it is that you have. However, I believe that the very least amount of time you need for yourself would be somewhere around a year. A year ... that is. No, that's impossible. Once again, Maki began to feel fearful. Satoshi held a hand up silently to calm her. What would it take to make it possible? Issei's right eye twitched harshly as he stared down his uncle with a conflicted expression. Issei turned his head away. He could no longer stand to see his Satoshi's somber but comforting gaze. 1 year. Diedreg ... we can't do that ... can we? Well, perhaps. How would we even accomplish it? Perhaps if we were to conceal your presence in a long-term sense. Whenever you conceal your presence, it was always deliberate, but perhaps if we were to make it into habit through daily concealment training. If we were to make it possible to have your presence concealed automatically, without the need for conscious thought, then perhaps it would be possible. Concealing my presence every second of every day. Wouldn't that be too difficult? That is precisely why I say it would be best to do it through habit. If you were to make it a subconscious habit, then perhaps you could walk through anywhere without being noticed, without even having to think for it. But as I said, it would take a great amount of focused training. I don't doubt your skill at all, but it depends on your determination as well. You have the skill, so long as you're determined. I wholeheartedly believe it should be possible. The problem is that this is not a long-term solution. No matter how strong you are, so long as there exists a being stronger, they can find you. Mayhaps not the weaker ones, but the stronger ones most certainly. So, being here for 1 year may be possible indeed. Being here for many years, you would surely be found at some point. So it's possible ... but what if something happens by chance? Genesis was by chance. What if one day I'm not around and something happens? In that case, it would be wisest to take preventive measures. For example, how to prevent the scenario in which you aren't around to protect them. How you would solve that problem. I would have to be around them 24/7, or at least as much as I physically can. Yeah, Ba-san stays home, Maki goes to school, and Oji-san goes to work. They're all split up. Issei had a thought after a few seconds. He looked up to Satoshi. You'll do something to keep me here. Satoshi nodded calmly while Maki nodded vigorously despite not being asked. As much as we can. I'll do anything. Issei hesitated before speaking. In that case, I'd like to be tutored privately at home from now on. I won't be going to public school this year. That puts me with Ba-san every day. That's one. Satoshi nodded. That's fine. You're academically capable enough for something like that. I believe that you can do that. Okay. Then. I also want Maki to be homeschooled from now on as well. That was the request that shocked the parents a bit. Though Maki was completely non-hesitant to agree. I'll do it. Papa, let me do it. Akane questioned softly. Aiz-kun ... to ask that. That is about Maki-chan, not you. Don't you think it's a bit much? Satoshi placed a hand on Akane's shoulder to ease her. He asked seriously. Is it something that's necessary? Issei nodded. It's fine, Papa. I'm okay with it. I don't care about going out to school. If I'm with Nyai, then it doesn't matter. Satoshi placed a hand over his mouth in contemplation. He began to consider Issei's mental state. After a few seconds, he asked sympathetically. You need her here ... with you. Issei nodded hesitantly. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here every day with Nyai. I don't care. After a short minute of contemplation, Satoshi nodded his head. I see. Well ... if it's Issei-kun who is beside her, then I'm sure she'll be able to excel in her studies. So long as you help her. Of course. Satoshi sighed lightly. All right. Anything else? Issei thought silently to himself. I can't do anything about Satoshi's job. That's not something I can interfere with. Well, if Satoshi knew, he would understand. Even though he doesn't. At the very least, if I can protect Ba-san and Maki ... but ... Issei shook his head. Just, whenever you're not working ... stay here at home, with us. Satoshi couldn't help but smile a bit. All right. Issei leaned back into his chair with a sigh. Okay, I'll stay. Just for a while. Satoshi breathed a light sigh of relief. Akane looked a bit troubled. Maki happily embraced Issei. Yes, I'll be with you every day, nai. I'll do everything I can for you, and I'll make sure to convince you to take me with you. Issei smiled bitterly. All right, that's not happening, Maki. He stroked her head softly. D-Drag, what will we do about training the balance breaker? Training will certainly attract attention. Any spikes in your power, let alone even activating the balance breaker, may cause something to come looking for you. However, neglecting your training for balance breaker would be infinitely worse in my own opinion. In that case, the best times to train would most likely be around the same times you did previously in the past. Inconspicuous times at night at a faraway place. The forest you are familiar with will not do. It is too close and is easily pinpointable. Are there any mountain ranges you can find? Yeah, I think I can find them. Yeah, I think I can recreate the feeling. In that case, we will train in the mountains. Find a range far from this place. We will fly there to train on certain nights. That area will be your training place for the balance breaker. Understood. Yes, very well. Then prepare yourself, boy. From today forth you will be training to reach the levels higher than high-class devils and other powerful beings. When you are not training, you will be protecting your family to the best of your ability with your awareness. More than that, you still will be focused training every day so that you may become proficient enough in concealing your presence to the point that it is habit. So even if you are hiding your presence from the world, you will be growing slowly in the shadows. Yeah, I know. 1 year. Only 1 year. How quickly 1 year could pass him, he would see for himself. Home. Hayato Issei, age 16. 1 year since the destruction of Genesis. 1 year since the death of Marie Bellerose. Most of your stuff has already been taken there. Do you have the money I gave you? Yes, I have it, Oji-san. Issei placed an envelope with money into his bag. This was the day he was leaving the Ikawa household. He was ready to depart for Kyoto, his hometown. The majority of his belongings had already been transported to his old house. He only carried a bag with the essentials, including the money he would need for everything. The most important 2 items he carried himself were a long sheathed item wrapped in cloth on his back and a necklace around his neck. The ones who stood before him, together at the entrance of the home, were his family. Not only his family, but his good friends, Narutobi and Tsubomi as well. Narutobi stepped up and placed a hand on his shoulder with a smile. You better make sure to keep in touch, man. I'm not gonna go letting you forget about me anytime soon. You got that? Issei smiled softly. Yeah, Narutobi, his best friend. The timid boy who always wanted to become manlier. The timid boy who succeeded in becoming manlier, even if just a bit. The one who succeeded in gaining confidence and even ended becoming a popular kid. Yet despite his new cliques and reputation, he refused to stop being friends with Hayato Issei, no matter how odd it made him look to hang out with such an intimidating person. Even when he no longer attended school publicly, that only made it seemingly easier for Narutobi to spend time with his self-proclaimed best friend. At the very least, it was no longer self-proclaimed. They brought each other into a hug. I'll see you around, Aniki. Yeah, see you around, Naruto. Haha, shut up. They let each other go and smiled. Narutobi stepped back. Tsubomi was the next to step forward. She placed a finger on Issei's broad chest with a stern expression. You better call me, you got that. I won't have any excuses like oh, I forgot, or anything stupid like that, got it. You can remember your morning exercises, then you can damn well remember to call me in the mornings, right? Yeah, sure. Akane Tsubomi, his best female friend. She had always had a crush on Issei. She made it quite apparent with all of her actions and words. Even though Issei rejected her initially, she did not give up in pursuing him. She continued being friends with him and developing her feelings even further, much to Issei's dismay. In the end, Issei was truly glad to have met her. Her stern expression shifted to a more sullen one. She looked up at him sadly and spoke with an almost pleading tone. Call me, please. I still want to hear your voice. Call me when good things happen ... and when bad things happen. I want to hear about them. And call me whenever you come back to visit. Seriously, call then. I won't forgive you if you don't. I still want to be able to see you. Issei smiled and pet her head. Yeah, I got it. I told you not to treat me like a kid, didn't I? I'm older than you by a couple months. Brett. Despite her comments, she did not resist the head petting at all. Issei ceased his petting. Please, call me whenever. Okay, yeah, same to you. Promise. She held out her pinky. Issei wrapped his own around hers. Yeah, promise. She smiled bitterly. You always forget your promises. Yeah, that's true. That's why I have you around to remember them, right? A tear rolled down her cheek. She wiped it with a smile. Yeah, that's why I'm going to call you until you hate me. Issei smirked smugly. Huh, good luck with that. What? You think I can't do it? I can get on your nerves just by looking at you. What makes you think I can't do it? Huh. Ugh. Why do you have to make everything a competition, Ms. Olympics? What an annoying swim athlete. You're a true gorilla woman. This is coming from the literal gorilla man. Who? Me? No way. I'm nowhere near as hairy as you. Who you calling hairy? You want me to take off my clothes and show it to you? Gross. No way. I've already seen enough from your swim meets. I don't need those nightmares again. Why you? She playfully punched his arm as they both laughed. Issei brought her into a hug. I promise. She smiled sadly and hugged him back. Okay. They separated. Tsubomi returned to her spot next to the family. Within a second, Maki bolted straight into Issei's embrace. Is it really not possible to ask for one last time, to please take me with you? Issei held her gently. I'm sorry, Maki. Her grip on him tightened. Maki, his beloved little cousin, his most precious existence in all of the world. His father was Satoshi's first cousin, which would then genetically make Issei and Satoshi second cousins once removed. This would make his child, Maki, Issei's third cousin. So, in terms of blood relation, the connection was thin. Even so, such a thing did not matter to either of them. She was still Issei's beloved baby cousin. She was still his family, and Issei loved her with all of his heart. That's why he feels now in his heart that this is the best decision. Now he has the strength and determination to be on his own. Because dying alone was not something that scared him anymore, instead the thought brought him peace. Even without him his family would live on, peacefully. That's how it should be. That's how it always should have been. He should have been the only one to die from the start. That's why, now, he'll make sure that if he dies alone. The way it should be. I love you, Maki. I love you more, Nai. I love you most. We will always come to visit you, all the time. Even if I have to walk over there, I will visit you. So please, take care, Nai. Yeah, I know. You too. He stroked her hair gently. I wonder if the day will come. He kissed her head lovingly. When I won't be there to greet you. They let go of each other slowly. They intertwined their fingers and held onto each other's hands. Issei leaned down and Maki lifted herself on her tippy toes a bit. Their noses touched softly. A memory from years ago flashed through Issei's mind. Look, Maki, you see that? Did you know that certain animals give each other kisses by rubbing noses and stuff? It's cute, huh? Nai. I want animal kisses. I want animal kisses. Ahaha, geez, okay. Stop fussing. Their noses rubbed softly against each other. Tears fell freely from Maki's closed eyes. I love you, Nai. A lone tear fell from Issei's right eye. Yeah, I love you too. They finally separated, only letting go of each other's hands when their distance increased beyond arm's length. Maki went to her parents' side. They both smiled at Issei sweetly. Please take care of yourself, Aiz-kun. We love you. Yeah, I know. I love you too, Bossen. We'll visit as soon as we can, alright. Make sure to take care of the house while you're there, yeah buddy. Yeah, I've got it. Thanks, Oji-san. An unfamiliar car arrived in front of the house. A man stepped out from the driver's side. Yo, Satoshi. Long time no see. This your kid? Yeah, that's him. Alright, hop in kid. The man sat back into his car. One of Satoshi's good friends. His family is on their way to visit Kyo as well, so they were willing to take Issei along and drop him off at his home. Issei turned back to his family one last time. Bye, everyone. I love you all. The group waved at him collectively. We love you too, Aiz-kun. Issei turned and walked out to the gate of his yard. He waved back one last time. He walked to the car as they waved back. The driver of the car greeted him as he entered and sat beside two girls of similar ages. Hey, kid. Good to meet ya. You must be Issei. Yes, sir. All right, Issei. Buckle up. Next stop is Kyo. Issei looked out the window to see the group waving at him. The moment the car began to drive off. Bye-bye, Nai. Maki ran up to the gate and began waving goodbye to him. Tears streamed freely from her eyes. Bye-bye. Issei smiled, but he could hold back from crying no longer. Bye-bye, Maki. Bye-bye, Nai. Bye-bye. Even though he was smiling, the tears ran quickly down Issei's cheeks. His home, gradually faded off into the distance. I love you. Hayaudu. A car slowly came to a stop in a suburban neighborhood, right in front of the gate of a certain yard. Is this your place, kid? Yes. Alright then. In that case, it's real close by. We're just around the corner, so don't hesitate to let us know if you need anything. Thank you. Nah, don't mention it. If it's for Satoshi's boy, then it's fine. Besides, my girls could use some company while they're here. They ain't very social, you see. 2chan. What? It's the truth. Issei opened the door to the vehicle and stepped out. Thank you. Nah, don't sweat it, kid. We'll be around. In case you need something, just holler. Yeah. He shut the door and turned around. The sound of the car driving off was the last sound he heard as the world went silent. Right before his very eyes, a familiar place, a nostalgic scene. The place formerly known as the Hayaudu household. It was a cloudy day. Yeah, Oyaji always preferred rainy days after all. Marie Bellerose died on a cloudy day. He slowly walked all the way up to the door in what felt like slow motion. He stopped in front of it. The paint from those many years ago, painted on by his father, was left untouched. He slowly raised his arm and took hold of the doorknob. He placed his key into the keyhole and unlocked the door. Dakun. With that, he slowly opened the door. Creak. The door creaked fully open. Eyes. Where have you been? You're late for dinner again, young man. The house had no one inside. Drip. Small droplets of water fell to the floor beneath his feet as he slowly took his first step in. His foot descended upon the ground. Pumph. What placed itself down on the floor were the small white shoes of a little boy. I'm home. He announced himself to receive no response. He walked through the hall after removing his shoes. His shoes were the only ones at the entrance. He entered through to the main living area. His eyes landed on the couch. "Oh, Eyes, my boy. Come, sit here. Watch some sports with me. I'm sure you'll be interested in this one, I just know it." An empty sofa. He walked past the living area into the dining area. "Eyes, stop playing with your food. Stop calling meatballs apai." An empty dining area accompanied by an empty kitchen. He walked past the dining area into the hall leading to a certain room. He halted in his tracks. The playroom. Peeking out from the corner of the playroom, he could see something running along the ground slowly. Blood. He slowly made his way up to the room. He peered his head around the corner. An empty and clean playroom. However, I'm home. What used to be a playroom was now a room with a shrine in it, dedicated to two people with photos in it. Above the photos was a small sign. It read, "Mum, Pops, Hyodu." Thud. Within a mere moment, the boy had fallen to his knees before the shrine and knelt his head before it. I'm home. The spot he had knelt in, he could see it right under him. The spot right under his belly. A severed hand once rested in that spot. How much time has passed with him kneeling before the shrine, it is not certain. He slowly brought himself back up to his feet. He made his way out from the room and turned to the staircase. Eyes. No running up the stairs. Knock it off. Pum pum pum. He made his way up unhurriedly. His soft steps were the only sounds that echoed through the quiet house. Once he reached the second floor, he was at a crossroads. To the left, the room of a young boy who had yet to wake up from his terrible nightmare. Right, the room of a peaceful, loving couple without a care in the world. The moment he opened one of those doors, reality would. He stepped towards the room to the right. With a great deal of hesitation, he slowly raised his hand to grab hold of the doorknob. Dakun. With one rotation, he opened it fully. What's wrong, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? Tears silently landed onto the carpet below. Yeah, the room, I did, was completely empty. The door was slowly pulled shut. Good night, Ka-chan, Oyaji. The boy let go of the handle and slowly walked to the room across the hall. The room of a young boy. He wrapped his hand around the cold doorknob and turned it. Dakun. The door opened slowly. What game do you want to play, Rin? Empty. The boy had finally woken up from his dream, only to live the never-ending nightmare. Thud. The boy's bag was tossed to the side as he stepped in. The room, like the rest of the house, was clean and tidy. Every year, twice a year, Satoshi would request for cleaning services to keep the house in orderly condition. The more logical decision would have been to have the house cleared and the furniture stored, considering that no one lived in it. However, despite being a very logical man, Satoshi could not accomplish this. For some reason, he could not bring himself to do it. He had rather the house be maintained under his supervision until the day his nephew became an adult and finally moved in. Almost as if he didn't have the heart to do anything else. The boy stepped in front of the large mirror propped up against the wall of his closet. What stared him back in the face was nothing but a child. Crack. Without even a movement, the mirror seemingly cracked. The origin point of the crack sat right over his right eye. The image cracked to reveal, not a child, but rather the dark silhouette of a monster. But in reality, the reflection was nothing more than a broken man. The boy walked to the bed and dropped himself onto it, ignoring the freshly packaged uniform lying on top of the bedside drawer. He curled his body up onto the bed and took a familiar position. The fetal position. His hand wrapped tightly around the item hanging from his neck as he removed the sheathed item from his back and laid it beside him. His grip on the necklace tightened as he maintained his gaze on the sheathed item. The sword. We're home, Marie. His slowly shut, and the boy slowly drifted off to sleep. The Red Dragon Emperor. Eyes. Time for school. The boy slowly opened his eyes. He was in a familiar room. His childhood bedroom. D-Drag. D-Drag's response, along with his cracked reflection on the mirror across the room, confirmed it. It was not all just a dream. He slowly lifted himself up. A sheathed sword lay beside him on the bed. Looking outside the window, he could tell it was early morning. He reached into the bag lying against his bed and pulled out an alarm clock. He placed it above his bed, the place he used to have it in as a child. Issei realized it upon seeing the time. It was already the next morning. That means that he must have slept around 20 hours straight. To believe that emotional exhaustion could have such an effect. Truthfully, it should not have surprised him. After all, he had gone the same period of time just lying awake somewhere, though at that time, he had a body in his arms. Time for school. He stood from his bed and picked up the package on his bedside drawer. The tag on the package read, Huo Academy, a prestigious school with a higher ratio of female students to male students. The reason for this was because it had only recently become a co-ed institution a few years back. Issei did not care for such details. He merely chose it because it happened to the most prestigious in the town and the distance from his home was feasible enough. He removed the packaging and brought the fresh uniform out. He decided to waste as little time as possible and brought out an undershirt from his bag. If what his uncle says is true, then his clothes should be in one of the boxes sitting beside his closet, but he'd rather not waste time searching. He was already late as it is. The first period had started. Not to mention, he was late to term in general. The school year had already started a month ago. He would surely stand out transferring in now. How troublesome, though he only blames himself. He simply could not bring himself to leave Maki just yet at the time. Issei pulled out a red shirt. Red had always been Issei's favorite color growing up. It was funny that the boosted gear was red as well. If he was being honest, he would assume that it most likely had something to do with that, subconsciously. Besides, what is it? Ekale. My hair is getting longer, you say. Is that so? In that case, I will have it cut tomorrow. Why you ask? Well, you have always said that you prefer short hair. Hey? No wait, that doesn't mean I will be doing it for you. It just means, well, yeah, red is fine. Issei began changing out from his normal clothing and into his uniform. It's still fall, so I guess that includes this blazer. Issei finished changing once he donned his blazer. The uniform was quite form-fitting, though that may be due to Issei's broad physique, but at the very least it was comfortable. He pulled the necklace that sat underneath his shirt and let it hang freely in the open. It was something he never took off at this point, even if it made some question whether he was a Christian or not. He would prefer to leave it in the open air. He didn't consciously understand why. The truth was because he wanted her to see the world with him. For that reason, he left his dress shirt and blazer unbuttoned. All right, that's it, I guess. He was finished changing. He wasn't sure how it happened, but his mirror ended up broken. He picked up his phone and walked to the bathroom. He snapped a photo of himself in front of the mirror. That should be good. He sent it to a few people. His aunt had told him to send photos in his uniform, after all. He went back into his room to quickly retrieve his bag. He received a response from someone very shortly after. Maki, you look so handsome. Have fun on your first day. I love you. He smiled, though he received another message almost immediately. Maki, stay away from those hungry women. Nai is not allowed to have a girlfriend before Maki or Tsubomi Wanachin. On second thought, no girlfriend. Nai is mine. He couldn't help but smile sweetly. He sent his own message back while making his way downstairs. He stopped when he reached the staircase. He looked down the hallway leading to the shrine room. He walked to the shrine room and stood ahead of the shrine. How do I look? The house was silent. He smiled sadly. Wish me luck. He exited and briskly made his way to the entrance of the house. His shoes were the only ones waiting at the entrance. He placed them on and opened the door. He looked back one last time with a bitter smile. I'm off. With that, he shut the door to his empty home and made his way to the academy. Next is a right and Issei read the directions on his map to the school while making a turn at a corner. It had only been a 7-minute walk and he was closing in on the school. Perhaps it was because he would jump trees and atop houses in certain areas to decrease the distance as much as possible. Issei placed his map in his brown school bag hanging on his right shoulder. He would no longer need it. Yeah, I feel them. He no longer needed the directions once he could feel the small flickers of presence off in the distance as he closed in on his destination. His expression became dark and his right eye shut. Devils. Before he knew it, he had reached the large, open entrance to the school. That's what the sign above the gated entrance read. You think they can feel me? Preposterous. With an existence such as yourself, who can eliminate his presence even during his slumber, there is simply no possibility of it. Our training was never for naught. I see. Issei's left hand slowly wrapped around the necklace. What should we do, partner? We are the Sekiryuutei. We will not hide any longer. This place is your home, is it not? Make your dominion known. We are the dragon of domination. Establish your dominance. Issei smirked. You know something funny, D-Drag? He slowly opened his previously shut right eye. His grip on his necklace tightened. I wasn't even asking you. A glowing red eye made itself visible through his contact lens. Certain students from differing grades throughout the school suddenly stood from their seats as chills were sent down their spines. Hey, Gremory-san, where are you going? Do you need to be excused? Hey, Shitori-san as well. Where are you students going? In only the short span of a minute, a large group of students were running together in the new school building. Did you feel it, Sona? Yes, I could not have ignored it. Bachu, Yugudo, Akino, Kaneko. Follow closely. Yes, Taichu, what is going on? No time. All of you, follow. They soon exited the new school building together. There, near the fountain, one of them pointed towards the school's nicely designed, stone water fountain. They could see a figure standing in front of it. Stay behind us. Yes, Bachu. Sona, will you let me do the talking? Yes, this is your territory after all. The group began to approach the figure. Yeah, Issei could hear many footsteps suddenly come to a halt a few meters behind him. What business do you have here? He heard the voice of a young girl call out to him. He did not answer. Instead, he slowly turned around to face the group. Chills. They could feel the chills run down their backs. The figure faced them with a dark shadow cast over his face. The only part of him that was visible through the darkness were his eyes. Most noticeably, one red glowing right eye. But just for one moment, his hostility suddenly vanished upon laying eyes on one of them. Mary. Wrong. His mind abruptly halted. A soft wind blew through the woman's red flowing hair. That color was not red, it was crimson. The face of a certain young girl overlapped with the woman's own. Yet they were not the same. The soft wind blew through the hair once more. That hair. He spoke aloud with widened eyes. Two memories began to clash together through his head. Memories of a tragic day and the memories of a day long forgotten. The dots began to connect in his mind. The pieces fell together in place. That hair, it was present on both of those days. Once, a little girl who bore it, standing in the clearing of a foggy forest. Then, that day, high up in the night sky, glistening in the moonlight, 4 figures floating together, one of which had hair that flowed in the night's breeze, the very same hair of the person who stood before him. KK. His mouth made a small sound. Slowly, his teeth grinded into an beast-like snarl, and his glowing red eyes pierced through their souls. They froze. An oppressing atmosphere like no other shot off from the body of the man. Like a dark blanket, it dimmed the light of the world around them into a dark red hue. Hovering behind his form, they could see BGMI, a giant dragon's eye staring them down. Chills. An overwhelming pressure was blasted off from the body of the man, or in their minds, from the large eye of the beast. OOOHHHMMM. A few of the younger, weaker ones stumbled backwards and fell onto their backs. With such an overbearing aura, it felt impossible to stand. It felt impossible to speak. It felt impossible to breathe. The very best they could manage was to freeze like prey beneath the gaze of a monster. Hey, the one with crimson hair could only utter a sound. It was as if the gigantic, monstrous eye was so close she could see her own reflection within it. However, the pressure suddenly alleviated. Before their minds could fully process that they were free from the beast's metaphorical grasp, they were caught by the sight of what seemed to be a normal boy. A boy with a confused expression. The one with crimson hair followed his confused gaze. It led to the person right behind her, a woman with long black hair tied into a ponytail. Alive. The boy looked at the ponytailed woman with a confused gaze, but spoke in a soft tone. She took a step back. Who? He averted his gaze with what looked to be contemplation. The one with crimson hair saw a chance to speak now that the pressure had finally alleviated. Who are you? But the pressure returned the moment she spoke, along with the dark glare. Devils. They could feel their skin crawl with his venomous words. It was as if they were standing in the presence of something they could not fight. In fact, it was every instinct in their bodies that compelled them to have the desire to flee. Despite that, they stood their ground with trembling bodies. In all of her hesitation, gathering all of her courage, the crimson-haired woman spoke once again. What are you? His glowing eyes burned through her soul. His gaze slowly shifted to the woman behind her. As the seconds passed like minutes, his glare gradually began to lessen. Though the glare was still there to an extent, there seemed to be a small light in his eyes. The crimson-haired woman asked him hesitantly, hoping to finally receive an answer. Do you know her? His gaze shifted back to the crimson-haired woman, but it had become a chillingly hollow expression, devoid of emotion. BGMI. Yes, it's familiar. I certainly do recall a similar name from my past. Judging from their power alone, 2 of them are certainly high-class devils. Not to mention, our encounter from a few years back, this finally confirms it. What should we do? It is up to you, partner. You have surely established your dominance well enough. You've instilled it within their beings. They cannot defy you, not without the expectation of death invading their mind, at least. What we do next is all up to you. For one short moment of the seemingly endless silence, his eyes shifted to the black-haired woman, then quickly returned to the crimson-haired one. Finally, rather than hearing the bellow of a beast, they would hear the low voice of a man speak. This place is my home. He lifted his arm up near his chest, and a quick bright flash of red blinded their vision. My question is, what appeared on his arm? What are devils doing in my home? A red gauntlet with a green jewel. The realization had finally set in. They were face to face with the one and only current host of the Welsh Dragon Emperor. Sekiryuutei. The crimson-haired woman could only mutter out those words. There were truly no rational thoughts present in their minds. It was as if their instincts were easily overpowering their thought processes. They could only feel the prickling on their skin, feel the overpowering existence hovering above their heads, feel the immense pressure planting their bodies firmly against the ground, feel the burning heat against their open eyes, feel the twitching of their bodies which refused to move, feel the dryness of their mouths, and most of all, feel the innate desire to retreat. An almost silent, tiny sound was made from the palms of the crimson-haired woman. When she glanced down to it, she could faintly see the light from a small glowing circle. A distress signal, one she had activated unconsciously, one that would only signal a certain person. Her body turned as stiff as stone at the sound of a voice in her ear. Her gaze slowly shifted back upwards. What are you doing? The tall, dark form was staring her down in the face. The woman behind her suddenly moved, but his gaze snapped to her direction. She froze in place. The black and white images of her death flashed through her mind. The pressure that had continuously held down their beings, slowly but surely, began to gradually lessen. Second by second, which felt like years passed, the overwhelming presence began to lift. They could feel their lungs take in minuscule amounts of oxygen. The sweat drops running down their foreheads no longer evaporated the moment they appeared. Their tongues began producing saliva once again. Devils. His gaze returned itself down to the crimson-haired woman near his chest. His form no longer held the same unbelievable presence to it as before. However, his cold gaze continued to hold mortifying darkness deep in his eyes. "I am still awaiting your answer, devil," the low voice demanded of her. Yet, she could not speak. Very well. The one who had stepped up carefully beside her was a black-haired woman with glasses. She maintained a stoic expression, but her hands were trembling. "Let us open a dialogue." His gaze peered through the lens of her glasses and felt its way into her soul. For the first time in her life, it had felt as if she was the one whose being was exposed to the world and scrutinized thoroughly. The unbearable silence remained for what was but a few short seconds. Once they passed, he stepped back and placed his hands in his pockets. "I will follow." "Very well." The short-haired woman with glasses turned on her heel. "This way." The moment she turned, she pulled on the arm of the woman beside her and whispered, "Walk, Rias." With the delay of a few seconds, the crimson-haired woman seemed to snap out of her shock. But she could still not speak. She turned on her heel slowly and began to walk forward with her companion. "Let's go." That was all the woman with glasses said before the entire group began to move slowly. Once they were a meter away, he finally took a step forward and followed. "I want an answer." The group slowly made their way into a different section of the large academy. There looked to be what was a small forest within it. As they entered the forest, the woman with glasses whispered to her companion, "Rias, snap out of it. You must calm yourself. You are the protector of this territory. You said you would take responsibility, did you not?" She swallowed the lump in her throat. "Why, yes, I know. Good. Is it possible to contact Serzech-sama?" She felt sweat run down the back of her neck, refusing to glance back, like the rest of her group. I do not know. He noticed. She was too afraid to try again. "In that case, we are on our own." The woman with glasses finished grimly as they stopped in front of a decrepit, Victorian-style building. A silence permeated through the air once more. "Here?" he asked from behind them. "No." The glasses woman very subtly tugged at her companion's sleeves with her fingers. Inside, the group slowly stepped forward, this time with the redhead leading them up to the building. She opened the door. "You go in first." He said that plainly upon noticing their hesitation. The woman with glasses nodded her head and stepped inside. The crimson-haired woman followed. After that, the entire group slowly filed in. He walked forward once they had all entered and began to follow. The sounds of the creaking wooden floors and stairs seemed so much more apparent compared to the dozens of times before. It gave them the impression that something monstrous was closely following them in the darkness. They did not look back once. They passed only a few doors, one of which was locked and taped with what looked like seals. He could certainly feel something from behind it. Finally, the group reached a room with double doors. They stopped collectively. "This is it." The glasses woman spoke before her companion opened the doors. A dimly lit room with Victorian-era design. The only light in the room was the peak of sunlight through the curtains of a window. 2 sofas with a coffee table in between them. A desk sat ahead of the sofas. There was another entrance to the right side of the room seemingly leading to a separate area. The group slowly filed in. A few of them went to light the candles that sat in different spots. Dim candle light colored the room in an orange or yellowish tint. A large majority of the group walked up and stood beside either side of the desk in front. The crimson-haired woman stopped behind the desk and stood there with a cautious expression. Creak. The man, the Sekiryuutei, slowly stepped forward to stand in front of the coffee table between the 2 sofas. He stared down at the woman standing behind the desk, across the room from him. A long silence sat uncomfortably in the air. "Answer my question, devil." The Sekiryuutei spoke. The crimson-haired woman swallowed a gulp of saliva and announced herself. "I am Rias Gremory, the heir to the Gremory clan and overseer of this territory." The Sekiryuutei raised a brow through his glare. "Territory," she nodded hesitantly. "That's right, this town is my territory." At that moment, the Sekiryuutei displayed an expression of disgust as an ominous aura slowly creeped off his form. "Your territory." Chills. She used every ounce of her willpower to speak. This town is under my jurisdiction. She hesitated. "Under my protection." A few seconds passed until she could finally feel the pressure alleviate enough for her to breathe properly. The Sekiryuutei kept his cold gaze locked on her. "Explain." She hesitated before speaking. "Who are you?" He growled in irritation. "Answer me." Her body flinched harshly. Any sort of authority she held was instantly decimated. There are times when a high-class family may take ownership over certain lands. The Sekiryuutei's right eye twitched. Only then did it become apparent that the eye was no longer that of a human. It had been replaced by a green reptilian eye. "Ownership," he growled in a low tone. "What gives you the right?" The crimson-haired woman, now known as Rias Gremory, felt chills run down her back. The sharp, green reptilian eye held her in a cold stare. In every way it gave her the impression of belonging to a cold-blooded existence. She truly felt the impression of being a small prey locked in the sights of a large predator. There were even red scales surrounding the small area around the eye and its eyelid. Though the most disturbing detail, that went largely unnoticed, was most certainly the fact that the eye would blink with what looked like 2 different eyelids while making a small wet sound. It perfectly resembled the eye of a dragon. Ria's Gremory had no answer. I don't. The Sekiryuutei clicked his tongue in frustration. HMPH. It's looking like our impression of devils being greedy, entitled rats isn't that far off. He thought that in annoyance and disgust. His eyes slowly glossed over every person in the room. Students of varying ages, grades, first years, second years, and third years. The strongest ones seemed to be the third years, though a majority of them were of similar power levels. Weak. They were weak compared to him. Looking at it objectively, the strongest individual was seemingly the Gremory devil. Even then she was hardly half of his base strength, from a very generous estimate. For high-class devils, he felt underwhelmed in their presence. Altogether is the only instance they would pose any threat, and even then, he would surely obliterate them the moment his armor formed around his body. As it was, there was no fair comparison. He's simply in another league altogether. HMPH. What low standards for high-class beings. Those of high societies are most likely to refrain from honing their skills. They are born with natural talent, and for that reason, commonly neglect any sort of proper training. They squander their potentials. Fools. Issei's eyes scanned the room once more, until they landed on a certain woman with a ponytail. She flinched upon realizing his gaze. Rias took notice. There did not seem to be hostility in his eyes. Swallowing her unease, she took the opportunity for dialogue. Do you know her? His hollow gaze shifted back to Rias. He glanced once more at the woman before averting his gaze elsewhere. No, though she did not question it, she did not believe his answer. With hesitation, she gestured to her companion. Her name is Akino. He did not respond, nor did he look to them. Akino, Heinjima. It was Heinjima. Was sent it. He said that while looking to the woman from the corner of his eye. Despite denying it before, he certainly recognized her. The girl from that day in the forest. A girl who was wrapped in a net. The one the fallen angel known as Bao was after. The girl widened her eyes with what seemed to be a mixture of confusion and fear. It was obvious that she didn't recognize him. They never met. You do know her? He shrugged his shoulders. No, not really. How do you know of her name? He scoffed. The same way I know yours. Eh? She furrowed her brows in confusion. What do you mean? For reasons unknown even to himself, a dark smirk stretched the side of his mouth as his gaze returned to her. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, Rias Gremory, Heinjima. Those are the three who left the forest that day, right? The two girls could feel intense chills run through every part of their bodies. A certain memory from the past flashed through their minds. A memory that no such person was present in. Yet he was there. Why? You were there. You were watching. HMPH. Not on my own. Then that thing I felt, that day. That was you. He scoffed at her reaction, as if irritated. One of her hands slowly hid itself behind her back as a small glowing circle appeared on it. Even without seeing the light, the Sekiryuutei lost his smirk and almost glared at her. I can feel it, devil. The circle immediately dissipated from her palm. She swallowed the lump caught in her throat. Who are you? This time, the smirk that appeared on his face was a bit smug. He lifted his arms and gestured to his uniform. Can't you tell by looking? I'm the new transfer student. Issei. Transfer student. Rias furrowed her brows, believing it to possibly be some sort of rouse. But then another woman spoke in a low voice. That name. The woman with glasses narrowed her eyes. It matches the profile of the one who registered for transfer just recently. No, not only that. If I were to compare you to the photo provided with the file, it would certainly match as well. It seems that I didn't recognize you because of my shock. So you are the transfer student. Issei smirked smugly in her direction. Oh, considering that you have access to all of that info. You must be the student council president. I see. I couldn't have known since you weren't wearing your sash. Sauna if I remember what it said on the paper. No, purebred devils like you are born in a different dimension, aren't they? In that case, it wouldn't make sense for you to have such a Japanese-sounding name. Most likely an alias then. Looks like that makes you the naive one then. He finished by pointing at Rias condescendingly. They could only feel sweat run down their foreheads in response to his keen deduction skills. When living to keep secrets from someone as intelligent and observational as Satoshi, such skills will naturally develop over time. Rias asked with hesitation. What is it that you want? He made a sound of irritated confusion while continuing to point at Rias. That's my line. A bunch of devils like you, what do you plan to do with my home? He asked with venom in his tone. They furrowed their brows in confusion. I'm afraid I don't. However, before Rias could speak, the one called Sauna stepped forward and spoke in a tone that was less cautious than before. Wait, excuse me, Issei. If I may, I believe that a misunderstanding has taken place. Issei raised a brow in annoyance. You are correct in what you say. My true name is not Sauna. That was merely an alias. You are also correct in your assumption of us being devils. However, I believe there seems to be some sort of misunderstanding between our sides. Though we may be devils, we bear no ill will or malicious intent towards this town or any who may reside in it. We are nothing more than the overseers to this place. Isn't that right, Rias? She turned her gaze to Rias beside her. Rias blinked multiple times before realizing the situation. Yes, that's right. That's right. We have no evil intentions towards this place whatsoever. This town, as well as this school, they are our home. Just as much as any other inhabitant that resides within this territory, I think of this place as my home. I am the overseer to this territory, and for that reason I aim to protect it, not to bring any harm to it or any one of its inhabitants. That is the truth. She spoke honestly with her hand over her chest. It went dead silent the moment she finished speaking. Issei merely stood there with a shadow cast over his eyes. He made not a single sound, not even a sound of breathing. It is up to you, partner. The only thing I can tell you is, there are no falsehoods in their words. They could only feel their nerves tense as the unnerving silence drew on. A sudden voice caused them to flinch slightly. Protect from what? He spoke in a low voice. The shadow over his eyes had yet to uncover his expression. What? You said protect. Protected from what? Rias realized his question. Well, that is, from any sort of outside or inside threat, of course. Threat? Why yes. For example, Heaven or Grigori, or any other sort of group or individuals that could possibly pose a danger to this territory or its people. Issei's eyes narrowed. His hollow expression was finally clear to see. Heaven, Grigori, angels and fallen angels. Yes, so you know of those as well. He gave a loud laugh that startled them a bit, before smiling darkly. I know all of you too well. Of humans, I know too much. The woman who identified herself as Sona Citri asked him. Sekiryuutei, if I may ask, do you happen to be affiliated with the church? Ria's eyes landed on the necklace hanging around his chest. It had gone unnoticed because his presence had overpowered practically any sort of feeling that could have emanated from it. Issei made a beast-like snarl that sounded like a snort of the purest disgust. It perfectly matched his utterly repulsed expression. Don't place me in the same bunch as those fucking repugnant, maggot-ridden pests. They were taken aback by his response. Not only did he exude a sense of disgust and rage like never before, but it wasn't even directed at them. They didn't feel as fearful of it because their instincts knew it was not directed towards them. It was almost as if he was looking at something else entirely. Surely, if that much animosity had been directed at them, they would have already assumed they were going to die. All of that aside, they couldn't help find a small sense of comfort in his passionate disagreement. Rias spoke a bit more calmly. Is that so? In that case, would you happen to be associated with Grigori then? Issei scoffed at her question, though there was an obvious lack of any sort of negativity towards it. No, out of all the responses, that had seemed to be the least hostile. He holds not a shred of animosity towards fallen angels. I'm not associated with any sides. I'm on my own. That was something that grasped their attention. He was not affiliated with any sides. In other words, he was a free Sekiryuutei. This either did not bode well, because of his chance of rampaging, or it was the best possible outcome there could be. Nevertheless, they had to play their cards right and choose their words carefully. Is that so? I see. So perhaps you are just a Christian then. Issei scoffed once more at Rias's question. HMPH. Yeah, right. I wouldn't believe in such a worthless god. From this point on, Rias seemed to gain a bit of her confidence back as an almost unnautical, relieved smile grew on her lips. Really? Then, may I ask, why is it that you wear that cross? The room went silent. Issei's hand slowly lifted to hold the necklace. This is. His right eye shut as he lowered his gaze. Their eyes widened when looking upon his expression. A memento. A pained look of sorrow. His pout resembled that of a sad, innocent child. I see. Rias cleared her throat before speaking calmly. In that case, may I ask why you have come to this town, or even this school in particular? Have you come to seek refuge? Issei released his grip on the necklace and returned to his prior, no-nonsense attitude. His right eye subtly opened back up. This place is my hometown. I lived here long ago when I was a child. I just moved back here yesterday. It's all. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. In that case, that would mean that you had no idea that we were here. Obviously not. I see. Rias held a hand up to her mouth in contemplation. This was a good outcome. Feeling fortunate, she seemed to regain her confidence a bit. For that reason, she was able to proceed with a hopefully positive interaction. She nodded her head and smiled kindly at Issei. I see. Well, in that case, welcome back, Issei. Issei's mind came to a halt. The dead silence from before had abruptly returned. Drip. Issei lifted his hand up to his right eye in confusion. There was something leaking from it. Why? He looked at the wetness of his fingers and rubbed it in between them as if it was some foreign substance, with a confused expression. The source of his tears became apparent to him with the flash of an image. A distorted image. As if two images were converging into one. Two different colors of hair. Two different pairs of eyes. Yet two similar smiles. These images overlapped each other. Two women with sweet smiles turned to greet him from two different kitchens in memory. Two women he loved so dearly. His mother and his love. Excuse me, Sekiryuutei. He was snapped from his vision with a call. His attention directed itself to the woman standing at her desk. Forgive me if I overstepped boundaries. I should not have referred to you so casually. She placed her hand over chest apologetically. Issei remained still for a few seconds. He wiped the right side of his face. No, it's nothing. A short silence hung in the air on both sides. Ria spoke calmly. The previous atmospheres of darkness and death seemingly disappeared. Then if I were to sum things up, Sekiryuutei dono, the reason you came here was simply to live in secret. Issei placed his hands in his pockets and averted his gaze. I just came home ... to live peacefully. A soft smile gradually grew on Ria's face. That is what we wish for as well. We simply desire to live peacefully and protect the peace and security of this territory. Issei's hair sat over his eyes, masking his expression. You lot. He paused before speaking again. You don't plan to use this town for your own purposes. Ria placed a hand over her heart and replied earnestly. I swear on my life and my pride as a member of the BGMI family, I will never have any intention of causing any sort of disaster or mistreatment upon this town or any of its inhabitants. I vowed to protect this territory and all of those who reside within it, and that is the only objective I have to complete. The long, seemingly endless silence returned, one last time. I see. Issei averted his gaze, though his expression was still not visible in the shadows of his face. In that case, I suppose we aren't enemies then. Ria's nerves finally fully relaxed themselves. She smiled kindly. Yes, that's right. I see. Issei promptly turned his back to them. In that case, I have no business here. He took a step forward to walk out, but was halted by Ria's call. Ah, wait. What? Would you mind coming here again tomorrow? Huh? He turned back with a confused expression. For what? Yes, well, even though we have cleared things up between us, I believe there's still some talking we should do. If we are going to coexist peacefully, then it's best that we don't let any more misunderstandings take place, right? That being said, I also have a proposition. Issei narrowed his eyes. What sort of proposition? I would like to ask you to join our club. Huh? Issei didn't properly process the seemingly random line. Join your club. Yes, you see, I and a few of my servants here are a part of what is known as the... In truth, this club is nothing more than a front so that we may carry on with our supernatural activities in secrecy, but that's why I'd like to ask you to join. Considering that you are also an, how should I say, extraordinary existence much like us, I think it's best if you are to associate with us in that manner. Besides, as overseer of this territory, I believe it would do well to keep you under my supervision. No offense to you, of course. You can just as well think of it as keeping an eye on us too. So, do you agree to my proposition? Issei stared at her silently. He turned his back to her. I'll come back in 2 days. Don't label me as part of your club. I see. Very well. Issei began walking out without a word more, or at least until he reached the doors to the entrance. Akino Heimjima, Issei called out without turning. The girl flinched at the sudden call of her name. Judging from the feeling you give off ... you aren't just a devil, are you? Her eyes widened before she lowered her head. Her fists clenched tightly. She did not answer. That day ... at that time ... were you human? No answer. Dakun. Issei grabbed the door handle and clicked it open. I see. He opened one of the doors and stepped out. It's good that you're all right. The door shut behind him. Who? Ria's exhaled lightly. She turned to her allies. It looks like it's over. With that, a large portion of the group let out a collective heavy sigh of relief and relaxed their bodies. It made them sound as if they'd been holding their breaths for hours. Thank goodness, I thought we were going to die. Ooh, my head hurts. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Can I please lie down, Kaichu? I'm very dizzy. A group of students began lounging and gathering themselves after the feeling of pressure released from their bodies. Sona asked her colleague. What do you think, Rias? What do I think? Well, she looked to the entrance he exited from. It does not seem to be evil. Her gaze landed on the ground from which he previously stood. Small wet spots were present on the dark oak wood floors. Droplets of water. Is that what you believe? Her gaze switched to Akino, who had quickly entered the adjacent room to retrieve tea for everyone. No, he is not. I know you. It was hours later. Issei's first day of school was over. An eventful day. Surely, he would never forget it. I'm Hayato Issei. Hope we can get along. Issei introduced himself to his classroom blankly after writing his name on the board. The teacher smiled at his introduction. All right, good to meet you, Hayato-kun. We'll save questions for after class since you're late. I'm sorry. Oh no. Don't apologize, it's all right. Now, you can sit. A few of the students began whispering to each other as the teacher scanned the room. A couple of them switched seats without the teacher noticing, leaving an empty seat somewhere in the middle. Sensei, there's a free seat here. Oh, I see it. You can sit there, Hayato-kun. Issei sat down without objection. The teacher quickly continued the lessons after he was seated. Once the class period was over, his desk was surrounded by several students. Hey, Hayato-kun. Did you just move here, Hayato-kun? Despite their needless gathering, he didn't have any problem with answering their questions casually. Well, this was my hometown when I was young, but I moved away after I was 6. I only came back yesterday. Another blonde boy asked him curiously. Why'd you move away, dude? Issei's expression changed to one of sadness as his right eye shut tightly. He averted his gaze. I moved in with my cousins after the ... I didn't have parents anymore. The atmosphere around him became a little awkward after his response. One of the female students standing beside the desk smacked the blonde boy in the head with a book while whispering, "Idiot. Don't worry, Hayato-kun. There's a lot of people who know your pain. I have a friend who lost her mom during the earthquake too. Her living room collapsed apparently. It was really heartbreaking to hear about. So, you're not alone." The word earthquake resonated in Issei's mind after the pink-haired girl had said it. That's right, none of the people involved with that incident have their memories except for Issei. He was lucky to be able to hide from the devils until they left, but everyone else doesn't know the truth. Though they said he wasn't alone, he truly felt like he was. "What type of girls do you like?" A random bald-headed student asked that, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. A few of the girls began tossing things at him. "You, go away, pervert. Don't try to twist Hayato-kun into learning your perverted ways." Hold on. I don't think you should be throwing things at him. At the very least, there's no reason to hurt him. Issei voiced his opinion, much to the disagreement of the women. "You don't get it yet, Hayato-kun, but these guys are bad news. They're always peeping on girls and doing perverted things." "Oh, hey, stop trying to give us a bad name to the new kid. At least let him make a judgment for himself." "Shut up, you idiot." Issei attempted to damage control the situation. "Please calm down. If we can't talk, then there's no way we can understand each other. At least let me talk to him myself." You heard him. See, this is a sensible guy. I'm Matsuda, by the way." "Matsuda, I'm Issei." Issei shook hands with Matsuda while ignoring the cries of the girls around him. "So what was your question? What type of girls do you like?" Issei hadn't expected such an odd question, but he answered nonetheless. Any." The boy named Matsuda shook his head. No. Come now. We are men. It can't possibly be that simple. Surely you have a preference." "Preference?" The image of a girl wielding a sword elegantly flashed through his mind. I suppose. Well, in that case, sporty girls, I guess. I like girls who have a good amount of energy and can channel that energy into something productive, like sports. I think I like those types. Also, preferably with short hair." At that moment, it had suddenly become grossly apparent to Issei exactly how many girls he'd met in his life that are the cause of those preferences. "Oh, are you flirting with me, Hayato-kun?" the pink-haired girl asked while holding her chin up with her palm against the desk. Do you play sports? Caddies. Yeah, I happen to be one of the kendo club's captains." Is that so, Caddies-san?" "Caddies is fine. Can I call you Issei-kun?" "Sure, that's fine. So you're a kendo captain, huh? That's cool. I am actually a martial artist myself. I've also trained in proper swordsmanship. European style, or whatever it's called." "Really? You mean real swordsmanship? Wow. What martial arts have you studied?" "A few. Judo was my first. After that I did Tai Chi, Jiu-Jitsu, Taekwondo, and some kickboxing." "Wow, that's a lot. You must be quite the master then." "Well, overall, I'd say that I have way more physical strength than skill, though I have reached the rank of in Judo, which is considered a master in some ways." A black belt, in layman's terms." Wow, you really sound like quite the impressive guy. You ever think about joining any clubs?" Not really. I don't think there are any I'm currently interested in, but the kendo club sounds intriguing." "Really? In that case, you should come check out the club sometime. My co-captain and I would be happy to show you around." "Thanks, I'll keep that in mind." Another random girl with glasses and unkempt braided hair interrupted the conversation. Her glasses gleamed eerily. "Hello, Sekiryuutei, nice to meet you, say, Hayato-kun. Judging from your words, you don't have a girlfriend, do you?" Her question seemed to gather the attention of those gathered and even a few of the students just minding their own business. A girlfriend? No, Hekale, let's go on a date." Issei smirked. "I'm afraid that my baby cousin told me she is going to marry me when we get older, so apparently I am not allowed to have one." A few of the girls giggled. How cute, what's her name?" Do you have a picture?" Issei brought out his phone. His wallpaper was Maki's smiling face. She changed it a month ago without his permission. He doesn't have the desire to change it. Nevertheless, he decided it was best if he brought up a picture of her when she was 10 years old instead. "Here, her name is Maki. She's called me Nai ever since she was little." Was she so cute? I just want to squeeze her puffy little cheeks." Issei looked at the picture lovingly. "Yeah, me too." The girl known as Sekiryuutei asked him while adjusting her glasses. "Say, Hayato-kun, your face actually looks quite familiar. Have I seen you somewhere?" Issei smiled awkwardly. Well, there was once in the past when I got a lot of press for helping out a missing kid who had been abducted when I was younger." She fixed her glasses once more. "Wait, you mean to say that you are that one kid who saved another boy from a serial killer and met the Prime Minister?" Well, yes." The room went silent. Until the class shouted in unison. Issei was suddenly ripped from his memories of the school day. What is it, Dreg? He realized that he was already more than halfway to his house. Well, back to the convenience store. Din dun. Welcome. Issei entered the convenience store and began shopping for any essentials. Milk, eggs, rice packs, some ham, etc. Practically anything to cook into decent meals until he went properly shopping on the weekend. It was already early night by this time. Issei browsed around in the cold section. His eye caught on to a couple familiar items. The first was an odd-looking ice cream jar with green ice cream on it. A gelato ice cream. His father always loved gelato ice cream. He preferred products with low or no amounts of dairy to them thanks to his minor lactose intolerance. The other item that Issei's eye caught onto was a strawberry-flavored milk. His mother loved to drink those after a bath. For some reason, Issei's right eye twitched when he laid eyes upon it, as if the item held some even more important significance subconsciously. He smiled sweetly. Everywhere I go ... you're always around me ... huh. Mum, Pops. He opened the freezer door and reached inside to grab the strawberry milk. Slide. But as he reached for it, someone had already swiped the item away. Oh, I love this flavor. Can I take it? Issei turned. Marie held the strawberry milk up next to her face and smiled brightly. Strawberry flavor was always my favorite. There was no one there. Din dun. Thank you for shopping here. Issei walked out of the convenience store with his bag in hand, completely silent. A few items, including a strawberry milk, were sitting in his bag. He stopped in front of a stoplight and waited for his time to walk, despite the fact that there didn't seem to be any drivers around. Yes, I'm on my way, Adu-san. I'm close now. A young girl near his age stopped beside him while speaking over the phone. He ignored her conversation and got lost in his own thoughts. Yes, right now I'm. After a few seconds of abrupt silence, he felt a stare land on him. He thought it was best to ignore it. It can't be. He decided he couldn't ignore it when he felt a hand grip onto his elbow. He looked down to the girl. Can I help you? His mind came to a grinding halt. That face. It's you. It has to be. The girl was looking up at him with shock. Soon enough, tears began to build at the edges of her eyes. It's you. Do you remember me? That day during the earthquake. You. The image flashed in his mind. Pink shirt, short brown hair, blue eyes, a rabbit plushie in her right hand, covered in blood. You saved my life. The girl he saved from the night walker. Drip. Tears ran down Issei's cheeks. A feeling of a long-awaited relief washed over him. You're alive. Even from the distance, it could be seen that a young boy and a young girl were hugging across the street from a convenience shop. Ding dong. The doorbell rang through a random house. A man relaxing at a kotatsu with what looked to be 2 daughters and his son spoke. Naomi, that's your sister, Haruka. They'll get the door for her. Ugh, why do I always have to get it? We might as well just leave it unlocked. One of the girls stood and walked to the entrance of her house. She opened the door to see her sister. Tusan said you're late. She was surprised to see a tall young man standing beside her sister. Who is this? The girl with short, light brown hair gestured to the man beside her. This is, she smiled gently. My hero. Huh? Her sister raised a confused brow. What? Did you fall in love or something? Tusan. Haruka has a boyfriend, and he's an older guy too. Oh. Well, HORUKA ... You mean to say that ... this boy is. Issei stood before the family sitting at the kotatsu with the girl named Haruka standing beside him. Haruka gestured to him with a gentle tone. That's right, Tusan. This is the boy who saved me that day. The one that I told you about. I told you he was real, didn't I? Issei bowed with the deepest respect. I am Hayato Issei. The image of a severed woman's head came into his mind. I am ... so glad you are all okay. It was silent. For some reason, he could feel a great shame overcome him. Almost as if he believed he was responsible for something he wasn't. But, thank you. He was brought into an embrace by the man before him. You saved my daughter's life. Thank you, with all of my heart. Issei fought back the powerful urge to weep. His body trembled in response to his struggle. I'm sorry. The father patted his back before releasing him. Issei's gaze was suddenly drawn to something ahead of him. Standing at the left of the flat-screen television the family was previously watching was a shrine. A shrine dedicated to one woman. A woman who resembled the children. That's. The father followed his gaze. Yes, my wife, Issei asked hesitantly. May I pay my respects? Of course. Issei slowly approached the shrine and knelt before it. He bowed his head fully until his forehead touched the floor. The greatest respect he could pay. And for some reason, he found himself apologizing. I'm sorry. The father knelt down beside him and placed a hand on his back. You have nothing to apologize for. You saved our daughter's life. She would have been truly happy to meet you. I couldn't save her. You were just a child. No one could have expected you to. Even just saving my daughter alone is an amazing thing. We couldn't be more grateful. All of us. Issei lifted his head. He could not rid the image of her severed head from his mind as he stared at her photo. Wait, if you say that, then, could it be that you were present in her last moments? Issei noticed the family around gain a certain light in their eyes. He had unknowingly dug himself into a hole with his words. The father pleaded of him hopefully. What happened? Did she have any parting words? What did she say? Please tell us. After a short silence, Issei averted his gaze and shut his right eye. At that time, I was already holding on to little Haruka-chan. She reached out for her. The only thing she said was, I love you. Issei felt an unbearable shame wash over his being. He lied right through his teeth, just so he could comfort them. He felt like true scum. Haruka held onto her face as she began crying. Her siblings silently shed tears as well. The father simply nodded his head understandingly. I see. Yes, I see. Thank you so much. Issei lowered his head shamefully. Scum, thank you for telling us. I'm sorry you had to witness it. No child should have to see such things. The entirety of Issei's life flashed before his eyes when he said that. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. My parents, I found them as well. Issei turned his bitter smile towards Haruka's father. I didn't make it on time. They realized the implication. The father looked at him sympathetically and patted his back lightly. But Haruka began crying. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. If it wasn't for me, you would. No, Issei suddenly whipped around and shouted. No, you're wrong. It's not your fault. But, if it wasn't for me, your parents would. No, don't say it. It's not true. It's not your fault. None of it is. Every memory from that day clashed together violently in his mind. Not a single thing. Haruka's father placed a hand on his shoulder. That's right. None of what happened was anyone's fault. This was something that was not caused by anyone. That's why no one should blame anyone. We should just be thankful for whatever we still have. Right? Blame. The color of crimson seeped into the back of his mind. Haruka wiped her tears. Yes, thank you for saving me. Issei lowered his head. Thank you. He lifted his head back up with a painful smile and tears running from his eyes. Thank you for being all right. Haruka's father stroked his head gently. Issei could feel just a bit of the loneliness in his heart from the past day wash away. Amazing. Not only were you the boy who saved our little sis, but you were also that hero boy who was on television a few years back. You truly are a hero, Hayato-san. One of Haruka's older sisters said that with astonishment after Issei revealed the detail of his past. They were sitting together and eating snacks at the kotatsu. Haruka's father sat on one side with his son, Haruka's two sisters sat together on another, and Issei sat on the side facing the TV with Haruka sitting beside him. Issei rubbed the back of his neck with a smile. No, well, I wouldn't say hero. Heh. Are you kidding? You literally saved 2 kids while you were a kid yourself. Twice. That's twice. One of them was from a collapsing ceiling and one of them was from a damn serial killer. There's no way that's not amazing. You shouldn't have just met the Prime Minister, you should have a statue built in your honor. Issei could only laugh awkwardly at the other sister's response. They seemed to be twins. They were also the oldest, with Haruka being the middle child and the son being the youngest. Judging from his current age, the son must have been a mere baby when the incident took place. Haruka's father smiled and took a sip of his sake. His face seemed a bit red from drinking. Yes, I agree. It certainly is unbelievable. And yet it's all true. Ah yes, with this I can finally feel at ease. If it's someone like Hayato-kun taking care of my daughter, then I can surely rest easy as a parent. Oh Hayato-san. Haruka shouted at her father with a strong blush. Issei merely laughed. For the first time in what felt like hundreds of years, yet was only even a day, Issei felt truly happy. The next day, Issei cracked his neck as he crossed a bridge. His second school day ended without incident, thankfully. There were still many curious students bombarding him with questions, but he didn't mind for the most part. The odd boys known as the perverted duo were quite persistent with their inappropriate questions, however. And tomorrow, he'll have to visit the devils, as promised. Ayano, Issei stopped at the sound of a voice behind him. He turned his head back. Hello, are you Hayato Issei? He was met with an unfamiliar young girl in a uniform he didn't recognize. However, Issei turned fully to face her. He rubbed the back of his neck lazily. What do you want, fallen angel? What? Blackness, nothing but pitch black darkness. That was the only thing that could be interpreted by Hayato Issei. That, and a quiet, familiar voice. A small voice, but it soon began to grow louder. Eyes. And clearer. Eyes. Until he was forcibly ripped from the darkness. Eyes. Issei's eyes abruptly shot open. His vision was hazed with light, but soon began to adjust. He was in a familiar place filled with soft sunlight. There was a person right in his face. A red-haired woman. Eyes. How many times do I have to tell you not to play with your food? No, it was his mother. Hey, Moo, hurry up and eat your breakfast. Rin will be coming over today, right? You want to be able to play soon, don't you? His mother asked that while walking back towards the sink, proceeding to wash dishes. Issei's mind still had yet to process his current state. He was in his home. His body was that of a child, sitting at the kitchen table with a plate of food before him, and soft light from the early morning sun shining through the windows of the house. What? His mother turned her head back curiously. Ara, what's wrong, honey? You look scared. Did you have a bad dream? Bad dream? The memories of Issei's horrifying life began to pass through his mind. His left hand slowly placed itself over his right eye. A dream. It was all just a dream. Nothing more than a nightmare. Oh, what's wrong, sweetie? What was the bad dream about? He lowered his head and began to weep quietly in a confused mixture of emotions. Relief being the most prominent. Imam was. Pops, Your father's at work, sweetie. Tell mommy what's wrong, sweetie. Issei wiped his tears with shaky hands. His small body was trembling. Ooh, every day hurt. Every day was scary. I wanted to wake up so bad, but I couldn't. I could only keep thinking, why me? What did I do? But I also kept thinking, it's all my fault. And it all hurt so much. I couldn't stand it. And Marie was. Issei clutched at his chest, as if in terrible pain. His mother placed some dishes in a tray to dry and continued washing casually. Though, her tone became less carefree and more gentle. Marie, that sweet girl, my little baby boy. Even after all of that, you're still so pure. You loved her, didn't you? Marie was. Issei's mind suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Marie. His expression shifted from one of pain to one of deep confusion, and even a shred of suspicion began to fester within his mind. Oh, honey, on the inside, you're still just a sweet baby boy. You still haven't let go, have you? Not of her or anyone else. His mother spoke with an odd implication as she continued washing and putting dishes in the tray. Mum, how do you know who Marie is? It's not your fault. You've seen so many things you weren't supposed to witness. Gone through so many things you weren't supposed to suffer through. Done so many things you weren't supposed to be given as an option. There are parts of you that are wrong. But it's not your fault that those parts exist. It was merely a matter of circumstance. Mum, what are you talking about? How do you know about any of that? Most of all, you've lost things you weren't supposed to lose. Things that matter to you more than anything. That's why you became the way you are. Because you didn't want to lose what little you had left. And every time you think that maybe you wouldn't, you would still lose it in the end. Isn't that why you've come back home, darling? So that you can unnoticeably lose your life one day. You don't fear losing something that no longer matters to you. Mum, yet despite already losing those things, you still adamantly refuse to let them go. What? Tell me something, sweetie. When is it that you will let go? Because the way it is now, you don't have the strength to let go. But even more than that, you don't have the strength to keep holding us up either. The longer you do it, it will just hurt more and more. Mama. His mother placed one last dish into the tray. The reflection of his adult self rested in it. Eyes. His mother finally turned around to face him. My baby boy. Her body was drenched in blood. Stop trying to cling to dead bodies with those broken fingers. The nightmare continues. Reg. Yes, partner. I am here. Where? Issei's head slowly turned to scan the room. He realized that his eyes were caught on a familiar ceiling. Moving downwards, he was met with the interior of an almost nostalgic room. Home. Issei's vision moved down to his body. The broad and well-built physique of a young man. An adolescent body dressed in only his boxer shorts and covered in sweat. His hands were shivering as well, and on his bare chest sat something that was hanging from the chain around his neck. Upon laying his eyes on it, he realized. Of course, it was not a dream. It was indeed a never-ending nightmare. Issei sighed deeply. His second day of his homecoming had begun. Day 2. Issei heard the sounds of seemingly wooden objects bashing against each other as he entered the building. Turning the corner of a short hall, he seemed to find the epicenter of the place he was looking for. A large place that closely resembled a well-kept martial arts dojo. It had multiple sections at its center clearly purposed for sparring matches, and many women standing at the sidelines with similar-looking equipment. Headgear, black padded armor, bakken, and attire similar to training gi. He recognizes this equipment. And this place was the kendo club. Hey, you. Issei's attention was caught by a girl who seemed to notice him enter the large training room. Many of the other members of the club looked to be spectating a sparring match taking place at one of the center spaces. What are you doing here? This place is for kendo club members only. What are you, some kind of pervert? Issei raised a brow at the girl's overly hostile reaction. Perhaps there was some sort of standard or prejudice that these girls held due to unknown events. No, I'm Captain. We've got a pervert here. She quickly announced his presence loudly before he could finish, as if catching a criminal red-handed. It seems that whatever prejudice they had was a passionate one. A majority of the members around heard the announcement and quickly turned their heads. What? Another pervert? A new peeping Tom? A small batch of women began to surround him while holding onto their bakken menacingly. No, well, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not. Wait. Before the hostile majority could get close to him, they were interrupted by a voice. Hold on, everyone. The group split down the middle to reveal a familiar figure. It was the pink-haired captain of the kendo club, the girl known as Kades. Kun. So it was you. Kades approached Issei while removing her headgear. The girls around lost their hostile attitudes and replaced them with curious ones. Kades-san. Moo. Didn't I say you could just call me Kades? Right. My bad. I had forgotten. Well, it's no biggie. Captain, you know this guy? One of the girls asked the question that was sitting prominently within most of the members' minds. Kades nodded. Yeah, he's in my class. He's the new transfer student. Though Issei's face was expressionless, he bowed his head respectfully. Hiya to Issei. I just transferred in yesterday. Many of the club members began to whisper amongst themselves in realization. It's the new transfer student. I heard about him. What's he doing here? Hey, did you know? Apparently, he's that kid from the news that saved a boy from a serial killer years back. Whoa, is it just me or are his eyes really sharp? Maybe I'm just seeing things wrong. Hey, he's like super tall, and his torso is big. It's kind of intimidating. You think he works out? Those were the things they whispered. Super tall, indeed. To be fair, Issei is currently 185 centimeters tall, a towering figure compared to many of the female students in the academy's majority population. He also does happen to work out, though not according to any conventional standards. As for his eyes, according to Drake, that is the result of the Sekiryuutei's aura influencing his body. It's the same reason his growth spurt was so drastic and his body is naturally stronger than regular humans, despite supposedly having the same composition. Due to Issei having high compatibility and high potential with the boosted gear, the influence on his body and soul is higher. Ergo, the reason why his eyes almost come close to looking reptilian in nature. Luckily for him, they don't visibly change or become narrow enough to notice the difference until his instincts heighten or focus, like a predator. Or even more likely, when he is angered. At the very least, he's now in well enough control of his power to no longer need contacts to cover his right dragon's eye. However, like Satoshi, Issei has come to dislike taking chances. Since his eye can become dragonic looking if he becomes enraged or malicious, he still wears the contact lens just in case. But if he releases too much of his power or aura, then there's no way to hide its true nature even under the lens, especially considering that scales begin to appear around his eye as well. Also, Issei's practically 70 kilograms of pure muscle, so he doesn't blame them for being intimidated by his appearance alone at all. So, Ice-kun, what's up? Did you come to check the club out? Yeah, I hope you don't mind. No, not at all. I did say you could come after all. I should have given you a proper heads up on everyone though. The majority of the girls at school have a burning hatred for perverts thanks to those two idiots, Matsuda and Madohama. They're always peeping on us in particular, so this could have turned ugly real quick if I wasn't here. My bad. And so, the reason is revealed. No, it's fine. I shouldn't have shown up unannounced. Sorry. Cadiz raised a pleasantly surprised brow at his earnest apology. You know, Ice-kun, even though I was impressed by you when we first met, I still thought you were kinda scary. You're big, your voice is emotionless, and your blank face has that look that says. But, for someone so intimidating, you don't act or talk like you look. You're actually pretty nice. Is that so? I guess I do look like a bad guy. Issei agreed blankly while scratching his chin. Cadiz began waving her hands around frantically. No, that's not what I meant at all. I just meant that you're kind of imposing. No, not like that. Just, you know, your figure, I guess. No, it's fine. It's just looks. Nothing you can do about it. It's not like you're entirely wrong after all. What's going on here? A new voice interrupted the conversation from behind Issei's large form. Stepping aside, Issei turned to reveal another woman dressed in the kendo bagu attire. Cadiz was the first to realize it. Murayama, there you are. You're late, you know. The brown-haired girl referred to as Murayama spoke tiredly. Yeah, sorry. I got here a bit late and just finished changing. Ha-chan was really nagging me. God, she can be so annoying sometimes. Issei's right eye twitched subtly. You should appreciate them more. There was a short pause. Issei had spoken without thinking. He shut his right eye and averted his gaze awkwardly. No, sorry. It's none of my business. Despite the fact that it had nothing to do with him, he couldn't help but interject. Her words had simply echoed through his head like the inside of an empty cave. He was here, at school, early. A fact that would have him considered as being a good student. But, deep inside, he wishes he could have been late for the same reason as her. Anyway, Cadiz, aware of Issei's circumstances, decided to cut the tension, for his sake. Murayama, this is Hayao Issei-kun. He's the new transfer student. The one you didn't get to meet since you were absent yesterday. You know, the one I told you about. Murayama made an expression of realization. Oh, the one from TV. I was getting texts about it all day that the new kid was the guy who fought off the Nagoya serial killer. So this is him. No, well, it was more of, I defended myself from the serial killer and happened to run away with the kidnapped victim. That was really it. Not really much of a fight, since I was just a kid. So the boy says. Even with Issei's denial, Murayama seemed deeply compelled by his presence. Even so, that's amazing. You met the Prime Minister, didn't you? Yeah, I did. I met the police commissioner from the HI prefectural department first. That's the guy who gave me the medal. Then it somehow became news once the killer was found dead and I somehow ended up becoming a nationally recognizable for like 2 years. The medal? What kind of medal was it? Was it heavy? Issei gave an awkward smile as Murayama suddenly came close to him and looked up at him with stars in her eyes. Well, it was a gold medal. Not too big, but it's kinda heavy. Or at least, it was when I was a kid. And it was a medal of honorary recognition or something. It's a medal they give to civilians who did great stuff like stopping a hostage situation or bomb threat or whatever. That's amazing. Yeah, thanks. Issei couldn't help but turn his face away, considering that Murayama was uncomfortably close to him. The last time a girl was this close to his face was when Tsubomi tried to kiss him and ended up bumping her head on his chin. Murayama was pulled back by her collar by Cadiz. Hey, cut it out, Murayama. Can't you see you're intimidating him? Me, no way. Isn't that, like, backwards? Issei could only smile wryly. Some part of her reminded him of someone, so much that he laughed. Aha, you're really annoying. Issei was in his uncle's house. Who are you calling annoying? Marie pouted at him with her hands on her hips. I said, who are you calling annoying? He was back in the kendo club. What? I said, who are you calling annoying? That's a pretty rude thing to say to someone you just met, you know. Though Mirayama was yelling at him, she didn't really seem that angry from her body language and amused smirk. Issei was still left in the past for a short while before realizing it. Cadis deadpanned at Mirayama's response. No, well, it's because you are annoying, Mirayama. Many of the kendo club members laughed at Mirayama's expense. Issei shook off his confusion, properly returning to reality. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. Mirayama raised a brow at his apology. It's no biggie though. I wasn't thinking that deep about it. More importantly, I thought this before, but how come you're here? I asked once already, but what exactly is happening? Is Hayadu-kun here for some sort of reason? Cadis nodded her head to Mirayama's question. Yup, yesterday I let Aiz-kun know that he should come check out the club sometime. Since he told me he was a pro martial artist and practiced professional swordsmanship, I thought it'd be cool to let him give us a look. Sorry, should have given you a heads up about it. Oh, really? Wait, are you a professional swordsman, Hayadu-kun? Mirayama turned back to Issei with the stars returning in her pupils. Well, kinda. It's not really that I am a swordsman as much as I was trained by one. Is that so? By who? An elegant silhouette of a swordsman came into his mind. One with silky, short, red hair. By a friend. I bet he was amazing, huh? Issei's right eye shut as he whispered under his breath. Yeah, she was. Though it went largely unnoticed, Cadis couldn't help but hold an interested gaze at Issei's almost nostalgic attitude. A nostalgia laden with sorrow. She shook her head. Anyway, Aiz-kun is here now. So, girls, what do you say? Should we show him what the kendo club is all about? Mirayama threw her fist in the air enthusiastically. Yeah, the rest of the club reciprocated her action. Cadis smiled competitively towards Issei. Now, Aiz-kun, why do you say we have a little spar? Maybe you could show us a bit what those swordsmanship skills are about. Shaking off his previous attitude, Issei raised an amused brow. Oh, interesting. I guess it's alright to let the poodles play with the dire wolves once in a while. This time, it was Cadis who raised an amused brow. Oh ho ho, looks like the big, sleeping dog has some bite in him, huh? Didn't think you had it in you, Wan-chan. Huh, well, when you have an Olympic gorilla woman as one of your best friends, you gotta learn a few tricks to keep your skin on. I'm more worried about the pink little poodle who's about to get their pelt shaved off. Is that an analogy to getting me naked, Aiz-kun? I'll tell you that we don't take very kindly to perverts around here. Who wants to see a shaven dog? It's just gonna pink on the skin anyways, so what's the difference? Even though Issei was just bantering and held no sexual implication in his words, Cadis's competitive expression became slightly red. Oh, just you wait. Soon enough, I'm gonna get you to stop winking at me, because that eye of yours will be permanently shut. Winky. Right. Well, I can tell you that the last guy who tried that. Let's just see if this eye is colored black by the end of the day. Bring it. A few hours later. Cadis sat in class during lunch break with a depressed attitude, her head down on her desk, and a blue atmosphere of depression hovering over her. Mirayama, who sat in the desk beside her, attempted to comfort her friend. What's wrong, Cadis? Are you still sad that Aiz-kun beat you 3 times in under 10 seconds? Cadis gave an exasperated and depressed groan. Whether her friend was actually teasing her was still up for debate. Are you also sad that he called your movements too stiff, not fluid, and your guard is amateurishly non-flexible? With every comment, Cadis slumped further and further in her seat. Oh, come on. Look on the bright side. He said you would only last 5 seconds the first time, but you actually ended up lasting 7 seconds. That's a good thing, right? Your pride is damaged, and you also feel emasculated. But you're a girl. You're also sad about the last spar. The one where he said it would end if either one of you got a single hit, to which you completely missed every attack, and he gave you one good hit at the last second. But in trying to hit your leg to make you go down, he accidentally ended up smacking your butt with the shinai, because the appearance of the bagu made it hard for him to tell where the leg starts and the butt ends. And you screamed with a red feck. Mirayama was silenced by Cadis's muffled but loud screech. The rest of the classmates eating around them subsequently sat in silence for the remainder of the break. Part 2. Issei walked through the school during lunch break, searching for a quiet place to eat his lunch. There were quite a few students who asked him if he would like to join them, but he politely declined, feeling that he would be intruding. Due to his non-expressive and possibly dull attitude, he could only see himself bringing down the atmosphere. Though, he practically felt that way in every situation. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he thought of his existence as a negative influence, in general. Issei stopped. He was about to circle around the new school building, possibly to sit and eat on a grassy hillside that had no one there. However, his instinct sent him the subconscious signal that he was being watched. He turned to check behind him. There were no students around, for the most part. Some students walking around in the distance. Some clubs practicing. At the very least, no one was near him or paying him any attention. Issei's eyes shifted towards one of the trees outside of the school building. He stared at it silently for a few seconds. Are you going to keep following me? Issei said that to no one. No, there certainly was someone listening. A small body emerged from behind the tree. You. Issei vaguely recognized the short figure. It was one of the devils, the mascot of the academy, Tauju Kaneko. They stood there in silence, staring at each other with similarly blank expressions. Oh, Issei was looking at her a bit disinterestedly through his one open eye. Why are you standing so far away? You think I'm gonna kill you here or what? Issei spoke to her flatly. Her attitude seemed cautious, despite her stoic face. Even her body was slightly stiff. After a pause, the devil stepped a bit closer to him, while still leaving a meter distance between them. Another silence grew between the two. Did your master have you follow me around? The girl did not respond. She merely kept her stoic expression untouched and remained silent. Issei's eye caught onto something in her hand. A cloth, or rather, a rectangular box wrapped in cloth. A boxed bento. I heard from some kids that you're the one who eats a lot. You having lunch while following me. Due to finding it a bit interesting, Issei unconsciously let his old Nagoya accent slip out a bit. Again, the girl did not answer. For an unknown reason, Issei felt compelled to lift his bento and ask, "Wanna join me?" Chirp chirp. Issei sat in mostly comfortable silence as he ate, sitting on a green hillside overlooking the back courtyard of the new school building. He was, of course, not eating alone. Guess you don't talk much either, huh? Issei commented blankly. The white-haired loli beside him, Tauju Kaneko, did not answer. She continued eating her own lunch, a meter apart from him, with a side of snacks, silently. At first, Issei wasn't sure why he had asked her if she wanted to have lunch together. But at this point, he's convinced himself that it was most likely because he was curious. Something about this devil was off compared to the others. You were tasked with keeping an eye on me, huh? Issei asked her in a flat tone. She, of course, did not answer. He spoke again after a long pause. You were hidden pretty good there. I couldn't sense your presence, but I felt your gaze. I'm pretty good when it comes to sensing things. How'd you do that? Finished with her lunch, she merely continued snacking on her sweets, still not answering his questions. After the swath of silence passed, Issei finally heard the girl speak. I could not sense you either. She said it in a low, flat tone. Issei was surprised to hear her voice for a moment. Nevertheless, he replied, well, practice makes perfect, I guess. I just had to learn it good. Now, I can pretty much do it in my sleep. After his reply, there was no response from Kaneko, effectively cutting off the conversation. Even with her comment, it almost felt completely one-sided. Issei's left eye, which was the only one open, peered down to observe Kaneko. Just like before, her body was quite stiff. Despite being in a fairly relaxed position, she was sitting a meter away from him, and her posture made it look as if she was ready to retreat at any moment. For some reason, noticing these sorts of details, they itched at Issei's head. Even when being shut, his eye twitched. Do I scare you? Without thinking, Issei felt compelled to ask her that. Even when he knew she wouldn't answer, he still continued. Do I freak you out? Do I look like some sort of monster? A long silence permeated the air after Issei's question. The word echoed in his mind, quickly eliminating all sound from the world after being spoken. Soon enough, the only thing Issei could hear was the sound of something building. A deep, low, bellowing sound. A sound that resembles what an old wooden house sounds like when it creaks during a storm. But it was a continuous sound. A small sound with gradual buildup. Slowly but surely, it began to grow louder and louder, and as it did, he could see many images representing different concepts appear in his vision. And every image progressively became darker and more brutal than the last. Blood, death, pain, hatred, sorrow, madness. Monster. No, Issei was suddenly returned to the real world. Chirp chirp. It took a while for Issei to process the short answer that Kaneko had given him. After that, he merely shook his head, feeling some sweat on his forehead. Is that so? The silence promptly returned. This time, it was Kaneko who asked a question. Do I freak you out? Huh. Issei furrowed his brows in confusion after hearing the question. She was asking him the same question. Though she asked it in the same stoic manner as everything else, he sensed a bit of hesitation from her. Regardless, he replied. No, why would you? There was a pause before she answered. If you knew what I was, then I might have. Hearing that, Issei had a brief laugh. He couldn't help but find the cruel irony of the statement as amusing to him. No, and as if finding it painfully funny, he smiled softly at nothing. Trust me, I wouldn't. Another long bout of silence passed before one of them spoke again. It was Issei who spoke first. So, it doesn't freak you out that you can't sense me? Does it freak you out that you can't sense me? You probably just got something different than other devils, right? So, not really. No. Then, no. Issei's mouth curved into a brief smirk before fading. He stared off into nothing, again. This time, the silence they sat in was just a bit less uncomfortable. Unconsciously, Issei found himself lying back onto the grass with his arms behind his head, in a relaxed position. So that name, you come up with that one. Devils don't have names that are naturally Japanese, right? I mean, your ponytail friend has one, but that's 'cause she's half, ain't she? However the hell that works. So what about you? Kaneko is obviously not a real name. It's too on the nose, ain't it? Unless it's a nickname, which would make a hell of a lot more sense. In any case, what's your real name? Looking up into the clear sky, Issei didn't think too deeply about his question. Based on logical deduction, he believed it was clear to tell that his conclusion was fairly sound. However, he didn't receive an answer. Oddly enough, he was a bit surprised to not have heard one. Surprised enough that he looked over to Kaneko in curiosity. Her position was relatively the same, but she somehow seemed a bit hunched over. As if trying to mask her expression, her face was covered in a light shadow. Within the long silence, he heard a small mutter. "It is my name. What was that? I couldn't hear why." Without saying anything more, Kaneko promptly stood up and walked away. She left. Seeing that there was no helping it, Issei lied back down on the grass. Oh well. He stared out into the blue sky once more. He couldn't help but remember that blue was always Maki's favorite color. Though she preferred darker shades. She is different from the other devils. There is something in her nature that is inhuman. I know. What? Her statement. The one she made about her true nature. Do you believe it holds any weight? The line repeated in Issei's mind. In the end, no. There is only one monster that frightens him. Not at all. Part 3. Issei cracked his neck as he crossed a bridge. His second school day ended without incident, thankfully. He considered the run-in with the devil Kaneko as inconsequential and thought nothing of it. There were still many curious students bombarding him with questions, but he didn't mind for the most part. The odd boys known as the perverted duo were quite persistent with their inappropriate questions, however. And tomorrow, he'll have to visit the devils, as promised. For whatever reason. Why do you think they'll ask me? There are few things, considering that they no longer deem you a dangerous threat. Most likely, they will continue to pursue you as a permanent ally. Should an opportunity for an advantage present itself, a devil will take it. Such is their nature. Of course, this depends on what their meeting is about. Which was, ugh, how annoying. I don't know. Something about coexist, or whatever. No. Issei's train of thought halted at the sound of a voice. He stopped. He turned his head back. A woman. He was met with an unfamiliar young girl in a uniform he didn't recognize. He didn't care to closely inspect the details, but he surely didn't know of any school brandishing the same image. Are you Hayao Issei? She asked him in a shaky tone with a nervous attitude that seemed overly fake to him. There was even a strong blush on her face, but he still felt it was forced somehow. Didn't I know some girl back in middle school that could fake those? Having almost no thought for the girl herself, Issei began reminiscing about mundane topics, until Deidre quickly snapped him out of it. Partner, this woman is not human. Yeah, no shit. Who cares? Let's just go home. Wait, partner, she could be trying to hunt you. This could be the day. Issei's mind came to a stop. He turned his body fully to face her. Issei rubbed the back of his neck lazily. What do you want, fallen angel? There was a long silence after his question. What? Issei asked again, in a disinterested tone. I said, what do you want, fallen angel? The girl's face went pale, but she continued with her shy persona. She tilted her head with a confused smile, but there was an obvious bead of sweat on her head. What are you talking about, Issei-kun? Fallen what? Issei scratched his neck with a bored expression. I didn't confirm that I was Hayao Issei yet. To that, the girl's face went blank, as if realizing the mistake. Drag, I'm talking to a buffoon. With a quick slide of his heel, Issei turned to walk away. Wait. I know you because I've asked around. And I always see you around here. I've been here for one day. Issei sighed in annoyance. So I was wondering. Before she could finish, Issei's form was already towering over her. Wondering what, crow woman? The girl fell back onto the ground in shock. For a split second, when her bottom hit the ground, she made an expression of pain. But for some reason, her expression looked like it flashed between a mature appearance and a young one. Sorry, did I scare you? Wasn't sure if any of your bosses deemed me a scarecrow yet. The girl looked up at him with absolute confusion. What? Cut the shit, angel face. What's your motive? What, did the big guys not tell you who I was? If they didn't, then I got bad news for you, but they probably sent you out here to die. The information didn't seem to be processing in the girl's mind properly. Issei sighed. He extended his hand. Get up. With a long pause of confused hesitation, the girl took his hand and stood up. She stared at him silently, as if in a confused daze. Drag, what's the chances of this fallen just being some random bimbo? Not terribly low, partner. There are many fallen who simply wish to live their lives indulging in their desires rather than serve military purpose. This is most especially true if what my previous host learned about the Great War ending was true. Unlike devils and angels, it is not uncommon for fallen angels to be living as they please. It could very well be the case that this is nothing more than a random encounter. Issei pointed his thumb behind him. Follow. Without waiting for a response, Issei turned and began walking away. The fallen angel girl was left standing there for a moment, until Issei turned his head back and called her out. Oi, what are you doing? Get up here. The girl shook her head. Finally being able to process the current situation, the girl's expression shifted from an expression of confusion to a cold, calculated one. Not failing to notice, Issei's eyes narrowed slightly. There she is. Taking a step forward, she began following Issei. Issei calmly walked forward with a couple meters distance between the two. He looked around to find a suitable place for them to converse. But the only place he found himself slowly approaching was the same park he played at on that fateful day. Nevertheless, Issei made his way towards it, with the girl following behind him. At this point, it was already sunset, just like that day. Around the same time as when it first happened, he found himself walking into that accursed place. The place he could see sometimes when looking out into a sunset. The place he could hear when listening to the sounds of metallic chains creaking, like the chains of a playground swing. The place he could sometimes feel when sand touched against the bottom of his shoes. A place he could never forget. This should be far enough, partner. There are no humans around this place. Issei stopped with Drake's confirmation. Not too far off in front of him was a beautifully designed water fountain, not too dissimilar from the one at the academy. He didn't necessarily recognize it, but he vaguely recalled that there was one in said park. It even reminded him of something. Being so unconcerned with the current situation, he began to reminisce about an event in his past. Once, when he and Marie had visited an aquarium together. In the courtyard of the aquarium, there was a beautiful and large water fountain. Ooh, Ekil, look, it's a beautiful water fountain. It's so tall and refined. There are many couples taking pictures next to it. Oh, I want a picture next to it. Huh, no way. I don't want to look like a couple. Please let us take a picture there together. S'il vous plaît, mon amour. Just one. What did you just call me? No, more importantly, why the hell do you want to take a picture so bad? Just 'cause the other couples are doing it. Yes, and because I've never seen such a beautiful fountain before in my life. It is such a romantic expression of love. It would mean so much to me if we took one. I would cherish it forever. There could be no greater scenery than this, yet. Ugh, man, you're annoying. What's so amazing about it anyway? It's just a damn fountain. He still remembers that she clung tightly onto his arm for the rest of the day after taking that picture. A part of him, deep inside, subconsciously wonders what it would take to get that smile back. How did you know of my nature, human? The girl behind him spoke in a threatening tone. Just by hearing her voice, it was obvious to tell that she was no longer the same. Issei's nose let out air from a small sigh. It was a light, yet heavy sigh, laden with sadness. Though, somewhere underneath that, there was a slight agitation. As if there sat a deep-seated frustration beneath the surface, due to having such a cherished memory unceremoniously interrupted by someone. The girl, no, the woman. The woman behind him clicked her tongue in irritation. TCH. So you won't answer then. Fine. In the end, my intention was to kill you anyway. It won't change anything if you die. Boom. From out of the woman's back, two dark-colored wings emerged. The black feathered wings of a fallen angel. Moreover, her appearance had already become something much different than before. A mature, buxom woman dressed in a skimpy BDSM outfit. With one flap of her wings, she took to the sky and spawned something in the palm of her hand. A thin, jagged pink spear of light. Issei held no reaction to any of this. Is there something you'd like to say before you die, human? The woman asked Issei in a cold, but somewhat amused tone. Issei made no obvious movements. He merely stood in front of the fountain with his hands in his pockets, as if casually sightseeing. However, he did speak. The woman raised a brow at his odd, poetic-like speech, beginning to assume that he simply lost his mind. In fairness, her assumption was not entirely false. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. It's just a stolen quote anyway. But, the woman prepared to launch her attack. At least, the point still stands. She swiftly hurled the spear towards Issei and, the spear was destroyed upon contact with his back. The point is that you cannot kill me. And the eye of a monster was staring her down. Chills. A quick, but strong breeze blew through the trees. Many birds caught as they quickly took off and flew into the sky, as if fleeing from something. The body of the fallen angel woman began shivering lightly. Issei was staring back up at her with dark shadows masking his face. Not a shred of his aura was being released from his body, yet it seemed as if the atmosphere around him had changed. No, there was an aura. It was simply so oppressive that it encompassed the entire area around the two. Through nothing but the look in his eyes, an intent beyond comprehension could be vaguely interpreted. Simply by gazing into his eyes, it could be understood that there was something malicious sleeping deep inside. But more than that, a dim red light peeked through the darkness on the right side of his expression. A red, glowing orb with a sharp slit for an iris. The eye of a reptilian, the eye of a serpent, the eye of a dragon. The eye of a beast staring down at her from the sky above her head. What are you? Through all of her undeniable subconscious fear, and all of her instinct to flee, she uttered the one question in her mind. Issei turned fully towards her and lifted his left arm up near his chest. A brief flash of green light shined from him. When it faded, all that was left was a red gauntlet with a green jewel. Do you really want to know? The fallen angel woman immediately felt the weight of creation pull down on her body. As if something with symbolic meaning, a certain memory flashed through her mind. Rainer, you know why I've called you, right? It's about the new surveillance mission. I want you on it. Why yes, Azazel-sama. Of course. What is it that you need me to do? Nothing too fantastic. I simply want you to observe the subject as detailed on the form. It's one that could be a problematic case, depending on the current circumstances. I deemed it something inconsequential at the time, but it's surely different by now. I just want to know how different. I see. Leave this mission to me, Azazel-sama. I will certainly make you proud. Ah, well, no need to go that far. But it's good that you have that mentality. Just be careful, alright? This is merely an observation objective. No need to get caught up in anything messy. It's best we don't take any chances on this subject. So don't do anything drastic if you can avoid it. If anything goes wrong, just have called in. Otherwise, good luck. Yes, thank you, Azazel-sama. I will do my best. Ah, wait, Rainer. I just wanted to make it clear. Yes, what is it? Feeling that she had suddenly lost all strength in her wings, Rainer fell straight to the ground and landed harshly on her bottom. Thud. Not even caring to process the slight pain, due to having a mind clouded with the fear of death, Rainer stared at the figure before her in horror. Despite being distanced more than 3 meters away, she could only interpret the figure as being uncomfortably close, to the point of which it just seemed like it was growing in size in front of her. That was until she realized that he had begun speaking steps forward. Step. Her instincts completely overpowered any sense of pride Rainer had, and for that reason, she immediately began to grovel before him. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I've made a mistake. I was merely being foolish. I mean no harm or insult to you. Please forgive me, Sekiryuutei-sama. Overwhelmed by the fear of what may come or what she may see, she kept her forehead pressed against the concrete, effectively prostrating herself perfectly before him. Because she refused to look up, she would not be able to interpret the dark figure towering over her with a cold-blooded gaze. However, she could feel its presence looming over as if she were watching it do so clearly. Issei continued gazing down at her with one light brown eye and one red glowing eye, but both were filled with darkness. A cold, calculated stare that could be compared with one of a predator inspecting its prey. Who are you, and what is your alignment? Issei, taking the form of beast in the unidentified woman's eyes, asked callously. His entire demeanor gave the impression that anything that defied him would perish. Without lifting her head, the fallen angel woman finally identified herself to Issei. I am Rainer. My benefactor is the Fallen Angel Organization, Grigori. Not having consideration for the thought that this being could pose a threat to her organization, she revealed her alignment without hesitation. Only her basic survival instincts were functioning at the moment. Rainer. So, what's the pigeons wantin' from me, hey? What's your mission supposed to be? Depending on your answer you might die here though. Flooded with the image of her own death at the mention of the concept, she answered almost immediately, with a sense of obedience in her tone. My intention was only to observe the Sekiryuutei. Her explanation was cut short when she foolishly lifted her head to speak. I didn't ask your intentions. You made that quite clear yourself, didn't you, Vixen? Her head practically slammed against the floor with how quickly she brought it back down. If it hadn't been already, her entire body was now visibly trembling. So that means you've disobeyed orders, I guess. Tell me, Rainer, was it worth losing your life? Rainer's legs quivered violently from under her. She unconsciously lifted her head again and began begging for her life. She was so overcome with fear that there was even a smile present on her face, and tears were building up in her eyes. I am sorry. Forgive me, Sekiryuutei-sama. I was foolish. I wasn't thinking. I would never have done such a thing under normal circumstances. But I was just following orders. That's right. Even though my intention was to observe, I was being pressured by my superiors to go beyond the call of duty. It was suggested that I would be commended for taking such actions. I was influenced by their authority. I would never have done such a thing if I had the choice. It went silent after her dishonest plea. An overbearing silence that allowed something imaginary to be heard. Issei looked up to the sky with a hollow expression. He could hear a deep creaking sound begin to grow within his mind, starting as low as a whisper and building up enough that it overpowered the sound of his own heart. The only image in his mind was a bloody, brutal one. Slowly, with a disturbing creak, only his eyes shifted back down to the form of Rainer. His glowing, red eye and cold stare did not fail to send chills up her spine. Looks like you really were sent out here to die then, since I'm in a bad mood now, after all. Once again, Rainer prostrated herself without hesitation. And no, please, Sekiryuutei-sama, please forgive me. Forgive me for my foolish actions. I was simply following the orders of my superiors. As Rainer continued pleading for her life, she could feel a darkness growing over her. Though she could not see it, there was the pitch-black claw of a monster, 30 times her size, hovering right over her head. It began slowly descending onto her, getting closer and closer with every second, only causing her to feel an ever greater desperation. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me for being so foolish, Sekiryuutei-sama. I'll do anything. Please, Sekiryuutei-sama. The large, black hand spread its sharp fingers outward, extending over her entirely, and masking her body in as black of a shadow as the hand itself. Holding itself above her, the claw was ready to snatch her life away in one moment. Please, Sekiryuutei-sama. In the end, all she could envision. was her own death. I don't want to die. The world stopped. In the silence of Issei's mind, a long-forgotten memory violently crashed in. The memory of a man, an American man with blonde hair. He had green robes of Genesis covering his body, but his face was clear to see. He was a man that Issei had already met once before killing him. The man who had a son who wore blue shoes representing the brand of tokusatsu show that Maki watched, and a shoe that also happened to be in Maki's favorite color. Both of these humans, just like many others before them, both father and son, were slain by a monster. Issei clutched at his head as the piercing sound of a screech scrambled his brain. Countless images and sounds from terrors left in his subconscious violently brought themselves to the surface. He shrieked in pain and more in horror for all of the terrible visions he was being subjected to. Rainer sensed an opportunity for escape, but unfortunately, her entire body refused to move her from her spot. She was stuck in place, as if her instincts knew better than to defy the orders given to her. The screeching and visions in Issei's head continued, but not for long. The moment he clutched at the cross hanging from his chest, everything began to become less violent, and the mental barrage started to fade. Second by second, the sounds would gradually become quieter, and the flashes of images would become even more brief with increasing intervals between each. There was even times when the image of something pleasant would quickly flash through, before disappearing again. Or rather, someone pleasant. Issei caught his breath as the attack on his mental state ceased. With only a few quick inhales, he was able to return to his relatively normal state. Yeah, I am. Just like always. Issei looked down at Rainer. She, of course, immediately brought her head back down as to avoid eye contact. Having finally regained his composure, Issei's dark expression returned. Send a message. He leaned down onto his knee, bringing himself close to Rainer. With great force, he grabbed onto her head and pulled her up from her hair. Rainer shrieked in a mixture of pain and fear. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was face to face with the figure bathed in darkness. His monstrous red eye bore into her very soul. Tell your boss, if you want to kill me, come get me yourself, coward. Issei released his grip on Rainer and stood upright. He said only one last thing to her. Get out of my sight. The moment Issei gave that order, Rainer unfurled her wings and practically blasted herself off, getting as far away as she could within mere seconds. FOOM. Issei was left behind as the small cloud of dust cleared near his feet. He stood there, silently. D-Drag, do you think I should have killed her? You know of me well enough, partner. I dislike mindless killings. A rampage is only a rampage with purpose. Whether that be to fight strong foes or one sparked from vengeance is the matter that concerns me. However, to kill or hunt mindlessly, with no thought, I find it as an act of cowardice. Most especially if it is the hunting and killing of those much weaker, who pose relatively no threat. There is truly no purpose in such slaughter. I would rather sleep. Issei looked up to the dimming sky once more. I thought so. Rainer finally came to a stop next to a random tree. Looking up, she could see the abandoned church she recently acquired as a personal base, a bit further up the hill. It was only now that she realized it was early night time, and she had fled so blindly that she ended up returning straight to the base without even thinking. Her only thoughts were to get away as far as possible. She placed her back against the tree and slid down to the floor, finally feeling the physical and mental exhaustion. I have to report back to Azazel-sama. Only giving herself a short break, Rainer brought herself back to her feet and prepared to leave. But, no wait, she switched her gaze to the church. That's right, the operation with Donashik and the others. I can't go back now. The excommunicated witch will be arriving in a week's time. I have to go through with the operation. Done. Rainer slammed her fist against the tree. Damn, by now, they're sure to have realized that the sacred gear removing artifact is gone. If I go back now, I will no doubt be considered a suspect. Originally, I had planned to use the retrieval of that woman's ability and the killing of the observation subject as justification for my actions, but who would have thought that it was the Sekiryuutei? Did Azazel-sama know? He didn't tell me that it was. His report may have stated that I shouldn't interact with the subject under any circumstances, but I had no idea the outcome would be so drastic. I was lucky to escape with my life. But now, she bit down on her thumb in frustration. No, I can't go back now. Not until I've at least retrieved that girl's sacred gear. That's right. If I can at least retrieve the sacred gear, then that would be the perfect outcome. Not only will I become a valuable asset to my superiors, but I will have fulfilled Azazel-sama's request perfectly and be commended for my bravery. After all, unlike the battle-hungry Hakuryuku who only fights strong foes, this Sekiryuutei is a beast. I was lucky to escape with my life. I will be praised. That's right. The skin on Rainer's thumb broke, a thin stream of blood ran down her hand. Her expression was a mixture of excitement and unease. She was smiling, but there was also sweat running down her forehead. So long as I don't have my plans jeopardized by those damn devils who run this town, or so long as I don't ever encounter that Sekiryuutei again, I can do it. I can pull it off. Once I've retrieved the sacred gear from the witch, I can return to Grigori and be seen as an exemplary soldier for my achievements. I will be praised. Azazel-sama, Shimazai-sama, please wait for me. I will prove that I am worthy of standing by your side. With a newfound determination, Rainier made her way up to the church base. Of course, not before looking back once. Far off in the distance, she could see the exact place she escaped from. Somehow, it felt as if a darkness loomed over that area, at least in her mind. DxD. Issei was making his way home after his encounter with the fallen angel, Rainier. Despite the fact that Rainier may have been considering that encounter as the event of a lifetime, Issei almost felt that it was less consequential than his lunchtime with the devil. So much so, that Issei literally went to the convenience store to buy groceries afterward, as if it never happened. Now, he was just casually walking home with a few bags in his hands. Meow. Issei stopped at the sound of a little noise. A familiar sound. When he turned around, he found a young black cat was following him. Taking a step forward, he tried ignoring the cat, thinking it would leave him alone. But it was still following him. He stopped. I don't have food. For some reason, he said that to the cat. We don't have the ability to speak with animals, partner. You have known this for many years. Fuck off, lizard. Looking back down to the cat, it sat before him, as if waiting patiently for him to continue walking. Ugh. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Deciding that it would make the cat leave him alone, he looked into one of his grocery bags for something to give it. The only thing he ended up finding was some thinly sliced ham. He shrugged his shoulders. He opened the container and took out a slice of ham, throwing it onto the floor for the cat to eat. The cat began eating it without hesitation. Now you're happy, yeah. He gave a little grumble at the situation. Issei was never really good with animals. Dogs always hated Issei, for reasons unknown to him. They only ever barked, ran away, or growled at him. He assumes that's because of the Sekiryuutei, but that's most likely incorrect. It's more likely because they sensed something off about him. Horses were the same. Cats, well, he was alright with them at least. The main reason, of course, was because he had a cat. That's right. Back at home, in Nagoya, his family has a cat. They've had it for nearly 3 years. Issei still clearly remembers the day they found it. Look, Neku. Right as Issei and Marie returned home from their daily patrols, Maki greeted them at the door with a bundle of fur. Scratch that, she was holding a fluffy, white, Persian cat in her hands. Issei looked at the cat in Maki's hands with confusion. The cat gave him absolutely no reaction. It simply blinked at him super slowly while having the tip of its tongue sticking out. Oh, c'est trop mignon. How cute. I know, right? Marie seemed immediately enamored with the cat. Both of the girls were already keen on owning this cat. Wait, Maki, where the hell did this cat even come from? Why do you have it? Issei questioned Maki, wondering how she was even in possession of it. Maki explained with a bright smile. He followed me home. I was just walking back from my friend's house and, for some reason, he wouldn't leave me alone. I guess he imprinted on me or something, huh? It's a fucking cat, not a duck. Maki deadpanned at Issei's reply. Marie gave Issei a stern look and placed her index finger over his lips. Language. Issei frowned and removed hand from his mouth. Leave me alone, woman. Think about what you say in front of Maki. Maki's fine. She'll stay a good girl either way, so what does it matter? That's not the point, mon amour. The point is that you are supposed to watch your tongue around ladies. Maki is a lady. You need to maintain your manners. There you go again with that mon amour shit. I swear, the moment you start teaching me French next week, I'm gonna find out what that word means first. What? No. Wait, forget that I said that. Don't think about that title. It's an expression of partnership, that's all it is. So it is a title. Hey, Maki interrupted the banter between the two teenagers with a deadpan expression. Maki turned her head and called out to what was seemingly the direction of the kitchen, past the living room entrance. Toss-in, Mom and Dad are fighting Agavane. Issei's face went blank while Marie's went red. What? And no, we're not fighting. We never fight. We aren't like that. We aren't that type. Right, partner? Who the hell you callin' Dad? And we aren't that type of what? No, more importantly, Maki, how did you even? Why is this cat here? Why did it follow you home? Maki furrowed her brows. I already told you, Nei. I don't know why, he just did. Maybe he can sense that cats are my favorite animal or something. That's not how it works. Then I don't know. All I know is that he started following me home after I gave him some of the bagel I bought at the convenience store. Issei rubbed the bridge of his nose with a sigh. That's why he followed you home, idiot. Oh, well, you know what they say. Because they keep coming back for food. Yes, thank you, Marie, that was very insightful. You're welcome, honey. Who you callin'? Who cares? Issei rubbed his forehead in annoyance, or rather, in mental exhaustion. Going on dates with Marie was already draining enough for him. Maki asked Issei with uncertainty. So, what do we do with him? Well, did Boss-san get mad that he followed you? No, Oji-san probably wouldn't care either. Do you want it to starve to death? What? No, then it looks like we're keeping him. At that, Maki jumped for joy with the cat in her hands. She squeezed it tightly while jumping around. The cat only made sounds of obvious discomfort in response. Issei sighed while Marie smiled. They both stepped inside and shut the door behind them. So what are you gonna name him? You're gonna name your favorite animal after your favorite food. This is Nagoya, not Honshu. What are you gonna eat him? No, Moo. Nai is always so stingy. Who cares if I just want to name him after my favorite food? The word you're looking for is pedantic, not stingy. See, you're even worse than I thought, Marie interjected happily as she and Issei removed their shoes at the entrance. I vote that we name him Ekil. Huh, hell no, you want to name him after me. I'd rather name him Shitface. Marie gave an angry but cute pout. HMPH. Well then, maybe we should name him Sourpuss instead, since that would make more sense if we're naming it after you. Huh. Maki burst out laughing and began dancing around with the apathetic-looking cat in her hands. Sourpuss, sourpuss, sourpuss. Issei grumbled in annoyance. Urgh, fine. Name him Tacky or fucking whatever. I don't care. He's your cat anyway. Yay. Maki and Marie high-fived each other. Maki quickly ran into the living room while dancing happily. Tacky Kasen. We named him Tacky. Issei sighed once again as Marie began walking to the living room as well. But the moment she took a step forward, Issei noticed something. Marie was confused at the feeling of something holding onto her hand. Looking back, Issei had grabbed onto her. That's because Issei noticed something red like blood on Marie's skin and pulled her hand without thinking. Issei turned her hand over to reveal the red mark. It was nothing but a red stain from when she wiped off some of her lipstick by accident earlier in the day. My bad. Issei let go and acted as if nothing happened. He quickly passed her to walk towards the living room before her. But, tug. This time, it was Issei who was stopped by the tugging of his jacket sleeve. Looking back, Marie had a deep blush over her face. She asked Issei sheepishly while she held her finger up to her lips. I still have some lipstick left on. It went completely silent in the hall they stood in. Maki cleared her throat while peeking her head out from the entrance to the living room. She had a blank expression while also holding out the head of the bored-looking cat. Kasan, Mom and Dad made up. Oh, how nice, dear. Like I said, who you callin' Mom and Dad? Ooh, I was caught in the act. I am so embarrassed. And you, why the hell are you phrasing it like that? Are you guys in on some kinda joke that I don't know about? Kasan, na is pretending to be dense Agoane. Eyes kun don't make me come there and smack you with a spoon. Why yes, Obasama. Meow. Issei's reminiscence was interrupted by the black cat rubbing against his leg. He gave a heavy sigh. It was a sigh filled with an underlying, tremendous sorrow. Well, whatever. Issei turned to walk away. Meow. Looking back, the cat was still following him for some reason. What? Meow. I already gave you fucking food, what else do you want? As if some sort of comedic irony, Issei suddenly remembered something. You know what they say, because they keep coming back for food. Fuck. Meow. Issei pulled a tuna can from out of his cabinet and pried it open with his bare hand. He placed the tuna can on the ground so that the cat could eat it. Here, I ain't got cat food so this'll have to do. Hopefully it doesn't make you sick or anything. I'll buy you some proper food tomorrow. The cat ate the tuna without hesitation. Issei sighed and looked to the cabinet. Fuck it. He pulled out another tuna can and pulled it open to eat. He sat down at one of the chairs of the dining table while watching the cat eat its tuna and also eating his own. What, you said that I won't get sick from eating raw meats anymore, right? Yes, it would seem so. The influence of the Sekiryuutei became stronger ever since you lost your eye and gave up your scapula. It's odd, but it seems as if certain parts of your body act. No, I suppose it's not important. All that I know is that it is similar to the manner in which your human composition remains the same, but your body is still stronger. In the end, it's a benefit, so I suppose there's no use thinking into it further. See, no problem. Besides, didn't you used to eat cows and goats back when you were a dragon or some shit? Is that what the legends say? Well, I can't say it's inaccurate. Though, there were many dragons who had a particular taste for specific types of flesh. Issei immediately began to feel sick once D-Drag said that, as he felt the tuna move between his teeth. Think no further into it, partner. Forget it. Why yeah, I know. Issei continued eating the tuna while using the cat as a visual distraction. He brought out his phone and snapped a picture of it. He sent it to Maki with a message attached. Sent, I have a cat now. Maki always loved cats. Her profile picture on practically all of her accounts was her with cat ears. The lock screen of her phone is her cat. She was a cat lady or Nico girl for Halloween twice in a row. Sometimes she walked around the house with cat ears on her head. Her behavior is that of a cat, eating, lazing about, and sitting on Issei's lap without asking. She owns 3 different colored cat onesies. And most of all, she hisses when she's threatened or purrs when Issei rubs her head. Ding. Issei received a reply message. It read, yup, that's about the reaction I expected. Devils, but you, Kaneko, you've returned. Inside of the dimly lit room, the members of the Occult Research Club were preparing to leave, just as Taoju Kaneko returned. So, was there anything to report? Kaneko nodded her head to Ria's Gremory's question. I met with him during lunch. What? Did he know you were following him? Kaneko nodded again. Ria's bit her thumb nervously. Damn, what did he do? We ate lunch together. Pardon, he invited me to lunch together. Ria's was left blinking for a few moments. She shook her head before giving a pleasantly relieved sigh. Is that so? I see. Ria sat back in her seat a bit more relaxed than before. Somehow, she was getting the feeling that she was right about something. So, anything else? Yes, he encountered a fallen angel from Grigori. To that, every member of the club became serious. Riaz leaned forward, listening intently. So there were fallen angels sneaking around in my territory, just as I thought. What happened? She fled. Riaz made a confused expression. She fled. You mean, she ran away from him? Yes. Ah, I see. Well, that isn't really surprising, I suppose. How was the interaction between them? Did she attempt to recruit him? Kaneko shook her head. She tried to kill him. What happened exactly? Nothing. Her attack was ineffective. It disappeared the moment it touched him. Ria stood from her seat in shock. What? But he is a human. Yes. Kaneko had no response besides that. It wasn't as if she could provide an explanation, after all. Ria sat down, feeling even more uneasy than before. What else? She was acting on orders of her superior. Her superior. So she was ordered to kill him. Damn, if that is true, then that would mean those fallen angels are indeed here on official business. This is problematic. Is the reason that they're here to kill the Sekiryuutei. But why? Why not recruit him instead? It could be that they're disobeying orders. In which case, that would work a bit better for us, but not too greatly. In the end, they are underlings that were sent here with purpose from their higher-ups. So taking action against them would be considered an insult to those superiors of theirs. But they are in our territory. But it also isn't as if Grigori would care much about what territory they're at. Rather, they would just care that their underlings are dead. A disagreement could cause strife, and Riaz placed her hand up to her mouth in contemplation. After some silence, she asked again. Anything else? He threatened her to send a message back to her superiors. Riaz leaned in with extreme interest. What was the message? It was a threat. He said that if they want to kill him, then they should send their leaders instead. An atmosphere of unbelievable shock could be interpreted in the environment. Riaz stood from her seat in disbelief again. What? A personal declaration of war? You've got to be joking. Is he insane? Kaneko, having no response, merely remained silent. Riaz's mind began running at 1,000,000 miles a minute, running through all the possible scenarios and outcomes. Wait, if he's done something like that, it's become obvious that he's someone that is easily irritated by things relating to the supernatural, especially considering that he would be willing to declare war on the fallen angels, who he has displayed no contempt for, just for an attempt on his life. Not to say that an assassination attempt isn't something to be angry about, but considering all of his behavior before, his hatred for us devils, his disgust towards the church, and his apparent kindness towards other students, it's obvious that he is a person who acts when there is an inciting incident rather than immediately based off of his feelings. That's somewhat relieving since it means that he isn't necessarily a ruthless maniac, not that I thought he was before. Wait, when he invited you to lunch, what happened? How did it happen? He noticed me following him. Then, he asked if I was ordered to. When I didn't answer, he simply asked if I wanted to join him for lunch. Really? So then, what happened when you were eating lunch? Was it just a formality to interrogate you? Kaneko shook her head. It was. Casual. Casual? You mean, he treated you normally? Kaneko nodded. He asked me about my intentions, but he was not threatening. He treated me like another student. Riaz raised an interested brow. But if he hates devils, then again, when we made it clear that we weren't a threat, he did show that he didn't care much for our existence. So rather, he could just be indifferent to us. Or perhaps it's because he didn't find you threatening at all. Either way, this is a good thing. Ria sat back in her seat, slowly beginning to reach a conclusion in her plans. Yes, this is a good thing. Even though it's concerning that he threatened Grigori, it's also a good thing because it means that he has an enemy. If he's made an enemy out of Grigori, then that leaves heaven and the underworld as possible sides to recruit him. He can't face an entire faction by himself, after all. I'm sure he realizes that. Considering his overwhelming loathing of the church, it's more likely that we would be the likely contenders. Especially since he lives in devil territory and this place may become a target. Though, that all depends on what course of action Grigori takes. If they want to avoid war, then this place will remain untouched. And if they want to recruit the Sekiryuutei, then they will pay no mind to his threats and instead have the leaders convince him. Riaz let out a breath to release her tension. All right, thank you, Kaneko. You don't have to follow him any further than that. He will be here tomorrow anyway. I'll see what I can do. Good job. You may leave. Kaneko nodded and excused herself. She walked out of the clubroom accompanied by a blonde male servant. Akino Haimjima approached the side of Riaz's desk. Riaz, what do you plan to do when he comes here tomorrow? Riaz rubbed her head. I don't know, boss. Heya, boss. I'm back. Belle. There you are. Did you find Volley? Yeah, he was just off fighting again. Didn't want to come back yet though. If I made him come back, he probably would have kicked my ass. Yeah, that's fine. You did well enough. Good job. Yeah, sure. Hey, boss. About that mission you sent the Ray on, do you think it's him? Do you really think it's the brat we met back in the day? I feel confident that my assumption is correct. I just don't feel entirely confident that Rainier will follow my orders perfectly. She may do something reckless, even though I told her not to. Oh man, you should have just sent me, man. Dang it. I would have loved to go and see that brat again. Maybe he's way stronger now, you know. That would have been hella wicked. Right, well, I wanted to give a chance to my underappreciated pupils. You are already someone with reputation and achievement. It's better to give the little ones a chance, you know. Besides, Rainier is a good soldier when she's following orders. I wanted to give her her first chance to show whether she can follow orders unsupervised. Ah, okay. Well, it's too late now anyway. I won't complain. What about the sacred gear remover? Do you think it's her who took it? Very possibly. She may be planning to do something above what I've told her, trying to exceed our expectations. Hannah, honestly, my underlings are problematic. Like you? Yes, indeed. The fact that you can say that so carefreely, I like that about you, Bal. I get tired of the formalities and military attitudes sometimes. Yeah, I know. That's why I like you better than Issei. He's too much of a prude, even though he's younger. Yes, that's true. Speaking of which, what do you think about the new woman he has? It's not public yet, but surely you know about his devil fiancé, considering your position. Yeah, I do. I don't really have a problem with it. It's something that would be bad if everyone found out, but I don't care much. I only really hate devils when they're not on my side. If she's marrying him, then I don't see her as an enemy, obviously. I don't dislike the mentality, though I am considered quite indifferent. Yeah, well, anyway, I'll be heading off, boss. Still have work to do. Let me know if anything happens with Rainier's case. I'll intervene if necessary. Yeah, I'll have you go, and if she doesn't return in a certain amount of time. Since you've had a previous encounter, it might work better that way. But if it doesn't, then it's best you report it to me and I'll handle it myself. Got it. Also, Bal, your new spear, how is it? Is it to your liking? Hell yeah. It's awesome. I love it. Thanks for making it. Of course, I love working on sacred gears, after all. Making an artificial sacred gear from something that already exists is something I plan to become good at. Yours was the prototype. If I can make proper use of that purple jewel of Fafnir, like I did with the base of your spear, I can make something really interesting. Interesting. More like scary. This is coming from the man who is now wielding the modified, artificial sacred gear version of. I guess I'm not one to talk, Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.